Well, he certainly didn't write that himself. And
yeah, they usually have good writers.
Look, yeah, and these guys are trained just like, I don't know, the Mormons. If you're going to go out and be a elder or sister or whatever there, you go through training. In fact, the Mormons make money, Church of Latter-day Saint, training people in sales and stuff because their system is kind of like car salesmen. They knock on your door when you open it. They take a quick look inside. They know if you're depressed, if you're, feeling ho-hum, all these things, just by one quick look. Well, they usually turn around in my place because there's usually heavy metal, Metallica, death all around.
Was that a concession speech, or that makes it sound like there's
no? That's just scripted narrative and blah blah, like the whole charade at the Capitol yesterday. This is fake news, my friends. It's all distraction.
Because I noticed,
I don't know what else to call it.
I noticed on Vice News just says Trump has finally publicly conceded the result of the election, admitting that a new administration will be inaugurated January 20th. But he said a new administration, but he didn't. I don't think he conceded, or it wasn't that clear.
No, exactly. It's all in the wording, and again, it's scripted very carefully. Words are left like dangling and indecisive for exactly that reason. It's not over.
All the news stories are running with them saying he conceded, of course.
No, well, if they listen carefully, like and they actually interpret English properly, he didn't say a new administration of the Biden side and the Democrats.
Yeah, no, it could mean like him, because according to
the old one's done, here's the new one.
But yeah, like it could be him and a different vice president or something.
I really think some of the agenda was pushed forward faster because of the so-called flat Earth getting a bit out of hand. And it is out of hand for them. They've lost every battle. Every time they come to one of these groups, any of their trolls, they get handed their, butts on a plate. It's really that over, the so-called globe nonsense. There's no real point in debating these people. It's more about educating them now.
Oh, we're back on
that's why it works.
Trump, okay.
Good here, the one-on-ones. People get to air what they truly believe, and it is only belief, and they get elements of it challenged, and they can't move past that. Their beliefs are defeated by a very simple challenge. Some get over it. Most.
Yeah, Miggy's 3-point challenge.
It's wonderful, and it's actually fun to listen to when people are going one-on-one. It beats that everybody, like someone throws a bone in a kennel full of hungry dogs. It used to be really like like Globe would come in and say something, and then the 5 mics would light up. And it's normal because it like I say, you feel almost offended when people are almost saying stupid things to your face and trying to get you to believe them like somehow they're right, and that you're the idiot for not understanding their nonsense.
Hold on, I think there's somebody new in here. It looks like Travis Scott, TRVSCTT. Looks like he's
good with Philippines.
Looks like he's serving. Let's unmute him. Okay, Travis Scott, you're unmuted. Do you have any questions? Travis Scott, you are unmuted. Okay, I just server muted him. I wasn't sure why he was server muted, but okay, continue on, Jimbo.
It's flat. I mentioned earlier a gentleman named Chris. I forget his last name now, but he did some, him or someone else did some infrared shots with a P900 over 250 miles. Very clear. I think his name was Oliver, an Australian. Let me see if I can't find it again real quick.
Wow. Did he post the pictures in live stream too, or?
I think I posted them back here for everyone. Let me check, and if I didn't, I'll
Nice.
find them again.
That'll be cool to look at. Oh, thank you.
Found him, posted it. Craig Brown. And again, he's a flat earther I've never heard of before. Sounds like he's been a flat earther for a while. And again, there's some great IR shots on this. 200 plus miles.
Cool. Thanks, Jimbo. I'm going to take a look at it. Yeah, very interesting video. Thanks, Jimbo.
Yeah, again, this is a guy, I think he's been around a while, but, I look and look all the time, and it just so happened today I came across this. It's not like I haven't been looking, but, they are hard to find, but they are out there. And when you do find them, try to share them a bit. Even sub to a few. I don't think he has a whole bunch of subs yet, maybe.
Yep, yep. Good video.
More nails in the globe coffin.
I was just going to ask you that. It's like we already have like so many proofs. It's almost like it doesn't matter what we come up with, it's never going to be enough. It's weird. I mean, is there ever going to be any more
No,
clear
because
proof?
they can always use their make-believe stories of refraction and mirroring and miraging and everything under the sun. And as long as someone in a bow tie and a white schmuck on TV tells them that's the way it is, or a weatherman, hey, it's an inverted mirage from heat and cold air, and shut up and don't ask more questions. The Earth's a ball. Move on.
That's what I was wondering. But you think eventually we'll have something so profound that there is inevitably that it's going to prove the globe does not exist, hopefully?
Well, part of this, it's like an evolution and spirit of the people and a little bit of bandwagon too. Look, there's no question a lot of people out there know it's flat, like pilots and a whole bunch of other military people, but their jobs depend on, well, reiterating globe bullshit and stuff. You're a pilot and you say it's flat everywhere. Joe, we're not on a ball. How long you think you're going to have your wings? In 24 hours, you're going to be issued a paper to go see a psychiatrist.
Well, but I'm thinking that even if that guy comes out and says it's flat, it seems like it's never going to be enough. Back to the same old thing.
Well, the thing is, no matter what, truth prevails over lies. It really is just a question of persistence and persistence over time with the truth. It does get there. It really does. A lot of people that, hear this stuff as globers go away scratching their head. And a lot of them come to realize it's flat. Look, people don't make jokes like, my dog ran away. I'm living in Alberta, right? My dog ran away. 3 days later, I'm putting out the trash on the porch. I look out towards the horizon. My dog's still running away. That's a flat joke. That's decades old. The prairies are so flat, it's sick. I don't know what else to say.
I'm going to go help out in the lobby. Apparently, there's a lot of trolls in there. I'll be back.
Yeah, a few trolls. Hey, Jimbo. This is Strike. I'm also in Alberta. I heard you say you're in Alberta.
I've lived there, Calgary, Edmonton.
Nice. Yeah, I'm in Edmonton.
Edmund Chuck, we call it sometimes. It used to be you had cheap beer and wings there. Lots of places.
Yeah. Pretty much the only interesting thing in the city. I mean, it's pretty dead. Edmonton.
Well, I don't mean to sound racist, but drunken Paiutes.
Okay. Yeah.
Calgary's probably a little worse for that. It's a pretty rough town too, so cool your heels while you're there.
Yeah, I've only stayed in Calgary, a week here and there, but I didn't feel that it was more rough than Edmonton.
I guess it depends where you are, the nights and stuff. One time I was there, this drunk guy, he's not from town. He sees this bonus bus. Oh, was it the free bus or the bonus bus? But it was one of the buses. I think the bonus bus, but he thought it was a bonus bus, and he just sat behind the wheel and drove off with an empty bus. What are you going to do? It's like seeing free bus on a bus. It's probably not good to have it written that way. But you know, Manitoba, rough town, Winnipeg, cops will run you over to stop you.
Oh, wow.
Pedestrian, you won't stop for them, they'll fucking run you over. It's kind of redneck out on the prairies.
I'm just reading these trolls in the lobby. I don't know how so many just appeared out of nowhere.
I don't know why some channels entertain the old trolls there, like the Rumpus and others. Kosho. Just pains in the asses. Really have nothing to offer. A rat like George Netanyahu still gets airtimes on flat channels. That's pretty disgusting when you think of it.
Well, all right, I'm gonna hop out. Just piqued my interest at Alberta, where there's no conversation active right now here. All right, I'll catch you some other time.
Hope you catch a Chinook wind there. It blows warm for the rest of the winter.
Yeah, all right, thanks.
For people who don't know, a Chinook, when you're out in Alberta, it's a wind that comes. It can be minus 40. It don't matter. This wind starts to come and it's warm. It's so warm. It's not minus 40 anymore. It's really nice. But they call it a Chinook when it rolls through, and it makes it really pleasant. It often breaks like super cold spells. And again, it's one of those things no one understands where it comes from, how it forms, or why a Chinook is there. It breaks cold temperature. One of those mysteries.
Hey, there's a couple globies that want to talk with you guys. Anybody want to ask him some questions and stuff? Or? I told him it's pretty dead up here, but anybody ready? Jimbo, wake up.
What happened? Where's the fire?
Okay, there's a couple globies right now that are kind of sitting down in the Rhythm Bot room in voice chat. One is named Travis Scott, one's Laz, L-A-Z. You want me to bring them up? They wanted to talk to some people, I guess, but they don't sound like very legit. They sound kind of like they could be trolls, but it's up to you guys. If you want to talk to them.
Well, I'm not a mod, but if there's a mod in the house and someone wants to come in and chat, and if they spiral or if there's someone to stop them, because I have no power, no muting ability, nothing there.
I can mute them if they get rambunctious. So let me hear.
Someone can control them.
Yeah.
Bring anyone in.
Okay, here we go.
Is that Dave having problems with the audio? Bleeding through?
Yeah, I heard. I did hear Dave Hinkle had some open mic sounds.
Seems okay now.
Mic check.
That's mucho better there. Good evening.
Yeah. I know what happened. I had some kind of weird audio demon attack or something. But anyway, I'm here. Somebody think they're on a globe?
They're trying to round him up and get him in here.
Okay. I'll back you up, Jimbo. You can take the lead if you want.
Okay, there's Travis Scott. Hey, Travis Scott, you should be I'll unserver mute you. You should be able to talk. Jimbo, have at it. Travis.
Right
Scott.
on. Hello, Mr. Travis. Sometimes people have themselves on mute and stuff, aren't too used to Discord and stuff.
Does he have control of his microphone?
You don't seem muted or anything. Are you there? Can you talk?
Welcome to the server, Travis.
Also, that Laz guy. All right, so Laz and Travis Scott are both unmuted, so you guys can talk.
Yeah, one or the another.
Oh, wait, let me double check to make sure they've got VC verified yet. Hold on, let me check.
He rolls on them.
Here, let me fix that. Hold on.
Yeah, they need to be VC verified. Go
Hello.
ahead. Somebody said hello. Still there, Jimbo?
I heard something, but there's no continuation or...
Laz, was that you?
Yeah, that was me. Yeah.
Okay.
Hello, how are you this evening?
I'm pretty good. Yeah. It's 3 a.m. It's pretty tired.
You sound like you're maybe in Australia, New Zealand, somewhere down under, as they call it.
I'm from England, mate.
Or England, that was my next guess. My next another guess. So, you've heard a bit about the question of, Earth being a ball and rotating and hurling through space and all that stuff we've been taught?
Yeah, I've just got a question.
Feel free to ask.
Can you shut the fuck up, you stupid.
What a loser.
That went downhill pretty quick. So I guess
Yeah, I
he
had
didn't
my button
hear
right on the mute.
about his globe beliefs. So we'll see how his
I
buddy
kind of
does.
What a
figured we're so
clown.
dead, we might as well get somebody in there. But I'll go ahead and give him 7 days cog this. But I had my button right on the mute, so I got him before he got to finish it.
Good, dude.
Well,
that
you
was
tried
nice.
to smooth talk it in and just, well, here's your question. Screw you, I mean, what?
His
That's
buddy-
original.
His buddy Travis Scott dipped out right after he got muted.
All I'd say is hope that young man matures and thinks about his reality at some point.
Well, that's how you defend your fiction that you believe in your religion. They're not defending it with scientific evidence or any proof.
Anybody's listening to this broadcast, there's the globe. That's what the globe has to defend itself. People trolling like that.
Bunch of hatred.
Got hate in your heart, let it out.
Well, they, understandably, they're like cornered animals. They're afraid and they're scared. Subconsciously, they know it's flat, but consciously, they can't, have the two cross over. That admittance deep down that what you're looking at is damn flat. Always has been. Again, like I say, when you do realize it, you're in for, a panic attack, maybe a little bit of catatony, different stages that you'll go through. It's unfortunate, but it's the same thing for everybody. Some to a greater or lesser degree, but it is a shock. And it takes a while for some people to get to that doorstep where they can actually pass through. Like I say, my old scoutmaster, and he was my scoutmaster when I was a kid. Took 2 years, endlessly 2 years, drilling flat earth shit into his head. And one Saturday, after 2 years, he was speechless because that wall was torn down, and he came to the absolute realization that it was flat. He was able to utter out what he was, stuck on, but when he was bored, he used to take out his field glasses and watch a gas station in New Brunswick 20 miles away. Watch cars pull up to the pump, drive off the highway, boats go down to the beach. He had a house on the beach. And his pastime was looking 20 miles away over that hump of water.
Yep, Jimbo, every human being on the planet has probably seen something way too far to be on a globe of 24,901.
Well, from New Richmond to a place called Jacket River, New Brunswick, from Quebec to New Brunswick, it was a 20-mile stretch. We used to have bonfires, beach party at the tide line. Well, there was someone on here the other night says, well, he's from a place called Petit Rocher. He's on the New Brunswick side, a few miles down from Jacket River. And he looks across at people doing the same thing in Bonaventure. But he's got 24 miles he's looking across. He got me beat. So now I'm humbled.
Well, this seems like one of the. Oh, sorry. This seems like one of the most uneventful nights tonight. It's quiet.
I was just going to mention that Nathan posted a video in the chat, or we can see it. A deep interview. It's a live interview he's doing now. Okay. Could be where a lot of people are.
No. That's a video from earlier today, not live.
Oh, okay. What's up, Nathan? Welcome back, man.
It was a really good interview. I already got a bunch of people hit me up going, dude, you crushed that interview. So,
Well, excuse me, but Donald Trump used to know 2 words very well. You're fired. He should also know words like, I'm not filling another, 4 years in that seat with, this shit going on. In a sense, I'm firing myself, Don't think that if you bully it open for me that I'll sit in it. He can be clear about stuff. And that speech, he's so freaking ambiguous. No wonder he
Wait a second. I'm confused.
What are you talking about Trump's speech for, Jimbo? We're talking about Nathan's video.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. Nathan Trump. Okay, Thompson. Okay, your middle name will change that from Trump.
Okay.
Sorry about that, really am.
Anyway, it wasn't an antagonistic interview, Nathan, or it was
no, it was good. Two Christians talking to is good.
cool. Receptive to the information. Good deal. We're just chilling here waiting for the next Globies. So if you got any topics, feel free to bring them up.
It's nice when people aren't so dogmatic that they actually think about stuff rationally and, can change their minds about stuff, When people can't change their minds about anything, that's a sign of a problem.
Sure.
Okay.
Indio.
Indio.
The Indio.
Quantum.
Oh, he's off mute. Yeah.
You hear me?
Yeah, I got you now. Check your PMs, man.
All right. Oh, that audio? I didn't get a chance to listen to it.
There's 2 of them now.
Where I come from, PMs are postmortems.
No, each one's different. You'll get it.
Yeah, like the bendy, or the flat curve is flat. Yeah, that was good.
Apparently, Extremistus has a PhD in English composition.
Oh, that one. I forgot about that. Yeah.
That's so funny, man. That's the best you can do.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Wait till you hear the rest of them. The first one from M. Scott Beach, I immediately thought of you. So that was too funny.
You can do a percentage structure.
M. Scott Veach has a good mic voice delivery. That should count for something. That was supposed to be funny and a joke. You can all laugh later, that's okay. But I expect a nickel from each of you in the mail.
We're all laughing, Jimbo. We're just on mute. You couldn't hear us. So. QE and Indio need to get us a Globie and bring them in here.
If I'm short even 1 nickel, I'll make the train jump the track.
Anybody's out there listening on YouTube, the link's in the description. You don't have to be a Globe believer. It's okay if you're a Globe believer. As long as you can have a respectful conversation, you're welcome to join. Jimbo won't be too mean to you. As long as you don't spew too much nonsense.
Here. Has it been slow in here? Not a lot of people.
It's been like dead. It's weird dead, Indio. You got Dead Air Dave on the mic.
Yep.
So what's that take?
Well, yeah. It's your fault. Leave the server.
Ban me, don't ban me, bro.
I popped in earlier. There's like 18 people in here. I thought there's something wrong with my Discord or something because no one was talking. That was like 6 hours ago.
You know, the heliocentric enthusiasts don't seem to be too enthusiastic about their globe these days. At least not in here. So, I don't know.
To be fair, there's a good 30-odd people in the Bible study room, so that might be contributing.
Anyway, to
Yeah,
fill
so-
the dead air, here's India.
Well, I'll fill the dead air, but not
Okay.
flat Earth. So crypto. I saw your post in that other Discord.
Right.
Yeah, I always forget that you guys don't like consume American media, dude. It's so
Right.
much worse than you could possibly imagine. Like Twitter and like Facebook, that is like a blip compared to what the mainstream stuff is. That stuff's just crazy. You can't even watch it. Put it this way. Well, 4 weeks ago they said we're not going to cover any more White House press conferences because that Kayleigh press secretary chick is a liar.
Well,
What?
They just said we're not going to cover press conferences at the White House.
What? That's
Yeah.
I find what's
you're
going on.
catching me up on all the
the last-
MSMs. I don't watch very much of it. So.
Yeah, what I'm finding happening in the last couple of weeks is extraordinary, even by their standards. Like, I kind of expect the mainstream to lie to me and to everyone else about everything, but you always got a sense of like they're just lying in a way that they won't get caught. Like they're telling lies and they're covering each other's back and all the rest. You expect all of that stuff, but now it's getting to a point where they're actually getting quite they're getting quite obvious about everything. You know, like it's almost like they're going so far that they almost
Still there,
want
Jimbo?
to be caught. It's weird.
I'm referencing somebody.
Yep.
They're
Just thinking
definitely
about
tipping their hand.
Design a.
Dave, do you not hear crypto?
I'm referencing somebody, and I'll rejoin. Sorry.
Yeah, no worries.
Fuck.
So, I mean, what
Me
do you think
too, I
about
gotta
this?
do
Everybody,
Do you think-
not somebody.
Do you think it's got to the point now that they actually want to get caught, or maybe they think that it doesn't matter anymore because they've got their
It doesn't matter anymore. I can answer that. It doesn't. There's nobody left to call them out, right? So if if conservatives or Republicans call them out, it's just like, yeah, they're just crazy conspiracy Trump cards. You don't listen to what they say. And everybody else is, Democrats, independents, whoever, they're all on the same page of the narrative. So they can say whatever they want. It's totally Orwellian bullshit at this point.
It's just like during the LA riots and everything else. You think anybody got prosecuted for stealing TVs? It's chaos. They're going to do whatever they want and run rampant.
So say you're a person that they get their media from TV and newspapers. You're never going to get another story. And the only way they're going to cover any opposition is to say they come up with some conspiracy theory saying we're wrong. And then they go, we're right because look at these fact checkers. And the fact checkers say, look, we're right because look at this news report. And they've created that circle jerk where they're all referencing each other, saying each other's right, and because that other person posted a story that says they're right. It's messed up. It's gone Orwellian. It's beyond anything I've ever seen.
I mean, it's now got to the point where if
doing
you
prison
guys don't
time.
do something about it, whatever that is, then that's it forever.
Yeah, I'm well aware of that.
High stakes. I mean,
Listen.
it's very dangerous when a group of controllers leaves you with nothing to lose.
Yeah, I'm sure you saw that chick get executed, right?
Yeah.
Well, they've
that-
called the world. They've called the world into non-mobility. It's like the biggest bully taunting the school kids. What are you going to do? I'm going to take your money.
I want to give you an example of liberal fucking just. Okay, so I live in Massachusetts. Massachusetts voted for Biden at the highest margin, right? And I'm in Boston, so this is super fucking libtard central. Okay, beyond. So my friend, I heard his wife talking to some other lady. Of course, they're both liberals, and they're talking about, what's Biden gonna do? And I'm with my friend. I'm just overhearing their conversation. She's like, well, they gotta shut all down the military bases and bring all the troops back. And I'm thinking, that's what fucking Trump tried to do. And they tried to pass legislation in the Defense Act to stop him from bringing all the troops out of Afghanistan and shutting down bases. My brain is just frying because I'm like, this was Donald Trump's position, and these two people think Trump's a crazy nutcase because of the media they consume. It's totally crazy, man.
Well, that's completely just partisanship there.
It's
Hey,
because
my
they're
hand raised.
brainwashed
Ready
into
to
a
ask
core of
questions?
to a. It's not about the political issues or anything like that. It's only about the narrative and nothing more.
Well, I mean, they were Democrats, right? Joe Biden's going to do this great idea that Trump had the plan for, but everybody stopped Trump. But the Democrats are all for it.
They think that the conservatives.
Exactly my point. That's partisan people.
Your headphones not working?
No, you did cut out there, India. Go again, mate.
Oh, what I'm saying is, the other side thinks the same thing about conservatives. So imagine that, right? Both sides thinks the other side is delusional.
Mm-hmm.
Which is how the fuck do you even create that situation?
You overstimulate them. You overstimulate the population with all the propaganda.
What's really funny is that both of those positions are actually false anyway, and that actually
of course,
there's a third position that's actually closer to the truth, which of course would include flat Earth and include a lot of libertarian ideals actually, rather than Republican or Democrat. But I mean, I find it absolutely stunning that anyone would think that a man like that or people like that would want anything other than chaos, war, and mass poverty and all of that bad shit.
I've been thinking how does this? I've been trying to come up in my head. How does this end another way? How does this end in a non-bad way? How do people see past? Because we're super polarized here. So how does this polarization end? How can it end peacefully? And I'm thinking both sides thinks the other side's crazy. Both sides thinks the other side's delusional. Both sides thinks the other side is misinformed or stupid or ignorant or suckers or some other thing, right? And they're each being fed by whatever media they consume, right? Their own confirmation bias. And I don't see this ending in any good way other than violence. That's just my opinion. Violence is good. I
don't either.
And it's fucked up, dude. I don't want to have to beat my friend up.
I refer to my earlier statement. Unfortunately, if you have a population with nothing left to lose, then violence is the only answer.
I mean,
I wonder if you're there yet, because I mean, in the UK, we're going to be there pretty soon. To be honest.
I mean, I was there 10 years in a max security prison with a lot of people with nothing to lose every day.
But I don't mean a few people. I'm talking about a third of the population.
Yeah, 1,000 people in a box. You just blow that up.
No, but 30,000 people is nothing in America. That's pennies.
Yeah, you just blow it up.
But if we're talking about millions of people, at that point, revolution is inevitable.
It's just a bigger box. That's all it is.
Yeah.
Same people, bigger box. Human nature's the same. Ain't no difference.
And it's not partisan at all. In the UK, there's people that are having their lives destroyed. Just absolutely destroyed. Millions of people are now. Sorry?
They'll reach a point where it'll hit a critical mass and they won't take it anymore. Or they won't.
I agree. I think we're quite close to that in this country. Obviously, I don't live in America. I don't know, but But here we're pretty close to that line. And I don't know what's going to happen when people have had enough. But it won't be pretty.
Yeah, it's well, think of what the false dichotomy of choices they set up. And I was trying to explain this to my friend because I try not to talk politics with him because he's such a liberal. I mean, he is a legit communist. He's only a Democrat. He's only a Democrat because that's like his only avenue. But he's full Bernie bro, fucking retard. He was a communist back in the fucking 60s and 70s and shit. So he's a communist. He's just settling for what he can get. Democrats.
Yeah.
Anyhow, you got to think, dude. I want to say this to him so bad. You think the Democrats cheated Bernie out of his primary, but they didn't cheat this election? They only cheated their primaries. They have too much class to cheat in the regular election. Come on, dude. Anyhow, this is the dichotomy they set up, right? On one side, you have Bernie Sanders, who is a socialist, avowed socialist, and then on the other side, you got Trump, who's a free market capitalist. And meanwhile, while these extremes are fighting, supposed extremes, right, is the people in the middle are stealing everything. It's fucked up, dude. It's like you're fist fighting with somebody in your house over something stupid, and your third friend is stealing your TV, taking your wallet, emptying your safe, while you're fighting. And it's I don't know what to do about it. I really don't.
Yeah, it's weird. It's like these people don't even really seem to stand for anything. That's what's really odd to me about these people. We have them in the UK as well. We call them well, you call them rhinos. We've got a similar name. I actually forget what it is. I suppose kinos or whatever. But I guess that they're like Democrats as well. But they're not really socialists, and they're not really capitalists, and they don't really stand for freedom of speech. And they don't stand for anything other than what seems to me to be power, control, and their own ascent up the ranks. That seems to be what these kind of third people stand for.
Well, they're grifters, man. That's all they are. They're grifters. They use people that actually care about the issues, right or left, right? So people actually passionately care about the issues, and they manipulate those people to steal everything.
Parasite would be the definition.
Yeah, they are parasites. Sociopaths.
Parasites. And we do have them on both sides, like, no doubt. I would argue that the Democrats...
No, I think... Listen, I don't even think those people are on a side. I think they've just chose, like, this is how I know how to manipulate this side, so this is the side I'm going to choose. If they knew the rhetoric and how to manipulate one of these parasites, one just chooses, I'm going to manipulate the people on the right, and, some other parasite chooses, I'm going to manipulate the people on the left. It's kind of like a, Coke versus Pepsi thing, but they're the same thing. They're the same cookie cutter fucking criminal.
How critical is that lockdown time-wise over there, Crypto?
And what do you mean by that?
I mean, how critically are you locked down physically, and for how long? Like, can't go out of your house, or can't go into a store, or...
Oh no, I mean, all of the oligarch-owned stores are still open. You can go to Tesco, which is, or Asda, which is basically our Walmart. They're all open.
Does it make sense logically? Like here, it doesn't make any sense when they have a lockdown. You can go to Walmart around.
No, and actually, there's no statistics to back up that they even work, which means that they're obviously being done for nefarious reasons. Because I won't be the only person.
Statistics say that they don't work, but it's actually the statistics are anti-correlation.
Yeah, we do, of course. Yeah, but I mean, it's much harder to tell people that because they go, well, of course they work. Because if you just say, oh, they don't really work, and here's the data, then it's a lot easier than saying actually it's. But you are correct. Like there's actually data on South Dakota and North Dakota, and South Dakota issued a mask mandate, and everything got worse when they did that before it tapered off again. Whereas in North Dakota, I'm probably getting the two Dakotas mixed up, but in North Dakota there was no mask mandate and kind of
South Dakota was
So, I mean, look, obviously, I think this whole narrative is complete bullshit anyway. But if you look at the quote unquote official statistics, like, I mean, I think really what's going on is possibly a bunch of psychological effects, maybe some kind of other physiological effects associated with psychology. Maybe they're the same thing. I don't know. But when people are like depressed or they're feeling oppressed, that they then have worse symptoms and react in a worse way to standard things that are happening. So that's the only way I can explain it. But of course, yeah, no, none of these quote unquote measures that they're taking improve the situation. I don't think they're designed to.
There's a graph, right? There's a graph that came out of Florida of counties that enforced the mask mandate versus the ones that didn't. And the two graphs are identical, except for in like as far as like how the cases increased, went up and down in the graph. That's all identical, except for the amount, right? So one is like double the counties ahead that used mask mandates. The number of cases they had is double the ones that didn't. But the graphs are actually in unison going up and down the whole time. So the mask is irrelevant, completely irrelevant.
Well, worse than irrelevant. I mean, I actually, the more I'm thinking about it, the more I realise that actually a lot of the measures that they're putting in place are designed to increase the numbers to prolong any narrative.
Oh, sure.
They have to be. They have to. It doesn't make sense. Oh, there's a respiratory disease going around, so what you want to do is make sure you can't breathe properly. Doesn't make any sense. Oh, there's a virus going around, so what you need to do is make sure that you're not out in nature, you're not out and about seeing other people, so that your immune system is at its lowest point. That doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, what we're going to do is we're going to bombard you with fear every single day because that'll put you in a good frame of mind to combat a virus. Doesn't make any sense either. All of these things make zero sense if they are, unless it's nefarious.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't, you have three choices. They're either stupid, or or it's nefarious, or they're just like throwing shit against the wall. But I'm leaning toward nefarious. I don't think they're stupid.
No, they're.
I think it's the midwits, dude. The midwits control everything right now. So, like, the top people in epidemiology and virology, they say this is a bunch of bullshit. But it's the midwits, government officials, right? The people, the career government, quote unquote, scientists that, have no real achievements. They probably published a couple papers. They're not good enough to work even in the university. And they're just mid-level bullshit artists. They're controlling stuff, right? So we have like we have Joe Average controlling things. Like, great. Like, I thought we're supposed to take the best people to do things. Instead, we take the average people to control things.
Have you heard from the German lawyer, Dr. Reiner, who debunked the PCR test?
Oh, I mean, we've had court cases all over Europe saying that PCR tests are a load of bullshit. The first thing that needs to be understood about PCR tests is that they are effectively an amplification of the data you've collected, which obviously raises the question, okay, it's another way of putting it is like it's a photocopy. So how many photocopies do you take? So you're doubling or tripling or whatever you do each cycle. And they say that the most critical thing about a PCR test, first of all, it's not a diagnostic tool, but second of all, it's which is really at that point you should be able to say, okay, it's not a diagnostic tool, we won't use it. Obviously,
yeah, that's a huge thing they just whistle past, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. It's completely ridiculous. But when you look at the way the test actually works is that it's done in cycles. So what they say is that the more cycles, the less accurate. Obviously, if you photocopy something 30 times, it's less accurate than if you photocopy it once. Yada yada yada. But it's advised that you should have anywhere between 24 and 30 cycles, but the vast majority of cycles being used in tests in America and in the UK are between 35 and 40.
Yeah.
Which all of these guys admit makes it completely inaccurate. All of it. Even Fauci said this out of his goddamn mouth, that anything over 35, you're probably looking at dead nucleotides, and it's probably not active virus. Now, this is even if you accept germ theory. So it's like you've already accepted germ theory, and then layered on top of that, you've then accepted a bunch of assumptions and a bunch of conveniently forgotten problems with these tests. And you've done all of this to come to the conclusion that there's something going on. I like Indio said, and like I said earlier, that isn't by mistake.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think at this point they're just hoping we don't notice.
Yeah, but why would they lie?
Yeah, exactly. So one of my favorite things to ask people now is when they talk, because you know how people think they're informed as soon as they know a couple of keywords. So
Yeah.
they'll know like PCR tests and then like
Exosomes.
yeah, exactly. But when you ask like people what does PCR even like what does it mean? Very few people can say. Okay, so why is it called SARS-CoV-2? They don't know. People are, it's just what I read. Okay, brilliant. And I'm not saying I'm any kind of expert, but I have done a bit of research. I find that a lot of the people who want to enforce these rules, these laws, they want to shame you for not following this bullshit. They don't know anything. And it's just like the globe. It's like they want to shame you into believing in a globe that doesn't exist, that has no evidence. And they'll use whatever kind of rhetorical tricks that they have in order to make you comply.
And then groupthink is born, and here we are.
Yeah, I mean, something has to be done now. I got to the point now where I think, well, there's no point working within any kind of system because the system will always try and shut you down. If you oppose whoever controls the system will always shut you down. So you have to play outside the system until you own the system.
I'm blessed here in Kentucky with my family. We live on a farm of 12 acres in a city of Owenston of 2,000 people. And we are so removed from all this shit.
Good for you.
Yeah, can I come stay? I'm bored of all the shit. I'll sleep in the field.
Yeah, so sometimes they give it your fake victories. So it just came to me last night about these like fake victories. It seems like you win on the surface, but you don't win. And so I'm gonna use a specific example. So they have referendums. So you can get a referendum put on a ballot, and if everybody votes on it, it passes. So there was a referendum for marijuana, decriminalizing it. Okay, they tried for a few years, kept failing, then it eventually passed. Now, when it passes, the legislature is supposed to make that law. So they didn't. So they were kind of like forced to. Basically, they came up with some excuse. Well, it was poorly worded, so we're sending it back for another referendum. So it passed again. So now marijuana is supposed to be decriminalized, supposed to be legal, it's supposed to be stores and all sorts of stuff. Well, what they did was, we're going to regulate it. So basically, they regulated it to the point where you can't actually open a marijuana store. The application itself, just to apply for a license to sell marijuana, is $25,000. Just for the application, they can still say no. right?
Well,
So
I'm accepting
gonna-
all applications.
So who's risking that, right? So who's going to risk $25,000 to potentially fail? So here's the other thing which they've been doing on top of that. So even if you get the approval from the state and the permit, now you have to find a place for your store. So what they've been doing is, as soon as someone tries to open a store somewhere, they'll rezone that place, that particular place. Like that's they'll use the zoning laws to say, oh, we're not going to have a marijuana store on this block. They go, okay, I'm going to go to this other place. They'll hold a special, and they'll have a zoning variance and say they on that block. So basically, despite the fact that the people on the surface, it appears that marijuana is legal and that you can sell it and all that stuff in Massachusetts, you really can't effectively. And Washington, D.C. did this with guns, right? So basically, you have a right to keep and bear arms. What they did was they made it so difficult to get a pistol permit that it was effectively a ban. And that was eventually overturned by the Supreme Court, but it took almost 30 years.
A big part of that is them allowing who they want to sell it and where they want who they want to sell it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. But my point is that you have these fake victories that on the surface it appears like, yes, the people prevailed, we won, or we actually control what goes on. The people do by their vote and by democracy, but it's not actually true. That's just like what would you call it? Public relations. You win in a public relations sort of way, but in any practical way, you've lost and you advanced nothing.
Yeah, it's like
this is
reading.
known as a Pyrrhic victory. If you've heard.
Yeah, exactly what I was thinking too. That word has been on my mind for like 5 days. Because
yeah, I see. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. Like, I don't really give a shit about Donald Trump, to be honest. But what's really concerning me is that this can be done so brazenly. Like, I understand that these people would lie to us about all sorts of things, but fudging these numbers so brazenly and then just lying to an entire enormous country about it for weeks. I don't know. I didn't think they were capable of this.
Oh hell yeah! Yeah.
Seems like they're capable of
people don't
literally
understand
anything.
mathematics. Well, really, the problem is people don't understand mathematics. They don't know how to look at a set of data, and they don't know how to even look at a chart, right? So you can manipulate charts. I'm sure you're well aware of this, right? Just by compressing it or stretching it, or so what was this chart I saw? Oh, there was no Biden bump in votes. So here's a chart where we look at the votes every hour, right? So you can see it's a gradual rise, so they had 1 hour increments. But if you actually break it down to like 5-minute increments, you see in a period of like 30 seconds, he gets 150,000 votes.
Straight
right?
up.
So this chart, like people just rest in peace, American education system. There isn't one. And the thing is, even though there's more quote unquote college graduates than ever before, these people are fucking dumber than like someone that graduated from high school in the 1940s. Like they're just
That's why we're here, right?
Uneducated. I don't know what you call it. They can't do basic fucking math, dude. It's like, listen, when you have the first thing they should teach you in school is like the bell curve, okay? Here's a bell curve, right? So if you looked at this election, where is this election on the bell curve? Well, actually, it's not even on the bell curve. It's off the paper somewhere.
yeah.
But they don't understand that basic thing. Like, there's no voter fraud. Like, dude, statistically, if you take all the statistical anomalies and apply the, like, what do they call it? The law of probability, and multiply the probabilities against each other, you're like off the chart, dude. You're like fucking, you need 7 more pieces of paper on the bell chart for that to even find it.
Yeah. I mean, there's a quote actually to do with how it was like a guy who believed in the globe, and he was talking about how the solar system works and all this stuff. And he said, I think he eventually. No, he was talking about evolution. Sorry, he was saying before quantum goes, evolution. What's that? He was a guy who used to be an evolutionist who realised it was all bunk, and he said that the chances of a protein forming itself is so unlikely that to call it improbable would be doing it a disservice.
It's 1 to what is it? 1 followed by 164 zeros.
Yeah.
Was it that many?
Yeah. There's a video on it. A single. That's if you had every amino acid available in. If you assume the best case scenario, right? That nothing degrades, right? That you have the perfect conditions. That the amino acids. You got all the possible available amino acids. The odds of a single one forming by just random chance is, like I said, 164 zeros to 1. I'll actually post that video because that video is actually pretty good. They actually, in this video, they actually compare it to okay, of course it's a heliocentric model, right? So they say if you had a snail that went 1 meter a day and crawled across the entire known visible universe back and forth, that it would take something like 11 million years. It would cross the universe back and forth 11 million times.
Yeah, I studied a lot of Frank Turek and Norman Geisler, who try to combobulate evolution and natural law, and they conflate the two. And
evolution. What's that?
Yeah. Exactly. There he is.
There he is. But no, in all seriousness, just to put Kiwi back to sleep, the Biden election victory wasn't quite as unlikely as that, but it was still closer to impossible than improbable. If you know anything about maths and statistics,
there is no probability for a single protein forming by chance. That's misnomer. A single functional protein forming by chance, India? Nah, I'd can that.
Listen, I know they do not form by chance.
Yeah, so I know who did that. That goes around a lot, and yeah.
So once you just give them the 164 power, dude.
Nope.
You won't even give them that.
Nope.
Norman Geisler postulated.
No, and I can confirm that. By the way, I'm not just saying that. So.
Oh yeah, I know. Proteins don't form by chance.
Yeah.
Remember the folding at home app? Did any of you guys ever use that? The folding at home. You know what that was? It was like a distributed computer processing power.
I had it. I had it on
you would help them model proteins folding.
Huh.
They couldn't do it with a supercomputer, so they tried to get everybody on board to help process.
Hello.
I think they achieved simulating 3 proteins folding after a period of a decade.
Wait, proteins folding? Where'd you get proteins? Number one, let's move back. Where'd you get the alpha amino acids?
Oh, good question.
Yeah, that's the elephant in the room. You never hear anyone say, "We got Xanax in here."
All right, did he cite himself?
No, is that you, Indio? You got some type of Xanax? You got an abacus or something that you're twisting and shit?
No, I think it's Aramis.
I have an intergalactic size abacus, so I can calculate probabilities of protein folding.
Yeah, you would. Yeah, that's just proteins folding, dude. Where that's light years ahead of where I'm at. I need the alphas naturally, and then after that, it gets even funnier, right? Because you can't have them in water. Why?
They degrade. Water's a solvent.
No, they're condensation reactions. So from a kinetic point of view, it ain't happening. And yeah, and it's a second law of thermodynamics violation.
Sorry, no. I'm laughing at the image in fucking live stream too. Fucking Joe Biden. That shit's funny.
Oh, that's
sorry,
sick, honey. Hush.
I'm easily amused.
Yeah, it's just a point of order, Your Honor.
So, have you seen the video where Professor Dave tries to like take down James Tor? You know what James Tor is?
Yeah. I haven't seen it. I heard somebody told me about. I don't pay too much attention to him after I toe tagged this dumbass.
Yeah, like, dude, you're punching out of your weight class, bro.
Yeah, but
we had this conversation. Now I think about it. The degree in organic chemistry or something that Professor Dave said he has. You were saying there's no degree in organic chemistry.
What was that conversation that there was?
Master. I think he said he had a master's in organic chemistry or something.
Wouldn't that be biochemistry?
I can't remember the conversation we had.
Does he think that buildings can speak?
You can have you're not having a bachelor's in organic. No, that ain't gonna work. You have a bachelor's in chemistry.
Yeah, I mean, degrees typically they don't have like, you know, on your degree it doesn't say like your specialization, right? So you might have a degree in chemistry, and particularly you might have wrote your thesis on, you know, some organic chemistry, but that doesn't mean your degree says, you know, master's in organic chemistry.
Well, no, you'd have a bachelor's degree, but that would be inorganic, not inorganic, but inorganic. How about that? So you'd have to pass inorganic and then organic chemistry, and then you'd get a degree in chemistry. It doesn't really fucking matter.
So maybe you can answer this question, because I really don't know. Okay, so the functions of a human cell.
Jesus, it's kind of a big topic, don't you think?
How the fuck do they know anything that's going on in a human cell? How do you isolate the variables, right? So, I mean, there's a whole story on like how like, you know, amino acids and, you know, molecules get from one side of the cell to the other, and how they create these little lattices, and there's other molecules that bring them along, and there's like these whole stories, right, of what happens inside of you.
Yeah, well, you can stain a lot of those.
How the fuck do they know any of that?
Yeah, they can. Biology, yeah, you can. Well, it takes a long fucking time. So they've been at it for a while now. I mean, for a good 100 years, and then the processing power gets exponential as I think right around the 70s and then into the 80s, and now, holy shit. I mean, you're talking about some serious stuff here. But I mean, you'd have to get specific on how they know certain things.
Okay, so electron transport chain.
Oh, that's that's a fucking good one right there. So
the ATP synthase, right, enzyme.
Yeah.
Right. And the ATP synthase, the little freaking motor in the mitochondria.
Yeah.
How do they know how any of that shit actually works? They have all these like little animations, like just like you know, little hydrogen protons, you know, moving around, and you know, phosphate moving around, and this little motor pumping. How do they know how any of that crap works? How do they
Yeah, most of the stuff, most of those bigger cellular structures they can see.
Yep. I think they found that one through studying rigor mortis.
Yeah, there's all kind of avenues of approaches to those, and sidebar chemistry. I would say,
Well,
electron.
How do they know, like, because you have the mitochondria inside the cell? How do they know what's, you know, is passing through a mitochondrial wall that's as far as individual atoms and molecules?
Well, most of the stuff they can see. Now, they're not seeing the ions, right? That's not going to happen. Well, it depends on what type of ions they are. I don't think they can even see those. However, However, you can analyze, what's outside of the cell and inside of the cell periodically. You can identify those elements, right?
I was thinking, how do you take a sample of that? I mean, that's a very fine pointed syringe, man.
Well, yeah, they could do that. Yes. Yeah. Yep, they can do it. I've watched them do it. Yep, but you're not going to do it on one cell. It's going to be over and over and over again, right?
Oh, so they have a machine that'll just like take gazillions of samples and then they'll...
Exactly. Yeah, you're not doing that cell's not going to survive. With electron microscopy, you're killing everything. Right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's what I mean. Like, there's only so many things they can do. Like, electron microscope. They need it to be on. I think the other side needs to be a metal plate. That'll kill the. And you have to put a voltage. So that's not really good for cell life.
Yeah, that's not a good thing, is it? Yeah. I tell you what. I knew some microscopists back in the day, but I don't think I don't know them anymore. They were all nerds, man.
That's a highly specialized type of thing. Like, imagine designing that machine or engineering that machine.
Yeah. Yep, those guys are high speed, man. But
but you have to be OCD to even want to do that, right?
Yes, exactly.
This is what I'm going to do with my life. I'm going to make a device. It looks at something very small, and I'm going to dedicate 15 years to that. Like,
yeah, and even the biochemist
out a window.
Yeah, but you're talking that's the technology behind it. But the biochemist, it builds. Now, in this particular case, it builds on itself. I hate to use those terms, but that's the case in this particular case. You build and you stop, and then you go back and you check and make sure, and then you build on that. Many mistakes along the way, dude.
Oh yeah, of course. Well, the same thing is like with MRI or
exactly.
That's a lot of like trial and error.
Exactly. Yep. Damn, you got heavy on me. You went right to the electron transport chain. Why didn't you just go for the big? Why don't you just go for the elephant in the room, man? Right?
Because it's critical to human life. I mean,
damn sure is. You ain't living without it. That's for damn sure.
Dude, you're not even forming a living. Like, dude, you're just a rock. You're a complicated rock without.
Complicated rock. Yeah. The liver is a wild one, boy. That was my favorite organ because it's awesome. I've been trying to kill it for many years.
Drink faster.
Yeah, liver, man. I mean, those organs and the specialized functions is breathtaking, man.
Well, ATP is just something I studied, just something I researched. Not as like this is particular just interest.
Sure.
Because it's linked to the C42 chromosome or C42. Cytochrome C. Right, so that's linked to
cytochrome C. Yeah,
it's linked to cancer, and so does the ATP transport chain and sugar and the Pyruvate pathway and all that crap. So there's a lot of. I kind of looked into a little bit about the metabolic causal mechanism of cancer, because there's some things about cancer, such as it has low sugar content or low oxygen content, but high sugar consumption. So I just researched to see if I could make some sort of correlation between those two. My personal cancer cure research.
Your personal cancer cure. Yeah, I didn't spend too much time in that area, but yeah, I got you.
I have an idea what it is, but I know what it's. I'm pretty sure that it's related to the anabolic versus anaerobic respiration of cells.
Yeah, that's what I've heard too.
Anabolic versus catabolic.
Catabolic.
Yeah, catabolism versus anabolism.
Well,
then you got aerobic versus anaerobic.
That's what I'm talking about. Sorry, it's been quite a while since I looked at this shit.
You're not the only one, man. I've been out of the game for some years, so they're perishable skills. If you're not, dead into that specific topic, it's perishable. However, I can resurrect it quite quickly.
There's a thing where people drink up.
It's been a while. I'm trying to think of even when I looked at that, like 2002 or 2003.
Oh,
yeah, I'm an old fuck, dude. Yeah, but there's two ways that mitochondria can make ATP. There's two pathways. There's probably more, but there's two of the main ones that we know: glycolysis and what's the other one? Anyway,
what did you say? Glycolysis.
Glycolysis.
Yeah, glycolysis. And then you got the Krebs cycle.
Yeah, the Krebs cycle. So I mean, there's this weird correlation, right, with alcohol consumption and tobacco use, right? Smoking cigarettes and drinking.
Uh-oh.
If you smoke cigarettes, you increase your risk of, getting cancer. So if you drink alcohol, you increase your risk of getting cancer. But when you do both,
it negates
both. It's something like 30 times to 80 times what it was, depending on the cancer. It's like some crazy exponential increase.
I thought it would knock each other out and be beneficial.
Well, the common denominator is acetaldehyde. Right, so when you metabolize alcohol, metabolizes into acetaldehyde. But when you smoke it directly,
and then you got nicotinic acid, right?
Yeah. So there's a whole metabolic pathway that deals with that, and then there's other research that shows. So I've seen some weird research that minute alcohol consumption lowers your risk of cancer by something like 30 times, and they did something like they extended the lifespan of certain types of worms. I actually found all this shit completely accidentally. I was looking into alanine, the amino acid alanine.
Mm-hmm. Alanine.
So they were testing carnosine alanine in worms to see if it increased longevity, because they thought it might increase longevity because it inhibits telomere. I can't remember the word. Every time a cell divides, the telomeres at the end points of your chromosomes, they get shorter.
Yep.
So they thought it would inhibit that. So they did these particular studies, and they noticed these worms, man, they freaking increased their lifespan something like by 30-fold. Like, what the fuck's going on? So they were like, okay, is it the carnosine or is it the alanine? I think they used some other
glutamine.
They were testing like 3 at the same time. I don't know why, but that's what they did. So then they tried to do them one at a time, and they got the exact same effect for all 3. And they're like, what the hell's going on? It turned out that they were using 1 part per million alcohol base, and that was what was increasing the lifespan of the worm. Is what they were administering, the base on what they're administering the molecules in was the actual independent variable.
Oh, God.
Yeah, so then you can actually alcohol metabolism. So I'm just giving you, I'm not going to go through the whole thing because that's like a fucking hour.
I'm sure everyone's at the edge of their seat, man.
Yeah, they're riveted. Anyway, I made the connection between alcohol longevity and, mitochondria because of how alcohol is metabolized. Doesn't use the anabolic pathway. Or is it the anabolic? It uses the same pathway that you use when you exercise. Right?
You're talking about anaerobic?
Yeah, so when you exercise, you get what is it? Lactic acid and
lactic acid. Yep,
that's histidine, right?
That's what burns.
So that lactic acid, I think it's the pyruvate pathway, can be made into ATP.
Listen to this motherfucker with the pyruvate pathway. Up your ass.
It's a long metabolic pathway.
Aren't they all?
But this has got like if you look at like the graph, man, it's like what the hell is that thing? Like there's like, because there's like redox cycles that like go in circles that have to refeed itself, and you're like, what is this, man?
Yeah.
But that was like kind of like a little branch of research I did. My conclusion is everybody should be drinking.
Yeah, that's when I started. Look at Fuzzy Swan. Look at him.
So, like when you have a depressed liver function, that you have high ALT count.
Yeah.
Right. So I've always wondered. I have a friend who's got an alcohol problem, and he's also got hepatitis. So
that's not helping matters much.
Yeah. So he has, needless to say, he has a high ALT count, or did last time I talked to him, which was probably 10 years ago. He's doing all right. I think he's doing better now. Anyway.
Well, that's good. Yeah, liver function test, right? LFT,
so the liver function
ALT,
test.
and AST.
I always wonder if that's a reaction. If like you have this high ALT because your liver is like, so you can take two things, right? So your liver's not processing alanine, so it's building up, or it's trying to fix something and it's like not working, so it's not being consumed.
No, what's happening is those enzymes, cell death, when your cells die, it'll kick those enzymes. ALT and AST are enzymes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they'll build up in your bloodstream. That's how they know.
But they're not being, are they building up because they can't be metabolized? Or are they building up because as a metabolic function to try and combat whatever ailment you have?
No, they need those. You need those enzymes. Come to think of it, alanine transaminase. All right.
Yeah.
Well, they'll spill over because those enzymes are specific to the liver. They're enzymes made by the liver.
Yeah. But enzymes made by the liver.
Yep. That's why it's not a good kidney function test because, right, they have nothing to do with kidneys.
No, of course not. I haven't. It was just weird kind of strange to me. Like two possible. So I think of it like an analogy to fat, right? You build fat. It's not necessarily a bad thing, right? But the building of fat is a reaction to other stressors, right?
Yeah,
it isn't like I can't process, sugar, so I'm getting fat. But that could be a reason. But the main reason is you're not getting enough sugar, so your body's like, I'm going to metabolize more efficiently.
That's right.
But you start eating normally, that shit doesn't shut right off. So you start to feel fat.
Yep. Because your central nervous system exclusively uses glucose. And if you don't feed yourself any carbohydrate, well, the liver's got the answer for you. It's gonna start metabolizing proteins and fats and making glucose out of them. It's called gluconeogenesis, right? So that's why I always laughed at the low carbohydrate diets. Now, I didn't laugh out loud because some of them have some efficacy. But if you go too low, if your attitude is like, I'm going to limit carbohydrates, which are sugars, and you're going to do that to, how would I want to say it? Like, you're overly enthusiastic about it and you're guarding them, you're really not doing too much of anything because your liver is going to compensate and going to make glucose because that's what the central nervous system exclusively uses or needs, right?
Yeah. Your brain, man. Your brain uses a lot of sugar.
Exactly.
Actually, at the base of it, your body is made of fats, not sugar. So your central nervous system requires fats, not sugar.
I thought you were made of water.
No, you can.
Who told you that? Who told you that you're made of water?
You can store
dude, you know who told me that. The mainstream freaking school, dude. Anyway.
You can store glucose. It's called glycogen. You store that too. It doesn't matter anyway, because if you eat too many calories, right? I don't care where that shit comes from. If you eat too many carrots, it would take a lot of friggin' carrots. But
how much celery will it take?
It would take a lot of celery. And carrots, you turn orange and shit. But conceptually, you could get fat. Right? It's all about the energy content, because alcohol and fats have the highest energy content, right?
Oh yeah, of course.
Yep.
Which is how they built the pyramids, man, because they were like.
That's how they built the pyramids.
Wait, did you just say alcohol has the highest energy content? Right?
It doesn't. It has 7 calories per gram, and fats have 9. Carbohydrates, proteins, 4 apiece.
Not all carbohydrates are created equal either. So,
Yes, they are.
They are? High fructose corn.
In a calorie context, they are.
How your body metabolizes them isn't identical.
Well, no. Hell no.
Yeah, but then the question is, what's a calorie?
What's a calorie? It's a unit of energy.
And how is that measured?
Well, why don't you just look it up? Instead of fucking asking me questions.
How much energy does it take?
See, that's the problem with people talking about stuff they don't know anything about.
Talking about stuff? Really?
Yeah,
Are you
like
referring to me?
Yeah.
I know what a calorie is.
Well, I mean, it's just a general thing.
You're referring to me,
calories.
huh?
Well, people do this, all the time. They talk about calories,
talking about,
but they don't actually know what calories are. It's just something they heard. They heard
yeah, it's something I heard.
They're like, oh, this has calories and that has calories.
Fuck off.
I mean, look how you're getting hostile over words.
Because you're a numpty dipshit.
I hear them.
Calories.
Yeah,
so what does have calories? So, Mr. Know-it-all, can you please explain oxidation reduction reactions in the context of the Krebs cycle, please? Let's see what you fucking know.
Word salad.
Yeah, that's what I thought, you pretender clown fuckwit.
Word salad.
Okay. I mean, I have a man bun.
Okay.
The names that
I know what a calorie is.
Really, so the way you're responding to me says everything about you and nothing about me. I mean, your level of hostility is just retarded. I do hear.
We don't hear you anymore.
Well, you kind of insulted him by trying to say he doesn't know what a calorie is. It's pretty basic shit, dude.
That's his modus operandi.
I mean, if in the end you went to like every other person, like fuck every other person, you're talking to us, not them. What a calorie is how much energy it takes to raise, what is it, a cubic inch of water to 1 degree or something?
All right, sorry about that, babe.
Friendly fire.
No, he's just a bozo that sits in the background.
You touched his subject. You said the naughty word that he doesn't like carbohydrates because he's a super meat eater, and
that's fine.
I know that's like some people just get triggered by their diet. I don't understand it. Like,
what?
I'm eating fucking gummy bears right now, so fucking sue me.
Did I challenge his diet wokeness?
No, man, but it was like a preemptive strike. Like,
for Adrian.
I didn't say. Remember, I categorized.
I know you did. You never said. You said people get carried away with the low carb diet, right? The Atkins diet, whatever.
Yep.
And I think you took that as a personal affront.
If I can interject here really quick, my favorite part was the numpty dipshit. Thanks.
Yeah. He's got issues. He doesn't think atoms exist and shit. He just sits back in the background and just waits.
He thinks there's a rumor. There's a rumor.
Yeah. He's one of those numpties.
I don't think individual atoms do exist. I think they're always in molecular form. I don't think they've ever isolated an atom.
Oh my God.
No, I'm dead serious. I think even if you can't like isolate even an individual atom, that they'll always be bound to another one, at least one. Even hydrogen, it will always be bound to so. There's always going to be H2. You're never going to find H1.
That's interesting. Don't know what that means, but
so you're always going to find a pair, so you can isolate hydrogen. So we have 2 hydrogen atoms. You're going to have a hydrogen molecule, but you're never going to have one. You're never going to be able to find one atom. Here's an atom of mercury. It's just floating around, just all by itself, but it'll always be bound in some way to either itself or something else.
That's interesting. That still doesn't disprove atoms.
Yes, you're right. It doesn't. But I mean, it's like one of those, English composition.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
Doesn't that become
technically no atoms, right? Because you'll never find a single atom.
I don't know. You put an adjective in front of that. I don't think you're right.
Hold on. I made a flow chart for that DM. Hold on.
Doesn't that sort of become though you first have to prove the atom? If you haven't found just one.
Oh God, I'm 1022. I should have never came back. They're closet non-atom people out here, man.
No, I'm not non-atom. I think they seem to understand this stuff pretty well, but I can't say that they understand it well enough. That's for sure.
We understand.
The argument is you can't see an atom, so it doesn't exist because you can't see it.
Prove an atom. I did that the other night. Scroll back.
The other night is pretty specific.
Yeah, it's back there. We had a big brouhaha in here. I think Metallark was the attacker or the tacky.
Yeah, well, you and him, of course, go back and forth. Him and his ether, and you and he's against your
ether. What's that?
That's where evolution comes from.
Yeah, no, just everything being physical and everything being a particle and all that. Like that's
everything's not opposite. Everything's not physical. Information exists. It's not.
No, but that's kind of the way that he frames it when it comes to this stuff.
Does he claim that? I can remember long before Meadowlark even thought of this subject, I was discussing this. So,
well, he's here.
Probably 2 decades. Probably
Don't
2
even
decades.
go. We're not talking about the ether. Just
stop. Well, thanks for that. I'll get right on that. In fact, I'm going to go out right now and start listening. Fuck's sake.
What book is that? That looks like an alchemy book or something.
Well, they speak about the ether, so I can throw aside some of the occult stuff they're talking about. Jesus is the way, the truth, and the life, but some of its physics implications are quite fascinating.
Just block this fucking idiot. I don't need to see
it. It talks about gendered energy that pushes outward, and there's male, and tends to lead to repulsion, and female energy that is directed inward, dark. Not emitting light or waves that we would recognize going inward toward the atom. This would be under magnetism, counter space, stuff like that, but these energies balance to give us what we call an atom.
Sure. Great.
Truly fascinating. When these forces are out of balance, you get heat, electricity, magnetism until balance is reached. That's why a hot magnet there's no longer magnetic.
God, a hot magnet.
Balance. Yeah.
Is that one with shorts on?
It's one that's heated up. The heat brings it into balance and it loses its magnetism because of that.
Yeah. Thanks for educating me on that. I had never heard that before.
I do love the alternative.
Alternative physics. That's wow.
They don't even know what physics is. Most people don't.
It's gotten pretty theoretical and probabilistic as of late.
As of late. Shit. Yeah.
Modern physics, in my estimation, is just using mathematics to make predictions.
Exactly.
That's all it is. Nothing else. Describing how things work, applying mathematical techniques against that. Machine learning is going to obsolete all these motherfuckers. Just wait till you see. When they can just feed the data to the machine, the data doesn't come up with a narrative to go with its story, and it makes accurate predictions. And they're like, we don't know how it did that, but it did that, and we don't care anymore. I've really been thinking, like, I want to feed a bunch of astronomical data, just the data, right, into a machine learning program, and have it spit out predictions going out, 50,000 years using not Newton, Einstein, nobody, right? I mean, like, what theory did the machine learning program use? Right? So, what truth did it use? No, just use just data fit probability that the next observation is going to be a particular result. Did nothing else. It's not running around teaching your school kids that frickin' mass attracts mass, right? But it predicted that this light in the sky will be over there, in 20 days.
Yeah, I'd like to take a shot at that prediction. All right.
What do you mean?
Well,
I didn't get that.
Prediction. Scientific prediction is a little bit different than a Mystic Meg. Cyclic
it is a Mystic Meg. Yeah, it is a Mystic Meg prediction.
Or it's not. It doesn't have to be a Mystic Meg. Most of them are cyclic repeat dictions.
Yeah, that's all it is.
Yep. I bet you that was hard for them to do.
This would actually be almost out a different type of prediction. This wouldn't actually. I mean, the data itself would be a cycle, but the machine wouldn't know that.
Right.
It would just correlate, previous positions, future positions to previous positions, and tell you which one's most likely to appear. It would be a different, I guess, it would be a statistical method of making the prediction as opposed to some repeating pattern. I guess the pattern would be in the randomness. Well, it wouldn't be random, obviously. It's like another way to skin a cat. That's the thing with math, right? So math has a lot of tools. You can do all this crazy shit with it to make these like cyclical predictions using all sorts of hyperspaces and none of that shit's real. There is not 10 dimensions, dude. I can predict my AI in my Tesla can predict, whether that person is going to swerve in front of me and take evasive action using 10-dimensional hyperspaces. That doesn't mean there's a 10-dimensional hyperspace that my car's computer brain is in. But that's literally what they tell us. But that is their philosophical position. Is that because you can make a prediction using some mathematical form, like spherical geometry, that the actual spherical geometry that they use is actually physically real because of the prediction, which is philosophically just wrong. It's just wrong. Because math is not reality. The only thing worse than globe cultists are math cultists. That's pretty much.
Most of the
math is the language of the universe, dude. Nothing makes me cringe more than that.
Yep, you'll hear that. That's the language of physics, man.
Oh, it's like I want to puke in my mouth when I hear that.
Yep.
You can smash them with just determinism. Indeterminism. There's got to be a Glober in here. I'm bored. I love you guys, man, but
There is G Platypus.
Oh God.
Yeah, he's
he's not worthy.
No.
Him in a super secret sub with super secret optics, and it's super secret underneath the North Pole.
Super secret back of the formation where you can barely see the top of his head. Like, that's me over there. Could be anybody. What are you talking about?
He's been gone for a while, though. He planted himself here I don't think he left. From 2 days ago, unless he came back in today. Who knows? It's starting to get late out there, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, about that time too.
You gonna turn into a pumpkin?
No, I got back off furlough starting tomorrow, so I figured I'd get a good night's sleep.
Oh, Indio, how'd you like those two M. Scott Beaches?
I didn't get to listen to him yet.
Oh, jeez.
I've been in here talking to you. What the fuck, dude? Straight curves. M. Scott beats circle geometry and straight curves. So I gotta listen to him right now. I'll be right back.
All right.
Yeah, I haven't listened to them yet either, but the straight curve thing, I've heard somebody else come in here with that argument before also and debunked it on him and got him to say, okay, yeah, I guess I agree and I won't use that argument anymore within like 30 seconds. It didn't take long, but Veach sticks with it, huh?
You have to listen to it, man. It's really stupid.
Yeah, and it's only like 45 seconds long, too, so it's pretty quick.
All right, I'll check it out.
Oh my God.
Yeah. So for the guy that I argued with about that, I explained to him very quickly. I pulled up the definition of a line, a straight line, and showed it to him, and then told him that if it is curving, that it is an arc, and he couldn't deny that. Is an arc a straight line? Is it? Pretty simple.
I'm trying to. Well, the QE posted something funny where it's like a curved line and a straight line. I can't remember who did it though, but he answered the opposite, and it was like super funny.
Well, see the definition of a straight line, of a line. It's the shortest path between 2 points is the way that the other guy tried to argue it, and then in spherical geometry or trigonometry, right? Like in spherical. If everything has to be wrapped around a sphere along the surface, then the straightest point or the closest point between or line between 2 points would be an arc. Okay, but it's still not a straight line. It's that's some real magician shit that they're trying to pull there.
Magician shit.
Sure, why not? They're trying to play with words, trying to fuck with the arguments, like redefine things.
Yep. That's how we got in this mess.
My God, that's like, I don't even know what to say about that. Dude, the poisoning the well, bringing up spherical geometry as a poisoning the well. Are you out of your freaking cotton picking mind?
Yeah, he is.
I'll just say random logical fallacy and see if that sticks.
That's pretty stupid. But as soon as I heard M. Scott Beach say that first statement, he didn't know spherical geometry, I immediately thought of you. I don't know why.
Dude, I'm like stuttering, dude. Because the first audio I'm listening to this, I don't know what's the hell is spherical trigonometry. Then the next one, he's sitting there trying to tell us that a straight line is curved in spherical geometry. I'm like, dude, you just said you don't know anything about that shit. Now, like,
now he knows everything about it. Yeah.
Now he knows everything, and he's saying it's a straight line that curves. Like, what are you talking about? Like, he like contradicted himself like 6 times in like, I don't know, what was that, 30 seconds? Crazy.
Now, you got to get it right. He said, so a straight line is curved as long as it curves in a straight way.
Yo, that's special.
Too
you know,
funny.
it's not, he doesn't say things like that because he's stupid, even though he may be stupid. I don't know. But they say things like that because they are so religiously obsessed with, proving the ball that they will say anything.
They're desperate.
Just anything. Like, it doesn't, I have to answer this flat earther. I need to rebut what he's saying. I'll just say gobbledygook. It's better than nothing, right? A logical fallacy is better than nothing.
Yep. You got it right. They just make it up. It's hilarious, man. I've got volumes. I can run 3 shows just on Scott Beach.
Oh, man. Well, the thing is, when you like pick on one of them, you shouldn't like isolate on somebody for too long because they're like, well, he's just an outlier, right? He's just not a smart clover. But you have so many at this point, like you can't make. Yeah. They can't claim that he's like that they're a one-off. Like, nah, this guy, he's just a one-off. Like, he's just not a smart clover. He just doesn't know what he's talking about. I think you've covered almost everybody. You got any on Simon Dan?
No, I don't follow him. The only reason
I know Nathan has taken him apart.
Yeah, Nathan has taken him. The only reason I have those guys is from chemo.
Because Bev does a show, right?
No, it's the Under Pressure from chemo. Here, let me grab one.
Who's the guy that does all the supposedly science videos where he's trying to do debunks of the flat earth that refuses to ever talk to flat earthers, and he's always straw manning us? I can't think of his name right now. It's Dave. Yeah. It was like Dave the Science Guy, or what was it?
Professor Dave.
Professor Dave. Yes. We need to somehow coax him out of there. We need to get him to actually talk with us.
I already toe tagged him twice. So this is what I'm talking about. These, are you smarter than a flatty or a flat earther? It's Under Pressure from chemos. He goes on sabbatical every 3 months, and there's no videos, and I get pissed. But for the past week or so, he's been putting out video after video after video of these guys over at Panda server. That's where I get all this stuff.
Oh, is that where he's going? I don't know how he can be over there, but whatever.
It's sometimes fun because it's like you get them to really just melt down and start screeching, and then they'll be like, "Dude, that's kind of uncalled for." I mean, Jeremy is always over there, and he's like sticking it to him.
I actually just got to thinking with Professor Dave. I wonder. See, there's got to be a reason why he refuses to actually talk with us. I'm betting he has alt accounts and he comes in and gets banned and destroyed every time he comes in here with them. And that's why he says that for his Professor Dave name. They just won't do it. He's above that somehow.
2, 3, 4, 1.
He's a real radical left wing dude too. That's he's got a problem just with anyone who isn't like him or his ideas that match up.
There he is.
Oh, I gotta find it. Oh man, there's a video I want to take down. Oh man. So it's one of these famous guys. I can't remember who it is. One of these science presenter dudes. So he has on his some geologist, to debunk weird flat Earth weird ideas about the Earth. And the dude wrote a book, and he's got PhDs in geology, hundreds of published papers. So basically, he starts off with the normal bullcrap ridicule. But the very first thing he says, this dude is like claiming to be an expert, comes on and says, "Oh, the reason people don't fly over Antarctica." So he brings this up. It says because there's no flight path. It wouldn't be a direct flight. Now this guy's a geologist. He's claiming to know all about the Earth. It took me like 30 seconds to just go on Google Earth and see that if you go from one continent to the other, like South America to Australia or South America to or Australia to South Africa, that those flight paths go right over Antarctica.
Yeah, if you do the line tool that measures like a distance between points, yeah.
Why? This guy is supposed to be a PhD with 200 published papers, and this is what he's going to come on and say right off the rip. Like that's what you start with, being wrong. I don't get it, man. It's like
no Indio, you've got some scratching with your mic.
Sorry, I mean I just don't get it. I don't. You think you'd come prepared?
Didn't you send me that video? It was him and Michael Shermer or somebody.
Michael Shermer, thank you for reminding me. Yes, the freaking douche nozzle Shermer.
Douche nozzle.
Yeah, that's what he is, man. Dude, because he's supposed to have a degree in the philosophy of science, a PhD, right? So you think he would actually know something about the scientific method?
He's a dumbass.
He is a complete fucking fool, dude.
Yep, he is. I'd known him from way back in the day.
Yeah, because he's an activist atheist.
Yep, evolution numpty. Yep, window licker, you got it.
As far as those flight paths in the southern hemisphere going over Antarctica, I think I have tested that in the past using Google Earth, like you were talking about. And yes, they do cross over Antarctica, but not very far. They sort of just graze into it. There aren't any direct, like any flights that would just come up as the shortest route going directly over what they would call the South Pole, or the geographic South Pole, right? And that's what I want. I want to see a flight that goes right over geographic South, not just grazing Antarctica.
Well, the thing is, there is a reason why they say that they don't fly over Antarctica, and it isn't the reason that he said. The reason they say is because of the New Zealand aircraft flight that crashed into Mount Erebus. This is what they say. In the 1970s, there was a New Zealand flight that crashed into the mountain. And because Antarctica is so desolate, even though they crashed 5 miles away from McMurdo Station, and they knew exactly where they crashed. It took them 20 hours to get to the site. Okay, 5 miles away, it took them 20 hours. So they're like, that's never going to happen again. So no one's allowed to fly over there because, plus the environment, like jet fuel. The odd part is, right, is that planes typically don't fall out of the sky, right? Most accidents are on takeoff and landing. Right, so if you're at 45,000 feet cruising, the odds of you just falling out of the sky is almost zero. It is literally almost zero. Like, I can't. What was the last time that happened to a plane? Some Paris flight that happened like 2 decades ago. There was a plane that just fell out of the sky over what do you call it? Over the Atlantic. It was some flight from Paris to like Brazil. Just fell out of the sky.
Yeah, if a flight were to do that, it's tragic, but that's a risk that they would be willing to take, just like along lines of, having a missile defense system over, the Pentagon or something like that. Yeah, sure, it might be filled with a bunch of innocent people, but it's supposed to get blown up. Like it's something that you take, you weigh the risk and figure out, they're not bothered that much by 120 people dying in a plane crash. It's bad, but it's not that bad.
Exactly, and the factor over Antarctica is irrelevant because typically when planes fall out of the sky like that, they're falling from 5 miles up, and they hit the ground, and everyone dies, right? They're not crash landing from 40,000 feet, and like that they can't be saved if they have to emergency land in Antarctica, right? That is ridiculous. Like, that's not the concern, right? They're going to die anyway. If they crash over Antarctica, they're going to die from the fact that the planes crashing has nothing to do with the environment. So, like, all their excuses are just baloney. But he doesn't say those excuses, right? He doesn't even say the official excuses. He literally makes up a lie. Like, what? Like, what? Like, at least the official excuse is semi-plausible. But, like, anybody can go check a map and see that on the gold model, there are flights that go over Antarctica. Or there are paths that go, all the paths go over Antarctica. So why would you lie? Like, I don't get it.
Yeah, like the shortest path, like if you were to leave, like, from, I don't know, Argentina and try to be going to Australia, that's one that, obviously, the shortest route is going pretty well into Antarctica, right? Like,
yeah, and anyone can check what he said is true, and I guarantee almost no one did, right? But anyone can check to see if what he said is true, and it's not true. And the odd part, he's sitting there the whole, like, because I could only listen to like the first 4 minutes of it before I got so aggravated I couldn't listen. I'm sure there's even more dumb shit in there, but so he's like insulting flat earthers is crazy and stupid, and then he comes up and says something like that, which is like, it's like, this is the best you can do. Like, really?
Actually, that example, right?
Because even Zanuck would have made a better argument than this guy.
Yeah. No, but it doesn't matter because that's not who their audience is. Flat earthers aren't watching them except for just to get triggered. Like, they're just trying to debunk anybody who's thinking about becoming a flat earth, or debunk the flat earth for somebody who's thinking about the flat earth. That's not really gotten into it. They're just trying to stop them. They're being gatekeepers.
If you're waiting for geology, you'd have a long wait. Because the geologist doesn't talk about geology. I didn't even get to it. I got disgusted with it.
Oh, this is funny. So I just went on Michael Shermer's channel. His last video 2 days ago. Oh, you're gonna love this title. Exercised. Why something we never evolved to do is healthy.
Oh my goodness gracious.
Oh, I love it.
So here's an interesting flight path for you. We were talking about leaving, say, Argentina and going to Australia. Well, Australia is a pretty big country. If you were going to Sydney, you would barely graze over any of Antarctica. But if you were to go to Perth, you would have to go pretty darn close to the middle. You'd have to go pretty darn close to the South Pole. So is there anybody ever trying to fly from Argentina to Perth? And if they are there any direct flights? I'm going to guess that most likely they land in Sydney and then fly from Sydney to Perth, something like that.
This guy makes a living doing this crap, man. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, he's a skeptic who's not a skeptic.
Yeah, that will contradict themselves like 65 times per talk.
Are you talking about Shermer, right? Or are you talking about
Shermer?
Shermer, yeah, he writes that Skeptic magazine or whatever, something like that.
We'll tell you in one sentence, he'll say, science doesn't prove anything, and then 5 minutes later say, evolution is proven. They all do this. It's hilarious, dude. I listen to all these like big wigs do this all the time. Science doesn't really prove things, and all we can do is say what's likely, and blah 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 blah. And then the 5 minutes later, they're saying, well, yeah, this was proven and that was proven and this was proven.
Oh, I found a good one the other day, and I'll leave you with this. This is a good one. You'll like this. Where'd you go? There you are. Where are you? It's on that same proof motif. Where'd you go? There you are. All right. So science doesn't prove things. So this is from Professor Stacy McGough at he's the department chair of astronomy at Case Western. I once would have said the same things. It's absolutely proven that there's dark matter. How can it be absolutely proved? How can science not prove things, and yet this from astronomy be absolutely proven? It's
like the way that they talk about. They contradict themselves so much they don't even see it anymore.
So yesterday, I don't know if you guys heard the science news, heliocentrism bullshit. This was on the radio that the Earth is rotating faster and time is speeding up.
Haven't heard that. You got something? You got a source for that?
I could search for it. Like I said, I heard it on the radio. It was like
I thought you said. I thought you seen it on the website. All right, yeah, don't worry about it.
That's just stuff just pops up. You get little suggestions and stuff for articles that pop up on people's phones. Well, yeah, that's one of those I'm sure hit some people's phones. I heard it on the radio. I think it got a coworker's phone.
Yo, Quantum.
Yes.
I found your merch store, and I saw the mask, face mask.
Oh, we did that sort of like a joke.
Well, the Globe Terminator.
Yeah.
That's pretty decent. I just think it should say Quantum Eraser on your logo instead of Globe Terminator.
I put that. Where did I put that?
Because I want Quantum Eraser on that face mask. I was gonna buy it straight up.
What, the mask?
I'm just real picky like that. I'm stupid, bro.
That was more of a tongue-in-cheek type of thing.
Yeah, no, I know it was. That's why I knew you wouldn't be mad at me. But
no.
But yeah, dude, I like the merch, the Black Swan shit. It's just I feel bad because it's like shooting the globe is like people see the globe as their world. So it's like you're destroying Earth. Like it's almost like
yeah.
So it's kind of like a super it's hard to explain. It's like one of them hazardous signs. Like you really look at it. Like that's the Earth being destroyed. Why is that guy doing that?
Right.
No, I really like your merch, dude. Good shit.
It's good quality too. I've got coffee cups, and I got a couple of the hoodies. That's quality stuff. Surprisingly.
Yeah, Teespring's fantastic, dude.
I'm trying to find that mask stuff. I can't find it. Where'd it go? I got too much stuff. Where in the heck did this go? Nope. Oh, there it is.
See, the Globe Terminator is just so appealing. Like to 2021, it feels so right. Globe Terminator. Like it just because people have heard flat Earth by now. it shouldn't be a surprise to anybody.
I haven't said that. I just heard a new Black Swan argument. Have you heard this one? That how do you know that the oil platforms are that far away?
No. What does that mean?
Yeah, that's a new one. And then they ask, I heard it today. It was so funny. They asked the person, is that a physical measurement to how far the oil platforms are away? Yeah, that's the new one.
Yeah, that sounds like them just being being pricks about it. Like they've lost real arguments.
Wow, dude.
Yeah, they're trying to. Yeah, they're trying to say because we're always looking for physical measurements of curvature and stuff like that. And now they're trying to go, well, have you gone out there and physically measured the distance to those rigs?
Exactly. You got it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can go to those fucking coordinates and swim your happy ass.
You don't need to swim. Just take a boat.
Yeah, but you could swim your happy ass.
You swim in 6 miles, man?
10 miles. Straight to 9.41 miles straight to the fucking oil.
You're swimming that?
You could.
Who could?
Nobody swam 10 miles before?
Not all at once, maybe over 2 years.
Well, I think there are like swimmers who can go that far, but not in like choppy ocean water. You know, not too many. Not too many people could anyway. That's for sure.
Well, then just take a fucking boat.
Fuzzy Swan, too funny, man.
Well, then there you go. It is 10 miles. If you can't fucking swim you're beat.
Why does this make it being a downloaded image? Damn it! I gotta take a screenshot of it. It's stupid. It's just a meme. You guys were talking about selling masks. This is a meme where it's showing some like a college band or something like that, where they're all playing their horns. They're all wearing masks and they have slits in their mask for their mouth so that they can play their horn.
No way.
And yeah, I swear to God.
It's just a marketing thing, my man. Like, I'm so sorry.
Now, did you take a good look at my globedemic defense? You see those little viruses? They're little Earths. We're Earths.
Yeah, wow. Well, that's what I'm saying. That's what it is. It feels.
You need to put the mask on the end of the saxophone or whatever.
Here, hold on. I got it. I'll share it. I took a screenshot of it instead of just trying to send it over.
All right.
No, I did Quantum. I really went through your store, dude. That's just tight.
Thanks. Oh, that is so stupid. Oh my.
It's in the point there.
Yeah, that's really stupid. Yeah, I know, Virgo. I know. They've been there since 1978. Yep.
What the fuck is that? What is the point?
That's the world that's the world we live in. That right there. That's it.
No.
Yeah, that's the world we live in.
God, no. Yo, I'm texting this to my son. I think I'm gonna send this to every human being I know.
What? This in the mask?
Absurd.
Yeah, that's pretty stupid.
They don't even have like a flap. Like I could understand if like there was a flap they lifted every once in a while when they had to play.
Even with the flap,
it's just a hole.
You're blowing an instrument with an exhaust to it. It's fucking ridiculous, man.
It's like you would be kicked out of a store if you walked in with that.
Look, why not just like you take 2 nose plugs, right? Plug your nose and take the mask off. It's the same thing, right?
hold your breath. Yeah.
Because if your mouth isn't covered, but your nose is, you just really plugged your nose. So why not just take the mask off, plug your nose, and then carry on as normal and look half as stupid.
That's pretty good, Lou. I'm gonna do that shit to my Buick, dog. I'm doing that shit tomorrow at the crack of dawn. Straight up. I got masks and rubber bands.
I don't know. Your exhaust pipe gets pretty hot. You might start a fire underneath your car, and that could be a problem.
You're right. All right. You're right.
I wouldn't suggest it.
You're at a parking lot. Just pull up and hook it on, and then go and do your shopping. Yeah.
You're gonna be trying to make people look stupid, and then look really stupid yourself if your car is on fire.
Whatever, dude. Well, you put the idea out there. It really inspired me. Because I already have enough on my car. That's just another really good addition.
Nice.
All right, guys, it's about that time, man. Have a good one. I'll catch you all probably tomorrow.
Adios.
All right, sleep well.
Yeah, have a good one, man. Yep.
You see that sign? Has anybody come on here yet? Saying
You should
that they
put
saw this?
and you should put like a promotion code or something, so that so that you're like the recruiter. If you know what I mean.
Well, well, no.
I don't know how it'd work.
I really want business cards out too. Like I have a business card holder because here in New Jersey we don't pump our own gas. The gas station attendants do that. So right next to my gas can, I have a business card holder, like a magnetic business card holder with Earth is Flat card in it.
Cool.
So I need Discord cards. So I built a website. Like I bought a website and I plan on getting those cards going.
So does this Discord's nitro boosted to shit, right? So doesn't it have its own like custom URL or what?
Yeah, well that's not it. It's just I think Indio buys that.
It does.
Is Indio here?
It's discord.gg/flat earth.
Yeah, it is. It's .gg/flat earth. But I don't think just because it's nitro boosted. I think it's because he buys it.
No. That's exactly what it is. Once you get a certain number of nitro boosts, you get the vanity URL.
Oh well, dude, this server's boosted to shit, bro. It's over.
Yeah, that's why we have it.
Yeah, you boost. So
you can essentially put discord.gg/flat.
You also I believe you also have to have over a certain number of members in your server to get it, but we have that also.
Yeah. You gotta have a certain amount of members and a certain amount of nitro boost. Man, I'll tell you what, that URL looks way better on phone, but the phone sucks for Discord. Does this mic sound good, guys?
It does. Yeah.
It does actually. Fantastic.
Well.
Yep, I can hear your lighter perfectly.
Well, there is that. This is my alt. I can't ban nobody.
All right.
Oh, hold on. What are you on here with? What account are you on here with?
John Smith.
Oh, John Smith. How original.
Oh yeah, that's my original account, Indio. He remembers. That's the first one.
I like
Discord.
how that's the only thing you're worried about.
Discord.
I can't ban anybody.
Yeah, that's funny. Hey, Discord banned this account for raiding, and then just unbanned it like 6 months later.
What the what? That's
yeah, and this
fucking weird.
Yeah, and that's how I got back on the old server, because it wasn't banned from the old server, because I was already on the new account. You know what I mean? It got banned. We were on the old server, and then I got it back like 5 months later on the new server, and I was like, "Hey, I'm still on the old server, alt account." I called it Augustus Picard.
Augustus, yeah. John Smith. It's the only thing more generic than Michael Smith. I guess that was your only choice, right?
Yeah. Well, dude, I got the 3 most common names. Come on, Michael, Jonathan, and Smith. I asked my mom when I was like 16. I said, "Could you pick a more common name?" She's like, "Hey, I like it." Yeah. Okay.
Looks good on a tombstone.
Yeah, my mom had 2 brothers, Mike and John. So I got both their names. I guess they were both assholes like me, though, so it suits me. Fuck it. I met one, the other one died in war. Vietnam.
Vietnam. Sucks to be him.
Yeah. That's why Michael, that was my Uncle Mike. That's why I got his first name. He was my mom's oldest brother. Hell, it's probably the best I've sounded in a minute, huh?
Yeah, actually sounds pretty good.
Dude, I can't even believe it. Like, holy shit, man. Is this battle mod?
Yeah, I have to sound.
Damn, dude. That's crazy.
It's a freaking phone, man. They got a quicker upload speed. It's quicker than that crappy laptop.
You'll say yes one time and it'll be like, yeah.
Are you doing it speakerphone, or are you holding it like straight to your ear?
No, I got a headset on.
Oh, you got a headset on. Gotcha. Yeah. It's the same headset you normally use?
No, actually, it's a different one. It's a Corsair that
I know. Okay, so it's the new one. It's the upgraded one.
Yep.
Got ya.
Maybe it's that. Hopefully
on
it's
a
that,
Galaxy S10.
Yeah, it's probably mostly the mic.
Yeah, probably.
But you're not using that mic usually when you're on the computer?
No, I got 2 of them. I got this other cheapie. It's a gaming headset, but they pop in my ears instead of over.
You should just plug these ones in when you're on the computer. See if that makes you sound as good.
Oh, it does. It does. This one works real good on there. I tried it with Judas. Yeah, it's got all kinds of shit, man.
I guess the main thing is you're not cutting out, which is what seems to happen when you're on your computer most of the time.
Yeah, this phone, dude, it's got better it's got a better chip, a Wi-Fi chip. Dude, that computer I'm using is old as shit. It's dual core, 2.4, 8012N. Are you hip? You know it's 802.
Yeah, instead of G, you're on N. Old Wi-Fi technology, basically. Like it's gonna
old ass. Yeah, it's some old ass Wi-Fi. The phone's newer shit. This is a Galaxy S10. That's what I hooked up my hotspot on. I just said screw it and put a hotspot on the Galaxy S10. the earth on that's still the one that goes through the electrical shit. That's got latency too. It's consistent, but consistently low.
I gotta tell you, you sound kind of like run down, like tired or something right now.
Oh, I was shoveling shit at 5 o'clock this morning, bro. I'm tired.
Yeah.
Plus, I worked on the car all day.
Hey, I saw a picture a few days ago somewhere in the server of you showing a picture of a Corvette that you said was your new project. Was that a 63 split window there that I saw? Your new project car? We lost you when things were going so good.
Falling asleep.
Yeah, I think he lost connection or something.
Yeah, I just lost connection for a minute.
I was just asking. I saw a picture of a vet. Was that a 63? I noticed the split window. Is that the year that?
Oh yeah,
yeah.
Yeah, that's my new one. Yep.
That was like. Am I right? Is that like the only year that Corvette did that split window in the back?
Yeah. Well, they did it like 3 years.
Very short period of time. Yeah, I only know about that because I know 63 is like the one that my dad talks about. That's his like dream car. Like if he was to have like a classic car, like that's the one that he would want. That he when he was a kid, he says how like that was the car that he just thought was so sexy.
It
that's the one that
is.
he wants.
I like your dad.
He's not that great of a guy, but he's right about the vet. But he's
yeah. If you're a vet guy, that's like your left nut. You give your left nut for that. At least I would.
Yeah, I'd like to. I can't wait to see that thing. I don't know how long. How long do you plan for that to take you to restore that car? Because it looked in really bad shape.
A minute.
Or two.
Yeah, I'm thinking 6 months. I might take longer than
that. It'll be cool to see.
Yeah, I'm putting a 2012 suspension under it out of a 2012 Corvette, and I gotta customize everything, dude. I gotta fabricate it so it can bolt in like stock. But it's upgraded. I took all this stuff out of a 2012 Corvette and put it in a 78 Firebird, but I never painted it and I didn't finish it. So when I got this, I said, well, that's going in there. Because it's a big block fuel injected 7-liter Corvette motor, turbocharged from the factory. I really haven't upgraded it much. But I want the newest Corvette technology and the oldest, baddest Corvette. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that'd be really cool. But that's going to take a lot of work, like you're saying, like because it's not meant to have that.
Nope.
So it's a hybrid that you're making.
Oh yeah, it's a hybrid and it's a lot of fabrication, dude. I got to center and locate everything. If I fabricate like 2 inches wrong in the rear end, I'm dog tracking,
there's a lot of people who would probably be mad at you for doing that. They'd want you to restore it to its original classic condition.
Yeah, because I got the original big block and all that.
Yeah.
So, but no, screw them. I'm a resto mod guy. I'm not a there's some things that stay classic, but and a lot of guys that 63 is like the pinnacle of Corvette. It should stay classic. There's not too many of those.
Exactly.
Yeah, because there's not too many of them around classic. But how many more are?
Back in those days, the Corvettes were cheap, and people like kids were buying them, like and just racing them and crashing them, wrapping around trees, and buying another one. Like most of them didn't survive. They just got destroyed.
I know. Yeah, I know. But I'm still a resto mod guy. At least, I mean, it's not that hard. It's got independent rear suspension, but it doesn't have it like this car does. So,
like my dad's, one of his first cars that he bought was actually a Corvette. He paid $2,000 for a brand new Corvette off the lot when he was a kid. Like $2,000, brand new vet.
Listen, bro, I keep up with these. This one is a Z06 and N03, and there's only like 50 of these known to exist. So I would say there's an awful lot of fucking people that would be mad that I'm taking it away from stock. But,
especially if you have the ability they would think it's a shame for somebody who could do a full like real classic restoration of that thing to basically Frankenstein that thing.
Do that. I could do that. I could take it back to totally stock, and then I get beat down by newer Mustangs.
Right.
Yeah, because it won't handle with any Mustang above the year 2000. Their suspension is just way too awesome. You can't corner with them. You'll be drifting in the corner while the Mustang's hooking the corner and accelerating out of it. It's too much. And then if I upgrade the motor, I'll have so much torque. It'll be a tire spinner.
Damage to it, yeah.
Yeah, it'll be a tire spinner. Now, I want to be able to drive the motherfucker and enjoy it. And I enjoy sport driving.
I know you know your shit. I've seen too many pictures of too many restorations, stuff like that, to like question what you're doing. I think it's going to be really cool what you're going to do with it, but I'm just pointing out that there's a lot of people who would just be like face palming about it.
Oh yeah, fuck them. I'm an exhibition driver, and I gotta have an expedition edition of every vehicle. If I can't get a ticket for fucking sport driving on the road in it, then damn it.
So is it still gonna look pretty much stock though?
Yeah. Except I'm gonna put new paint on it, but I'm gonna leave the body style the way it is. I could do all this resto mod shit, like I got a 50s vet that I resto modded and it looked all sleek and new, but I'm not gonna do that to this. I mean, there's only so many I'm missing now. I'm only missing like 3, and they're not that hard to find. I love vets and Trams Ams, Firebirds.
If I can't get a ticket for sport driving on the street, then damn it.
That's right. See, just the suspension they had versus the torque pound ratio with horsepower. The damn car would just be sideways all the time.
Yeah.
And I can't do that, you know. In the 60s, dude, they drifted corners, and when they drifted, they were way in the other lane because they couldn't control the drift.
Well, that's why most of them got wrapped around trees and with fiberglass bodies and shit like that. They're just gone.
Yeah, exactly. And I don't want to do that to this. Because, I mean, without the proper, it doesn't matter how good a driver you are. It's just like mechanics. The mechanic's only as good as the tools, you know? If you don't have the proper tools for a job, you can't do it properly.
Did I get that right? Is the 63? Is that a fiberglass body?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fiberglass.
Yeah.
Most years of bet are unless it's a 50s, you know.
Yeah. Well, that's early 60s still, so like I wasn't sure if it. I know a lot of them were, but I didn't know for sure that one was.
Yep. I think there's 2 prototypes out there that are metal though. If I could get one of them, I'd be a happy motherfucker. But
You could do a
I'd
little more.
leave
You
that.
could do a little more with that. You could actually chop that thing up and really piss some people off.
I'd leave that one the way it is. That'd be a showpiece. But it'd get parked where you can see it from the bar window. I might even build a showroom on the bar for it. I mean, I got a panhead in there. Old knucklehead. Not panhead, a knucklehead 32.
For a fabricator like you, how hard would it be to actually just like duplicate the an old car, like say the one we're talking about, and do it let's say you wanted to make it out of aluminum or something and have the exact same thing.
To do it properly, I'd need one to start with, so I could make the molds for the presses, and then press out the body panels. You're not gonna just fabricate that body line. You have to make a mold and press it on a metal and then weld it all together, you know?
Yeah.
But I mean, it could be done, but you know how many hours?
Well, no, that's what I was asking. Like, how hard would that be? You're telling me very hard to do something like that.
Oh yeah, it'd be so hard. But when you were done, you'd have the presses where you could just stamp out whatever car you chose to replicate. You could just start mass producing them now until your molds wore, you know, and your body lines were getting out of tolerance, you know.
You need new dies, tools, or new
yeah, new tool and die. Yep. Yeah, because that's called a die for a stamp, but you stamp out body panels. I mean, if I spent a year making the dies for all that shit, because it'd take a year, if not longer, just by myself. Tooling's a bitch. You know, if I did take that time to do that, afterwards I could sell, 63 split window replicas.
Yeah, like that'd be pretty cool. There's a lot of people who would be interested, especially if you could keep it like, I don't know. I just brought up the aluminum thing, kind of like what Ford's been doing with some of their trucks and stuff like that. You know, like get it light and keep it light. Kind of like
you could make them like those Cobras. You know, the Cobra body, the Cobra replica. You could make them like that, and then people could put whatever the hell they want in it for a drivetrain.
Sort of a kit car.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you know about the Ultima GTR kit car? It's ULTIMA.
Yeah.
Yeah. Back in the day, me and a buddy of mine we were looking at that and talking about possibly building that thing. Like you could have basically the fastest street legal car in the world. Pretty relatively cheap.
Is it me or are you lagging? Is Lou lagging?
It's hard for either of us to tell.
No, you're both fine for me, so it must.
Yeah, I think I might have just kind of like paused awkwardly or something.
Yeah, I like them kit cars, dude. Damn it.
Yeah, that Ultimate GTR kit is really cool. And that was a long time ago when I was looking at it, but they pretty much took all of the best things from all of the biggest sports car and supercar companies. Porsche transmission, McLaren chassis. It was I think the Ford 350 engine, I think. But yeah, just combining all kinds of which is the same as what a lot of Lamborghinis have for the engine. But yeah, the balance of the McLaren chassis with the how smooth the Porsche transmission is, and then the power of that Ford engine, and it's all kind of just put together in this stripped down race car. You don't put anything in it. It's just seats and speed. You don't put a radio in there. You don't need air conditioning. You don't need, just freaking make an awesome race car out of it. Yeah, at the time, we were talking about, it was the fastest street legal vehicle in the world at the time, anyway.
Man, on mobile, it cuts out. I see why you guys leave and come back so much when you're on mobile.
Yeah, every time. Are you moving? Are you in the vehicle right now?
No.
No? Oh, well, especially if you're driving, every few minutes, if you're on the freeway, you're switching towers, and every single time it starts to robot out and lag, and then you got to wait till the next tower, or just reconnect, and then you'll grab the next tower.
Yeah, I just saw my thing wasn't lighting up, so I didn't know if I was talking or not. I had to leave and come back. Now it's lighting up again. Yeah, this sucks. You can't even look at the text lobby when you're in the damn voice chat.
Yeah. I've actually, the recent update not that long ago, I think they said it added features and was supposed to be better. There's one or two things on it I think is cool that they added, but I think they actually made it worse for that. You used to be able to watch the text and still kind of know who's talking and stuff. I mean, you just gotta flip around a lot.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how to do that right now. Oh, okay. I was gonna say, am I still in there? Yep. Okay, so I guess I can. Did I leave the voice chat?
Now you're in.
Oh, cool. No wonder Jose always asked me to do this crap for him when he was on phone. It sucks.
Oh yeah, when he wants to ban somebody or mute somebody or whatever else. No, fuck that. Just tell somebody who's on the PC to do it.
Yeah, me more bet he's always ban that guy, battle mod. I'm like, all right, I see why. Because you have to slide down, flip up, click the lobby, go to them, hold on their name. Damn, it's some work.
Yeah, I started out using Discord on mobile, and it pretty much right away somebody, and that was just for a gaming server I was in, somebody said, just basically when it came to server creation, I wanted to start creating servers, making my own. And it became apparent real quick that trying to do that, running a server on mobile, is pretty much retarded. You shouldn't even try it if you're going to do it just on mobile.
Dude,
you have so much more control. It's so much better on PC.
Yeah, Jose freaking helped build the damn server on mobile. He was constantly having to get new batteries and everything. I can't even see where I tagged myself with my Battlemod account. Funny.
Yeah, so I spent maybe a few weeks on Discord with mobile, and the moment I put it on my computer, I like never looked back. I don't even remember what being on mobile is like. I mean, I have it on my phone, but I don't do anything with it. I like might check to see if I have any mentions or like direct messages or something like that here and there.
Dude, you got that badass computer. You're all laid back. Like you can do 30 things at once on here.
Pretty much.
I mean, I can do like 15 on the laptop, but it's freaking slow.
Oh, having a 3-screen setup, like my computer, like its specs aren't like all that impressive, but the graphics card is good enough where it's really cool that I have whatever it is. It's better than the HDMI. I always forget what the name of it is. Like video something. But yeah, I've got so many ports off the graphics card, and having 3 screens all running that way makes multitasking just awesome. I can be playing games on one screen, have Discord open as full screen on another, and Chrome open on another, and just be doing all kinds of stuff.
You're like one of the guys
Plus Google search and links.
Yeah.
Yeah. Dude, on mobile, it's hard to tell whether somebody's muted because they're muted or muted because their server muted. Everybody got a red mark through their name on this. Shit, this is like being on Discord for the first time again.
Well, there's only one person who is server muted, or at least that's muted by me. I muted the bot.
Oh yeah, I can see them. I'm holding the mobile, but I'm looking at my laptop with my Battlemod account right up. So I'm just saying, like, when I first got on Discord, I had to learn it on the computer, you know, and it took a while to learn how to do everything. And now that I know it all to come on phone, I don't even know how I'd ban a person on here.
It's a pain in the butt. You long press on their name, then go to like their user info or something like that. Like this, it's totally different. But you'd figure it out. Who was it that said that you have the bot muted? You know, there's nothing server muted, right?
Yeah, no, I realized that.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a local mute. That was so that you can't hear the bot. That's all that you did. Yeah.
I remember when I first got mod and people were like, I mute people all the time, Mike. We can all mute people. I'm like, yeah.
Yeah, we can.
Yeah. That dude's been talking for 20 minutes and you've just been talking right over him. Well, okay. I used to not tell people and just troll them that way.
Like, and then you realized you were the cause of rumpuses.
Well, that's why I stuck up for Platypus. Yeah, because Platypus, Helio didn't like him. And he was always banning him because Platypus thought he muted Helio, but he didn't. You know what I mean? So he just kept talking over Helio all the time, and he's like, "What's up with this fucking dude?"
and Helio's drunk, so that's not helping.
Right. And then when I tried to explain it, Helio's, he's just like, "No, Mike, you're full of shit." I'm like, "No, dude, I was just trolling him with the mute. He thought he had you server muted. You couldn't talk. That's what he thought."
Well, that's one of the things that, because I've actually gone, I've built I built a pretty good handful of servers like for people, and I pretty often like I'll just like build the server and then give ownership away and then walk away. I'll leave the server. I don't even go back. But I try to train them a little bit at how to do it, because people will like message me and be like, "Do you think you could help me with this?" And I'll try to show them how to do things and stuff like that. But going through the permissions, that's one of the things that a lot of new like server owners screw up, is they think that the permission for mute and deafen has to do with like being able to just locally mute or deafen for yourself. They don't realize that it's a server mute and deafen, and you have to make that pretty clear. You're going to teach somebody.
Yeah. Yeah. Like, dude, you haven't even gave out mod powers yet.
Right.
You're not muting nobody. Yeah, Karen learned a lot about building servers when we built FE Reality. That's when I damn well knew. I was like, well, she helped build this server, but not all of it, because some of the stuff she didn't know, you know.
I'll tell you what. That feature that they added a little while back with being able to create a template for your server and then duplicate it, that is, oh my god, so fucking useful. Especially because, like I said, that it happens often enough anyway, not like terribly often, but often enough where people are like, hey, do you think you could help me build the server for this, or fix my server? Yep. And I just like a couple days ago, somebody from the Clash of Clans, when I used to play it a lot, I was leading a really good clan and built a really nice server for it. And one of my former clanmates, he went and started up his own clan, and he contacted me the other day. He's like, hey, you think you could help me out with my Discord? I was like, I took a look for a second. I'm like, you know what? It's going to be a lot easier. We're just going to clone mine. Like, and just clone that fucker. Like, here you go.
Yep. I got a template. How the hell do you just mention somebody on there? So on the phone, you absolutely have to tag them, huh?
I couldn't even tell you. I don't know. Yeah, with 11.7 with Gothswan or Gothmog, whatever, his pie in the face server thing that he does. He asked me to help him a couple of weeks ago, or he was invited me, and I looked at it, and as he was talking about how he was having trouble with a certain thing, and I got in there and I'm like, oh my god, because he had already had so many channels made and all these roles and a lot of information posted, and I wanted to just like start over, because we could have done the permissions so much better if we just started over and create a category with certain permissions and then create the channels afterwards with those permissions or something like that. And but he had probably like 30 35 channels or something like that, and I went through, it took like 4 hours. I went through every channel and every single role and every single permission and like clicked and checked, like all that stuff. Took forever. It was such a pain in the ass, but I think we got it working a lot better.
It is a pain in the ass, bro. I know. People don't realize how much work we put in here. I mean, that's just building it and maintaining it. And then there's systems that some people don't even, participate in maintaining, Like they want to sit here and just reap the rewards of everything.
Yeah, they think that we're just here just arguing with them and banning them, and that's our job.
Yeah. And that goes for a lot of people that are also our members, that they don't realize the amount of work we put in here to build it and maintain it.
It was a
Man,
pretty
I gotta do.
It was a
Go
pretty
ahead.
beautiful thing actually after when we lost that server, you know, how so quickly the way we came together and kind of different people took different jobs and we like rebuilt the server so fast. That was
Yeah.
an amazing thing to see actually.
I know all these new people are like, damn, you already got a server. And I'm thinking, yeah, there's 15 of us that know what the hell we're doing. We'll have it moderated and botted real quick. I mean, shit, Indio built the damn bots. That's like dude, we built probably 6 different damn bots before we started this server. We were so bot technology down.
I'll tell you, either bot is such a good bot. Like, I understand thinking that it might be a security thing, but I really wish that he could put that up on like the bot market and I could use it on other servers that I build. And he won't give that out.
Well, no, if you know the root coding, man, you can do whatever you want with it. If you start selling it to other people, then they got access to the root coding. Yep. It was the thing with Annie-Catherum's, but I mean, I'm hip to it. I helped Annie build it. I was looking at the codes he was writing for it. I read a lot of bot coding too, and when we built the first bot, we sat in a server talking about it for 45 days before we built the damn thing. Yeah, I got work in here. I haven't just it wasn't always fun and games and playing for me. And we didn't do it with the idea of getting YouTube famous either. We built it, we maintained it, and when we were done dicking around, we go sit in the voice chat until we had a damn popular live stream, you know? Take all challengers, you know? We used to sit in here with 4 dudes waiting to box. Somebody come in, they'd be like, oh, he's at my weight level. I'll take that one.
Speaking of servers that are kind of at that level right now, are you in, what is it? A Subgenius, Flat Earth Subgenius' server?
I think I got Subgenius's. What's the name of his server?
It's called Flat Earth Subgenius. Or Genius is something.
No, it was on my other account when it got banned, dude. So if you want to send me a invite to that,
I could send you an invite to that. I'll tell you though,
that was the thing. Listen, when I got this account back, it didn't have a server 1 on it because I was already kicked out all of them.
He's an interesting dude, and
He
I'm saying that like to be nice. Like he's kind of he's got some personality quirks. Let's just say that.
Oh yeah. Dude, he's still on my server. I can tag him and tell him to give me a damn invite.
Yeah.
He's still on FE Reality. This is one of Karen's homies. I'm a particular guy though. I can't be particular about people being particular.
Yo, Louis.
Yeah.
Do you see what I just sent you? I'm forgetting.
Yeah, that's a Soundly image, and
Forgetting the explanation for that.
I think that's Soundly, right?
I believe so.
No, I don't know. I don't think
What?
that is.
Are we in one? Is it a debate?
All right, here, I'll post it.
Here, let me do this. Let me get out of here and jump back in on my Battle.mod account.
It's similar to the Soundly bridge thing. But that the easy thing to say is like you got to look at how far away that horizon is predicted to be for the height. And if the Earth is curving at such an extreme rate as it goes into the distance, then you're living on a tiny Earth. Nothing near 24,901 miles circumference, right?
If that is true, then you should for sure be able to see said curve from a plane. Well, not even that, because sometimes the plane windows, I've seen those to be distorted or whatever. But from higher altitudes, you should definitely be able to see the curve if it's curving like this.
Well, the Earth doesn't go pretty much like straight for 8-9 miles and then just all of a sudden drop off and take a 90-degree turn. I'm pretty sure. I don't think it does that. Those Minecraft Earthers might like something like this.
I was going to get onto that. It's like the square Earth theory. I mean, they've just got like 6 flat planes instead. So.
But yeah, there's either some type of I don't know enough about cameras and lenses and stuff to really get into the details, but I'm sure there's, if you talk to somebody who is a photographer, especially who's like experienced in like very long distance shots and different types of lenses to use, they could break this down pretty well. Say this is an effect of this, or this is clearly photoshopped, or something along the
Good night, mate.
You guys all want Sub Geniuses server?
Please, yeah. Just drop it in for a second.
It's not busy tonight. It's he's got I think he's got over 1,000 people. So give me a second.
Yeah, I've not spoken to him for quite a while. Holy shit.
All right, did the mic sound just as good on the laptop?
It even sounds a little bit better, actually.
You're really heavy, but that's just because probably the gain's up or something.
Cool.
I was in there I don't know. I don't want you all to raid this place because there was the other night, like there was some conversation. I was like, I don't want to be a part of this. This is stupid. And I went over there, and instead of trying to fight anybody to flat smack when one fucking, like Glover comes in or whatever else, I went over there and I was like, hey, yeah, I'm a flat earther, and I came over from this server, and here's who invited me. And he was all like, basically gave me the floor, and I had like a few people to just flat smack on my own, and it was like Candyland, it was like a getaway. So now I'm gonna send you all the invite, and that's gonna get destroyed. But there's the server.
I've already joined it. Apparently, I'm not kidding. Holy shit! It must. I've got to keep scrolling. Holy shit! Yeah, I've been in this. I've been in it years.
Hold up, wait. Yeah, I was there, dude. It's still the same damn emblem and server. Just when my first account got banned, I lost it. Because you become, in 6 months' time after they delete you, in 3 days, you're a deleted user on every server. And when they reinstate it, I guess it just doesn't. They don't bother to reset it,
Just get rid of the flags, but not that one. We're raiding or what? Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to like talk too bad about him, but like what he was doing in there, I did have to call him out, and I guess it's not a huge deal because he could have banned me. I was pretty much expecting to get banned for saying it, but instead he promoted me. But like he had these two Globers that he kept on saying were demons. They were just demons, and he kept on like muting them every time. If they talked for more than, I don't know, 20 seconds, they would just get muted, and then he would unmute them and then mute them again, and then he kept on saying that he kept calling them demons and saying that they were his little toys to play with, like his and
Yep.
and shit,
it sounds like him.
Yeah. And I had to call him out for that. I'm like, dude, you're calling them demonic, but what you're doing to them is kind of demonic.
Dude, sometimes I don't know if he's stoned or if he's drinking or if that's just his normal way, I used to like listening to him. Like, yeah, damn, bro, do your thing.
Yeah, that's what I told him. I was like, it's your place. If this is how you want to handle it, I'm just saying,
yeah.
I told him, I was like, because he had one guy in there who was, on the fence basically for all this stuff, and I pointed out his name. I'm like, so if you're this guy and you're watching it, and every single time a Glober starts to make a point, you mute them, what does it look like to him? Like you can't just do that to people. If you've got the truth on your side, you don't need to mute him because he's about to make a point. You just let him make his point and then destroy it. Freaking break it down so that everybody can see. Who is Quaser or Rantum? Oh, that's Brad. Okay. Not bad, Brad. Why are you asking me, North Star? Is Sonny even here? No.
Yeah, Brad and Luca, dude, they change your name so much. I gotta wonder who they are half the time.
Well, it was in the admin chat a while back where they decided to like go against each other in like a name change war.
Yeah, I told her one time. I said, "You should change your name to Fire Lily," and she said, "That's funny, Mike. Why would you say Fire Lily?" I said, "I don't know. It's a flower I was looking at," and she said, "Well, my name's Lily."
Uh-oh.
I thought that was weird.
Don't dox her.
Right. God damn it, cat, quit. My damn cat wants attention, bro. It ain't giving up. She must be coming in the heat. I got the dog, the cat, and the kitten all in the room right now. And the kitten and the cat both want attention.
Yeah, female cats can be really annoying when they're in heat. Like, I think I like boy cats. When it comes to cats, like dogs, I don't really care that much. I think girl dogs are actually like they're really cool. If for a lot of reasons, like
Yeah, the kitten's a boy. He's just sitting next to me, leaning on me. But the girl, I think, is coming into heat. And man, she just keeps getting on my lap and scratching her head with my microphone and shit. Like, give her some love, old man. Yeah. Like, damn it.
scratch that area just above my tail. You know the spot.
Feel like Cartman. No, kitty, you're not getting my microphone. Ma! Kitty won't leave me alone. Be calling my daughter in here in a minute. The female's actually hers.
Get your damn cat. She's horny. Get her out of here.
You know you want that car on your Sweet 16, right? That cat's really bugging me. Can you help a man out? Help your dad out now. Help me help you. That kid. Since she was 10 years old, she said, "That's my car, Dad." My first hot rod was a Nova that my dad built me. Me and my dad built it together. I picked it out of the backyard to the salvage yard. And my dad said, "All right, I'll teach you how to do a restoration and build a hot rod." Been hooked ever since anyway, but I'll never get rid of that car. So the first car I bought myself, I bought out of a cornfield with a wrecked front end, and it was that 81 Trans Am Turbo. Red and black pace car edition, you know? And I bought that for myself, so I've owned it since I was 17. I've rediscovered it, rebuilt it like 6 times since then. But I've owned it since I was 17, and my daughter's like, "I want that one." That's the first hot rod my dad ever bought and built. It killed me too when she said it. I'm like, "Man, your dad built that 7 times." It's my favorite car. But truth be told, I don't even drive it no more. Just an eyepiece. It's like a trophy, you know?
Yeah.
That's mine. So I figure it's just, this one's a anniversary edition.
I mean, you let a car like that sit though, that does damage too. You kind of want to You want to pick it out every so often, at least.
Well, for her, it had a 350 in it, bored out 350, bored out to a 355 Pontiac with the turbo. But for her, I put it back to stock. It was a 301 stock, a 5-liter turbo. So it's basically like a Mustang. But it takes a lot of top end off of it, pulling the 5.7 out and putting the 5-liter back in it.
Actually, what I said earlier, that raises a good question, because I know you have a lot of cars that you've restored. Like, you've got a lot of cars that are like drivable, sitting on the property. What do you do about that? Do you just literally, like, is part of your day every day to like rotate through and say, I'm going to make sure to drive this car today and drive that car tomorrow? And
Nope. I got like 4 or 5 of them I drive. I get a new one. I get bored with them. I get a new one. I'll drive the new one.
So you got a bunch of restorations that you've done that are just sitting there freaking like not ever being run?
Yeah. Well, no, they get run. Yeah. No, I run them. I let my brothers and sisters drive them, or we just pull them all out. And I got a guy. I make him rotate the stock. He has to pull them out, let them run for a while, detail them, put them back in good condition, and put them back in the barn. Because if I get more than I can house, I build another barn.
All right, here's one. Have you ever had somebody take out one of your cars with your permission and just stick it back in the barn and not tell you that they fucked it up somehow? Like with it little fender bender, like.
Well, my son did. He hit a tree. He had to tell me. So he hit a tree in a '60s Mustang.
Yeah,
he was all scared. He was all scared too.
Like all of a sudden you got a fender that's like, dented in. It's like, oh, I don't know how that got there.
Oh, that kid was so scared, man. I said, you little son of a bitch. I'll tell you what. You get it back in the barn. He said, how? I said, the damn fender's dinged up. You drove it home. Put it in the fucking barn, And then I didn't say shit for 2 days. And he said, well, Dad, are you going to talk to me? Are you mad? He said, you got 6 of them out back and extra fenders. I'm like, I know. I'm waiting for you to go strip the fender off. Start getting the parts, boy. You don't want me mad? Just go get the parts. I mean, I'll get to it. But he didn't want to tell me. But shit, I figured I wouldn't even bitch at him. He looked like he was beating himself up more than I could. I just let him sweat it for a couple days. I said, no, I'm not mad. Get out there and pull the parts. You go take them. Because, if I got a '60s car sitting in the salvage yard, you can guarantee it's in shrink wrap or covered with a tarp and parked on a tarp. I don't leave anything classic out in the open.
Let it there to oxidize and for freaking mice to make nests in it, and like that's the shrink wrap.
Yeah, no.
Right? Like,
I got international trucks. Like, my dad had a fleet of trucks parked in a field that turned into a forest, So I got trees growing through cars that, guys, if you'd have just covered it with a tarp, this old piece of junk truck would have now been $5,000, But my dad just left them there and let the forest grow around them and threw them.
That's the way it was done back in the day. Like, you go out in the woods on pretty much every old farm property, and there's cars buried out there.
Dude, there was an area I never went into, and my brother said, "Hey, when are you gonna go get that Super B Charger out of the woods?" And I was like, "What? Where?" And like I say, it depends on who's surveying my property, how much I got. Well, he took me over to a corner that I didn't even think was mine. There were 3 cars. There were 3 cars parked in there. I was like, "Really, bro? This is?" "Oh yeah, Dad never brought you out here." I said, "Yeah,
Yeah,
it's a piece of the property I've never seen, brother.
It's just I can't understand it. Like so when they were done with a car, they would just drive it as far back into the corner of their property line as they could and leave it there. Like that's just what you did. You just created your own little junkyard or whatever.
Yep. Well, and when the depression hit, even if you bought a new car, if your car was turning into junk and you bought a new car, you probably buy one that is the same make or model. And then you just park the old one into the field for parts. So a lot of them, people drove Oldsmobiles and Delta 88s, and them big car Impala wagons.
Yeah,
I had like 25 Impala wagons out here. My boy's like, man, that's all junk. How come you haven't scrapped all them?
No way. The brothers love that stuff.
The bodies, well, they're Impala wagons, dude.
Oh, the wagon, right.
Yeah, the bodies are junk, but the motors and trances are hot rod shit. You got a 354 bolt main, so it's got a stronger, wider crank with a wider main bearing. So they're the best to make into a hot rod motor. And then you got a 350 turbo, long tailstock. Normally only the long tailstock is normally the 700 R4. But you can take that out and put it this 3-speed with no overdrive in it. And they don't burn out as much. But you don't have overdrive, so just a 3-speed automatic. The 350 turbo Chevy Trans versus the 700 R4. Now, it'll add torque and power to your truck or your car, but you won't have overdrive, so you're paying more when you're rolling down the highway. Yes. Plus, you're running higher RPMs.
Yeah.
But they're more stable for a hot rod. You're going to beat the shit out of it. You're probably not going to drive it on the highway for long distances.
Right.
So they work out. I use them for the Chevy, my mud trucks too. If I build a mud truck. Like
something that first plow through it. Wow, like
yep. The first 3 things I put those motors in was a S10 4-wheel drive. And a couple S10 hot rods, 2-wheel drives. Everybody in town was building these 305 5-liter S10s, and I'm like, yeah, I can do better than that. So I built a better one with a 5.7-liter 4-bolt main 350 turbo, like drag quality. I only drove that twice. Shit, I owned that 15 years before somebody finally said, they give me way more for it than I should ever get. And I said, yeah, you can buy that. You won the lotto, now you're going to spend twice as much on an S10 than it's worth? Okay.
Must have been something there that he really liked that you can't find.
Oh, yeah, it could have been the Trooper on the front hood. I put an Iron Maiden paint job on that fucker that was bad. I painted it pearl white, and then I got stoned and decided to put the Trooper on the dash and on the hood.
When I was a teenager at like 16, I bought a car off a friend, like an older friend that he was just flipping cars, kind of didn't really have like a dealer's license or anything, but I needed a car and he gave me a good deal on this old, like I think it was like what year was it? Maybe like a early 80s. I forget what year it was. Mercedes, like Mercedes-Benz, whatever, like, but like it had this European. It had a European front clip on it, and he was telling me that it was like there was only like 1,000 of them ever shipped to the United States.
Yeah, it had a straight 6 in it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I know exactly what you're talking about.
I had that fucker, and unfortunately, just because of the age that I was, like, I knew that the body itself was worth a good chunk of money. Like that clip was worth $1,000 easily, just the front clip. But like I couldn't fix it. I didn't know shit about it. Like, I ended up, like, it started going, like, the carburetor was all fucked up, and then I had it sit, whatever it was, like, I had to sell the fucker, and I just put it on the side of the road for best offer, and I think I wanted $1,000 for it, and I think I ended up selling it for like $100 fucking bucks, and I know that the clip itself was worth $1,000.
Yep.
That's a shame.
The American Mercedes.
Yeah.
Yep. Is it like a 280 something?
That sounds about right, because I actually did. I had a friend of my mother that she was dating. He was like machine shop, like, quality control guy. He, like, knew everything, like, about all that stuff, and was super meticulous. And I blew the head on it, and I actually rebuilt the head with this guy, like, step by or rebuilt the engine and replaced the head with him. And that sounds right. Yeah, that's the one. That is it.
Yeah, that's a 280S.
Actually, that's not the front clip though. That's
no. People put custom clips on the front of them. You can get the more European looking front clips.
Yeah, it was the Euro clip, like that.
Yeah.
That was the thing that was. There was like only 1,000 of them in the States. At least that's what my buddy told me. Like, ever, so probably less than that. But yeah, that was the car. But it looked good.
I've owned one of them.
the front end looked nicer.
Yeah, look, I'll show it to you. People pimp them out. It's got the more Mercedes traditional looking front end. People drop them, slam them. You know what I did with mine? It looked just like this one. I put a Mustang motor in it.
I think it was yeah. You said it was a 280. Yeah, it was the 280E is what it is. Yeah, the SE you got right there. Yeah, the 280E was what it was.
Yeah, that front clip right there.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah, it's a Royale. The Royale clip. There's only so many of them that actually came with that.
Yeah, there wasn't many. Yeah, that was the one that I had. And look how low it is to the ground. It's like slammed to the ground like that. Like,
yeah.
Mine was riding like that. Not quite as low, I don't think, but.
So they're both the 280 SE, but the 280 SE that I showed you, the first one, that's the American edition. This is a Euro. That's actually a Euro edition.
Yeah,
that was sold in America.
That's the one that I had, not in this good of condition, but that's the one that I had.
Yeah.
I put, dude, it was like an app, like just like a Malco freaking like jade green freaking paint job on the thing, and it had a rigged up exhaust, and I put gold dingleberries in the windows, man. It looked like a Mexican lowrider.
Mine was silver just like that, and I was driving it, and the motor went out, and my dad said, "Yeah, we can rebuild that," and I said, "I'm gonna put a Mustang motor in it." He's like, "That's a luxury car, blah blah blah." I was like, "Dad, you can get a Mercedes with aluminum box 30250 in it. Don't tell me luxury can have power too, you know." But I just put a stock Mustang motor in there, rebuilt the motor, the trans. I put the entire Mustang wiring harness in it. It wasn't that hard at all, but it did have big chrome tips on the back of it, dual exhaust. Just for a joke, I put some cherry bombs on it for a while. My brothers thought it was funny. Had the Mercedes that would cam, bop, 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 bop.
Yeah, I pretty much turned mine into a joke. But I was like I said, like 16, 17 years old, something like that. I think I bought the thing for like $2,000.
Dude, one of them right now, if it's just complete stock and the motor doesn't run, you could sell for like $8,000, $10,000 just for that body.
I don't doubt it. Like that's why I brought it up. It's just like a shame that the thing was I took it to
listen, dude. That's not just the fish that got away. That's the big fucking fish that got away.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, it was 5 foot long. I got it to the shore and it broke my line.
Well, at the time, it didn't bother me much, but I knew it meant a lot to the person who sold it to me. I knew there was a reason for it. I just didn't give a fuck. I was like 16, 17 years old. You know, I was like
special edition.
Yeah.
All special edition cars are worth more.
Yeah, when I told him, he asked me what happened to that car. You know, I hadn't talked to him a lot, and when I did talk to him, he's like, "So whatever happened to that Mercedes?" Like, blah blah blah. And I told him that I ended up, you know, like it wasn't running right, and I could I put it on the corner of like a busy road, like a farmer's yard down the road, and where he let people sell cars there because it had a lot of traffic, and I put it there to sell it, but like it was just too much of a pain in the ass to even get the thing running to get it out of there, and I had it sitting there and it wouldn't sell. I got a all of a sudden I got like a thing on a sticker on it from the police saying like that it's been sitting there too long. It wasn't even that long, and that it had to go or they were gonna tow it. And sure enough, like I got that sticker. Like a day later, a fucking off-duty cop came over in plain clothes, and gave me an offer on the vehicle. He said he wanted to see the vehicle. And I showed it to him, and he, looked at it, blah, 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 closer. But I know he's already looked at it because the fucking cop who put the fucking tow sticker on it.
Yeah.
So he knew the fucker had to go because he put it that way. And then he offered me $100 for the thing, even knowing full well that it was worth at least 1,000, and going up. And being a 16-year-old kid. What am I going to do? I've either got to tow this thing out of here or I got to get $100 for it. I did it,
Yeah.
But yeah, the friend who sold the car to me, though, I told him that story. He's like, man, you should have called me. Like, I would have bought it back off you for the same price I sold it to you for, even in that condition. Damn, you're right. I should have called you.
No shit. Yeah, I buy them like that. I mean, I'm not the cop that can tag them, but I definitely buy a car off a guy that's in a position.
Yeah, I got fucked by the police on that one.
The MC's good for that. The Motorcycle Club, you have guys that have been collecting parts. If you're doing a custom build and you got a certain, this is the way I see it. Well, you start with the first part, you get the body, you get the body kit. Then you start buying motors and transes and rear ends and parts. A lot of guys won't even start building their car until they got all the parts. Because once you got if you're fabbing, say you're going to put a 4 or a 3-bar independent suspension into a 3-link, you're not going to fabricate the car until you got the setup, so you get it all within variants, centered and located, right? But when those guys get in trouble, it's a MC, it's a motorcycle club. So when them guys get in trouble and they need lawyers, you can buy a $20,000 worth of builder kit for $10,000, Just go to start building. I love them like that. It's like a model for me, Lou. Like I just got this new model from Kmart. That's how I got started, you know. My dad, he was a hot rodder, you know, so he bought his kids racetracks and model cars, you know. After you build 100 model cars, you're like, I'm going to build a car like this someday. Eventually that comes into your mind. So my dad knew what he was doing. The first 60s classic cars and 30s classic cars that I modified were model kits. You know?
Man, I'm just looking at the difference between, okay, so like it now that I'm older and I know what I did at that young age, I'm like working myself up, getting pissed about it. Like, look at how beautiful the bottom picture is compared to the top picture. They're the same car, basically. Like,
yeah,
like, just look at how much, look at how much nicer that is.
I don't have to because I'm actually aware of that. That's how I got them pictures so quick, Lou. I knew what you were talking about.
Yeah, that's the one. And it fucking pisses me off now. And it didn't piss me off then. Not too much anyway.
When you flip cars and shit like that, you got a good idea of what's popular and what's not. What's hot and what's not. I don't buy cars that don't have value. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So if they got value, if they're popular or collectible, then I probably know about them.
Like, shit, I just wish I knew somebody like you then, you know, like, hey, check out this car I got. You want to fix it up?
I got stories like that too, where I bought cars that I didn't do nothing with, you know, when I should have, or I sold and I shouldn't have.
Yeah. The one you let get away.
Yeah, the Yanko Camaro, the Boss Mustang. Everybody talks about the '65 Boss Mustang. It's so awesome.
You had one of them? Didn't think much of it?
No, here's the thing. They are awesome. But the most awesome 65 Boss Mustang isn't really a 65. It's a 64 and a half. It's an early production model, and they're rare. There are only so many people that actually got these cars ahead of time. So if you got one of them, just for that half a year, you can add $50,000 to the value of your car.
Yeah, that's cool. It's a yeah, because it's rare. It's a collector's item. People are willing to pay a lot for that.
Yeah. And it's not a 65, it's a 64 and a half, but it's the 65 body style.
It's kind of like Indio's story with mining 400 Bitcoins and selling them at $4.50 each. We were just talking about that last night. Or maybe it was the night before. You know,
and now they're worth 400
Bitcoins. They're worth 37,000 a coin right now. Fucking, he sold them for $4.50 a coin. 400 of them. That's what he said the other day. Anyway, something like that. For something.
Yeah.
Or I was actually telling that story to a coworker today, and he related it to a story of I think his brother or a friend of his who Giannis Antetokounmpo, you know, the Packers, or I mean the Bucks, you know, star player that just signed the super contract.
Mm-hmm.
Basketball player. But he buddy he knows bought just like paid a few bucks just for a pack of you know, basketball cards, and it, you know, yeah, he ended up selling it for like you know, like $20 or $30 or something like that. It turns out the fucker is worth like $13,000 right now. It came with like a piece of like felt from a jersey and like it's signed and this and that. It's like a super rare Giannis rookie card. And yeah, it's one of those that gets away, right? You think you're getting a good deal when you get like $50 for it, and sure enough, a couple of years later, shit goes way, just skyrockets, and all of a sudden it's worth $12,000-$13,000.
Yeah. If we only knew when it actually happened. Everything looks better in retrospect.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, hey, I paid $3 for a pack of cards, and this guy's offering me $50. Yeah, fuck yeah, I'll fucking take it.
Sell us for that Bitcoin. Yeah, I'll sell a $50 Bitcoin. Yeah, it was only offering me $3.
Yeah.
My uncle worked at a manufacturing of Ford. It's called Michigan Gear and Axle. He worked at a gear and axle company. He retired from there and he was a general manager, the floor manager. He made good money. But every week for his entire career there, he would buy 2 boxes of ball cards and never open them. And just sell the mystery packs. And then you had people, when he sold that shit, you had people that were like, that year, there's so many good cards from that year. He'd just see what he could get for each pack. He made a killing doing that.
That's actually what the coworker was also talking about, was these mystery packs. I think that's what it was.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you never know, Pete Rose had his best card was in this year. And then you got a shitload of boxes from that year and still got the bubble gum in them. That shit turns to powder after so long.
Yeah.
Well,
I remember the bubblegum baseball cards. Yeah.
Yeah, I bought some of them packs, Lou. Yes, I did. I bought boxes. I opened them sons of bitches up and organized them. But the damn gum, dude, as soon as you touch it, it turned to a pile.
I don't doubt it. Even back when I was a kid, like you'd buy one of those packs and they were just freaking almost like they were just brittle. It was just this is gum.
Yeah,
it's not very chewy.
Yeah, dude, you had to suck on that shit for 10 minutes before it's like, bitch, did you wait 5 years to sell this pack of cards? Is this early production or what? That gum was nasty. Yeah. I hear you.
But as a kid, you just loved it. It was like, I get a piece of gum. The worst gum you've ever had in your life, but it's gum. So yeah, go kid, go.
Yeah.
I used to sit out.
I always liked that.
I used to go out in the there was one time as a really young kid, I would climb this tree out in front of my house, and the police station was kind of across the street as an apartment complex. There's this tree, and there's a really busy road, and cops would always be coming out, and I would sitting up in the tree, and one day I yelled out, I was like, "Do you have any?" I used to always ask him. I was like, "Do you have any baseball cards?" And dude, this cop was so far away. His windows were down. It was a summer day, but I couldn't believe that he heard me. There's no way he should have heard me. He turned around, pulled into the apartment complex, came over, and was like, "Here, kid, here's some baseball cards for the Brewers," and had some of that gum in it. Always did. That was back in the Robin Yount days and shit too. And I ended up giving away Paul Molitor, Robin Yount. Those cards are worth something now. I had a really nice collection of cards. I just gave them away back in the day too. I had a couple 2,000 cards. Ended up giving them all away to my younger cousin. He never told me what he got out of them. but I know he sold a bunch. Yeah, Spiral, that's the thing. So like the game is they're worth a bit and you're expecting them to go up. Like how long are you going to hold on to them? Like how do you know they're not going to just drop? You got to find the right time to sell them. Like if Magic is hot right now, this is the time to do it.
Well, the late editions, so like different series of cards. So like 15 years ago, they had a certain like theme going, and every year or two they bring another theme. So the ones he's probably talking about are the ones that go way back, the OG white borders. But yeah, they're worth quite a bit. It's like Pokemon cards, I guess, these days. It's just like more so the first editions and stuff are worth quite a bit.
Well, with like Pokemon is a really good example. Like right now, like Pokemon was hot and it died for a long time, and then all of a sudden it's like everybody's all because of Pokemon Go. You know, Pokemon is really like hot again with everybody. So the value of those cards skyrocketed recently. Like, isn't now the time to sell? But then again, what if it dies off and there's another resurgence and all of a sudden what became you know like
a 20k Bitcoin and then there's a 30k Bitcoin and then 40k Bitcoin. Yeah, exactly, man. You can never know. It just depends on the condition with these old ones. I mean, the price is massive difference depending on the condition. And the funny thing is, there's some cards in the old editions of Magic that state on the card, tear the card up into pieces. It's fucking ridiculous. So they're really rare.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I never got into Magic. I had a bunch of friends who did. I think I played it a couple times. I never quite understood the game, but like they'd want to play Magic and they'd like have like an extra deck. But of course, they have their deck with all the best cards, and then they have like a deck of shitty cards to give to me. So like,
well, the thing is with decks and ones that are really, really powerful is like you could have a deck that's a couple of grand. You could have a card that's like 50, and you could have 4 in a deck. That's the maximum amount of duplicates, right? So you could have like, oh man, you could they're so expensive, especially the tournament like standard edition. So like the most recent, say going back 3 editions, they're the standard. They're in the tournament, what's known as like standard edition, and they're expensive as well. So it's like on either end of the spectrum, they get pretty pricey. Because there's still competition. There's not really too many Pokemon competitions going, I guess, that I know of anyway. But Magic and whatnot there is. I guess Yu-Gi-Oh as well. I don't play that.
So like games like that, like Magic, they're not producing like reproducing decks or anything like that. It's all old stuff, or they are.
No. Every like edition. So every like year or two.
Oh, so they are still putting. They are still putting
We're
them out.
on. We're on edition. What was it like? Every year they brought one out, so we went up to like 10th edition, and then they started bringing out like themed editions in between, and so there's quite a lot. There's hundreds and hundreds of thousands of cards. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. So like, imagine though if Magic stops producing cards and the game dies for a while, but then it comes back. You know, like, and it's all collectors stuff. That's when they're going to really skyrocket.
It might do, because it's becoming like an esports thing as well now, with a Hearthstone kind of online games like that, MTG online and stuff. So you don't, even though on the MTG online game you have to buy the cards and you have to buy these boosters, so these like loot boxes. It's crazy, man. The amount of money they're raking in out of nothing. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. A little bit of ink and some paper, and well, again, Bitcoin. What is that? I mean,
that's just a money laundering scheme.
I mean, they're literally valuing like just data, like just e-junk. Like, might as well be your skin on Fortnite, right?
It's the fact
that's what they just came up with. They came up with a Fortnite skin, but it's not even that tangible, and that's what you're valuing at like $37,000 a coin.
Yeah, it's pretty nuts. And to be honest, it's like what 21 million total Bitcoin. I can't remember the exact number that can be produced completely. I don't know if I were through it now.
I might have the number wrong, by the way. 30. I know it was in the 30s. We talked about the other day. It's like 30.
38.
Is it now 38? So it was 37. It's already 38. See, that's what I'm saying. It just went up another $1,000 a coin since like yesterday.
It was 39. It almost hit 40K.
When there's always riots and trouble going on, there's always an influx in Bitcoin price. I'll tell you that. That's a correlation I've noticed. When there's a bit of a...
That's a good point. That's a really good point.
People just think the higher ups are also pumping and dumping. You know, the higher ups are also kind of wanting to invest in something or to sell.
Yeah.
Or that'll influence the price. You know.
Yeah, it's because people are they're buying Bitcoin, trying to get out of. They think that they're worried about the dollar. They think the dollar is going to collapse and that Bitcoin's going to somehow save them. But Bitcoin itself is only worth what you can get American dollars for it, like right now, anyway.
Yeah, it's like a holding
dollar,
or you can, or any dollar, or any currency, I suppose. But it's only worth the fiat paper currency that you can get for it.
It's a storage currency. It's not a usable the way it's coded on the blockchain, and it's a really slow fucking type of crypto, really, for transitions and transactions.
It wasn't intended to be that way, though, right? I mean, it was supposed to be like super, like fast and easy. That's the way they sold it.
I think Visa do like millions of transactions a minute or whatever, and then Bitcoin's even slower. But yeah, it's funny, man. I like it because people are still under the impression like privacy and anonymity.
Yeah, and anonymity.
Completely not. It's full open, but that's good and bad. It's like a two-edged sword, you know, two-edged sword.
Well, right. If every transaction you ever do is kept on a ledger by thousands and thousands of people, like that's not anonymity.
It's anonymous until you know who did the transaction.
Yeah.
And then you track every transaction back, and it's revealed.
Well, that's why cash. Yeah, that's why they're trying to get rid of cash, is because we can actually trade cash anonymously, and they can't track it like they can if it's on a ledger electronically.
I'm just thinking about these millions of Bitcoin that are out there that have been lost. So, like, if you look at the cap of how many total Bitcoins there can be ever existent,
it was 20 million.
The limit,
21.
right? And at least, my guess, like 40% of all them made will be lost forever because of like people forgetting keys, codes, police breaking, raiding, gangs, and obviously gangs and criminals use Bitcoin, this and that, and they're just being what's happening to them Bitcoin. That's what I want.
Those coins only raise the value of the coins that are still left, though, in the pool.
That's
the ones that right, the ones that are lost makes the ones that are available more valuable.
But it's going to be like that anyway because there's a limit. But you don't know the limit's even shorter than you think. That's Is that a lot? I reckon like 40% are lost.
More.
Easy, yeah.
1 million is still in the creator's wallet. 1 million Bitcoin.
Right, he's just ready to cash out and buy the world, right?
Never. Yeah.
Pretty much.
Well, yeah, the rumor goes that Satoshi is or dead or he's crack right.
Well,
But
you're talking about the person who supposedly came up with Bitcoin, right? So,
yeah.
Yeah. I remember looking into this, and there's a lot of people who think that that was probably just like an alias name. That name of a person does not exist.
Right. Yeah. There are a lot of rumors, right? So Satoshi Nakamoto wrote the white paper for Bitcoin. People say that it is a CIA thing, right? To make us comfortable with digital money.
Yeah, you know what? Especially, I mean, I remember hearing all of that a long time ago, and it was kind of like, yeah, whatever. But look at the way things are going right now. That sounds way more likely actually now.
Right. Because he disappeared after 2 years. It was nice talking to you guys. Go.
Likewise, man. See you in a bit.
Yeah, I should be in bed too. So have a good night, everybody.
Good night, man. Be 40K tomorrow.
You know, that's funny too, because a few years back, probably, I don't know, 4 years ago, 5 years ago, something like that, when Bitcoin had a huge surge and it hit like 20,000, and I had a friend who was really trying to get me, to buy into Bitcoin for a long time, and I was like seriously thinking about doing it. I was getting a good Christmas bonus, and I was about to put like a $3,000 Christmas bonus right into Bitcoin, but it was like surging at that time, and all of a sudden I'm like, "Well, no, this is stupid. Like you buy low, you sell high. Right now it's clearly at a high point. I should wait." But that was it. So it surged up to like 20,000, and then shortly after it dropped to like, I don't know, 15, might have even gone down to like 10. That would have been the right time to buy in, but I never did. If I could have bought it 10,000 and now it's at 37,000.
Oh man, I've got stories. I was that crazy conspiracy theory, like my friends like, just buy some, it's £600, you know. Crazy nutter.
But yeah, the funny thing, even early on, before most people never heard of it, back like during the 2008 like recession that we had here in the United States, like that's pretty much when Bitcoin started. The shit was super cheap. I was reading up about it then. Like I'm so kicking myself in the ass about like not getting into it. But yeah, I didn't understand it. I didn't understand I still don't know how to actually like trade crypto and like what it's all about, exactly how it works. It just seems so complicated. But like, had I got into it then, oh my god, I'd be so rich right now.
That quote I just made up. The only thing going to the moon is
no. If I sold, dude, if I would have bought, all you gotta do is sell. Like, yeah, look at that shit. That's how you know doomsday's on its fucking about to happen. When you get a straight line going up on Bitcoin, that's how you know we're about to have doomsday.
Yeah, I was looking at it and like, I was like forcing people at like 2016, 2018, whatever, just come on, buy. And then it kind of dipped and people were like, look at it, it's gone back down to 8 from 20, right? And I was like, just watch.
I mean, my friend that was trying to get me to buy, he's talking about like I was talking about how high can it actually go, and I was probably thinking like 20, 30, maybe 50,000 is like about the highest that a Bitcoin, some e-currency could ever go. He's like, it's going to easily hit $100,000. It doesn't matter when you get in, you just need to get in because it's going up. Like it's going up. And I'm like 20,000. Like, are you kidding? But he's right. It's good right now. If you look at it from then till right now, Well, I could have made $17,000 per coin, if I had a coin. That's a good investment. That was only a few years ago.
I know those. At the time, I was getting into altcoins and all these ISOs and stuff. And what I seemed to notice that I was thinking in the back of my mind, something's not right here. It seemed that like a bot or an AI or something is creating these like domains and whatnot for ICOs or the coin offerings for these offshoots of crypto, right? So when crypto were going a bit, it was early stages. All the smart people like investing in these ISOs or these early coin investments. So you end up getting when it's released or when the company is finished or whatever, you get your cut. And now if you just look on the coin cap market, some of them coins I was looking at, like Tether and XRP and Litecoin and Cardano, they're like top 10. All these ones that are still like 30 cent, a dollar. Well, Tether's always a dollar pretty much, but like less than a dollar, not 1 cent, and now 2 cent. Do you know what I mean? That investment in that, if you just put $100 to something that's 0.00001, for one of them. Now, still making crap ton. Last 7 days, the top 10 is going up to like 50% average, or the top 10.
Yeah, well, that's why the guys who are really big into crypto and like all the cryptos and understand it. Yeah, they love to play those little guys. Like they, because if you buy 1,000 at a penny each, like, and then they go up to 3 pennies each.
$1,
Yeah.
What it's becoming though, there's so many out there that have done that. It's pretty nuts. Let me check my wallet. Check my portfolio now. Holy shit, it's been a while. So is your friend on that told you that told you about them bitcoins on a yacht now, yeah?
You know what? I haven't talked to him much in a while because he was the leader of my Clash of Clans clan a few years back, and basically I stole his clan from him and started my own, and we kind of went on the outs, but it's because he was inactive. He was just always fucking around with his crypto shit, and I was running his fucking clan for him, and so we all had dissent towards him as a leader of the clan. I'm sure we could probably get past that, but yeah, I don't really talk to him.
He's probably buying all those diamonds or whatever he needs to do stuff with his Bitcoin, upgrading his towers and his castles. And
well, I was laughing because at the time when I separated from the clan, it was like right at that, like, where it peaked at like the 21,000 or whatever it was, and then it dropped off. That graph right there, you see like right where the green dot is, where it dropped off like that. That's probably the same date that I actually like stole his clan from him, and I was laughing about how he's probably just all depressed because of Bitcoin, and he just lost a shit ton of money. Like, but no, if you look at the graph, like, he's back. He's back. He's doing all right.
Yeah, nice. It looks pretty nuts. Ooh.
Yeah, spiral with what you're talking about gambling away, Bitcoins. And then think what they were worth then and what they're worth now. Like there were people in the early days who were literally like buying pizzas, like getting delivery pizza and paying like 1.5 Bitcoins for a pizza.
Hello, my friend Breck needs an interview. Okay, that's all I had to say.
Cool. All right. Hey, just that's great. That's good information. And it's not like I was talking about anything that important, but try not to interrupt people.
Okay.
I don't know if there's anybody on there.
I could go up there, but it's my bedtime. I already said goodnight like 10 minutes ago.
Yeah,
so.
I'm holding you back, man.
Yeah. Later.
Good night. Oh, Spiral, don't say things like that. And how many people have just bought a little bit of a baggie of weed or something with the Bitcoin up in smoke? 30 grand doobie. And that Wheel of Fortune card, Spiral, is pretty much the tarot card, right? Well, the way the trend's looking, it's recovered from its first one and it's plateaued and it's on its way up again. So correlations and graph readings going, it's looking good. But yeah, if it does end up going back down, it'll just go down just as quick as it went up, just like in 2018. But it won't go lower than like a third of its value now, I think. Yeah, it's just like a digital way of buying gold in a way. I guess like it's a reserve currency. It's not, like I said, to be used for transactions. Don't said. I mean, try not. It's probably not a good idea to sell unless you're going to buy again. That's my advice. And it's technically already mooned, so the wise investors have kind of already done the thing. So mainstreamers or general people who are going to be jumping on it now and keeping it rising for a bit until they don't want to pay 40 grand for a Bitcoin. And it'll drop. Like, what price would you buy? I'm not trying to be. Just look at that graph, mate. It's a bad time to buy now, though. Unless you want to buy it, like Spiral said, is like if you're going to buy gold or whatever, just use it in investment. You know, buy a mama caravan, whatever. Buy some Doge. It's like 0. What is it? 0.03 cent or something. It's also got one of the biggest market caps. So holy shit, Doge just got up. I'll give you an example of what Bitcoin could do. So, like, we're at the second part of the going up. It could just come down again. But Doge is like super cheap, so people are buying a lot at once. So there's a lot of fluctuation.
Anybody here?
Barely. Good evening. Morning.
Hey, so the Flat Earth discussion is going live on YouTube, and it's just streaming through YouTube.
It should be, yeah.
So, what do you guys think about SpaceX? Is Elon in on it, or is he fooled like the rest of us, or what?
I think everybody's been fooled, man. Just guessing the higher you go up, a little bit less fooled, but you're still getting played. I think Elon's probably still getting manipulated too.
Well, apparently he's the richest man now on Earth. He's beat Bezos. And what's the deal? Not to derail too much, but is the Trump deal over? The Trump era, is it gone?
Oh, the fraudulent voting thing. I don't know, man. I think they just put out the flame a bit with that.
We have till the 20th to fight. If you're fighting for Trump, we have till the 20th. That's when Biden's sworn in. A lot.
But he's already conceded, though.
A lot could come out till then.
But he's already conceded, though, after the violence, or is that some more media lies?
Well, did you notice the senators were standing up for him and fighting for him? They were saying, I object to this election. I object to these electoral votes. Did you see all the senators come up and defend him?
Oh, wow. So, okay. Thanks for that update. All right. Back to Flat Earth. Cheers. Because it's so hard to tell unless you speak to an actual American, you know, because I'm in Australia. So whatever's on the news is just regurgitated from the US networks. So I don't know what's going on.
I mean, his last chance was for the Senate, I think, to convene some kind of special investigation council that would investigate the election, but they voted not to do that. So it's over. He's got no chance. He'll be pulled out by the Secret Service or whoever if he doesn't leave office on the 20th.
So, you know, I've been down here, well, on Sky News anyway, Australia, we have Nancy Pelosi in a mask with a big band hammer, you know, saying there'll be no more gendered language in the Congress. And the leftists are going to fully take over the federal US at least, right?
Yeah, I would be a little disappointed if they did the no gender language bullshit. But regardless, if they did, it'll get overturned in the future. That'll be a temporary thing. I would guarantee you.
I mean, just this image. Is just so disturbing to me because this is what America has become. I mean, I'm saying it in a very broad, generic term, but you get what I mean. I mean, it is disturbing
Yeah, it's just this COVID shit's got people going nuts. My brother was saying something about Biden talking about doing like an 8-week national lockdown, and that's just not possible in the U.S. One, legally, and two, during the rioting after George Floyd and at the White House. I mean, the proof is, I mean, the saying really is true. They can't jail everybody. So if they try and do a mass lockdown, it's just not going to work because there's not enough police and people aren't going to follow the rules. And it's one of the things that makes America one of the best places, and it's a double-edged sword. It makes America one of the worst places also.
He mentioned Pelosi. Let me tell you something about Pelosi. She went off on a senator yesterday that was defending the Trump, that was saying, hey, we have to put aside these electoral votes because obviously they were counting votes after hours and when nobody was there, et cetera, et cetera. And Pelosi goes off and goes, you put your mask on, you're not, I want to note to the council, he doesn't have, his mask is falling off his nose, whatever. And Pelosi's the one who went into the salon with no mask, and she had the nerve to say that.
Yeah, I mean, they're all pretty much hypocrites, I think. Unless you're, like, talking about maybe first-term senator who isn't jaded and isn't playing all the games yet. I think they're all kind of pieces of shit, really. I'm sure there's a few that aren't, but...
It's hard to tell what's true, because it has to be filtered to the media, and they decide what they're going to say, what they're going to conceal.
Yeah, you used to be able to trust the media. I mean, the AP is pretty decent, I think. I feel like, other than that, NPR is okay on a lot of things, but the Associated Press and NPR are about the only two sources that I kind of trust. I don't believe anything I see without checking triple sources. You can't believe anything you see nowadays. The only way I believe something typically is if multiple parties agree on everything, like the Trump stuff, like with the election fraud, right? Both parties agree. His own party agrees there wasn't widespread election fraud. His own vice president, his own attorney general, his own appointed, head of election security. Most all of the senators, the Republican states where the Biden won, all the people on his side agree there wasn't any fraud, and so the people on the Democrat side. And there's, to me, situations like that are the only times where I can really kind of look and say, yeah, well, that's probably true. Is there some election fraud? Yeah, there's always some election fraud, but that's not really the question. The question was there widespread election fraud? And I don't know if you can't take Trump's own appointees at face value, then I don't know what to say. I kind of think that's exactly how it kind of happened in Russia. Democracy just got a little stronger hold here in the U.S., and Trump very well could have maybe done what he wanted to do and just claimed election fraud, and everybody went through with it, and he's president again. And then the third term, he would come up with maybe change the laws or something like that, but like happened in Russia. But I think the democracy is a little bit too strong in the U.S. for that to happen. And, I don't know. I haven't heard one person's name listed as somebody who's been arrested for election fraud. I haven't seen any papers, any documents showing that these are the votes that were fraudulent. I haven't seen anything. I've been looking for a while. And mind you, I think both parties are dog shit. I think they're both. That's why the ball never moves. If you look at the elections in the U.S., they go back and forth, Republican, Democrat, Republican, Democrat, and the ball never moves.
Yeah, during this whole time, clearly even the Republicans were not willing to they were just covering their own butts, right? They weren't even really, very few were actually standing up with Trump. They were just covering themselves so that they get elected the next time and just ride out Trump, right? Because where are all the Republicans talking out against the the vote fraud. I mean, like you said, there's some, but in general, they've also been quiet, right?
And I mean, Trump is the populist Republican. That's who the Republicans look to. He's the leader, essentially, of the Republican Party. So the fact that his own party isn't backing him on this is a pretty big deal.
Yeah, it's extremely telling, isn't it? Because unlike the British and Commonwealth country system where the head of the party is the actual prime minister, in this case it's slightly different, that the executive branch is different. But yeah, it's still whether symbolically or practically, he is supposed to be more in charge of the Republicans. But if the Republicans aren't even playing ball with him, and not even standing up, so the whole thing's a sham, isn't it?
I think so, because they stood with him for most things. Most things he wanted while he was president, they were with him 100%. The only thing I remember having trouble with was the Mitch McConnell trying to get a vote for stimulus checks. That's the only thing that I remember the Republican Party kind of beefing with him about. Everything else, they're in line with him.
But what about the election fraud? So wouldn't you think that they'd really step in then, or they seem to have let it slide?
I think they would step in then, absolutely. If there was really election fraud and there was evidence of it, there would. I've read some of these actual lawsuits, and if you look at the Texas lawsuit, the language within the first paragraph says that basically that this lawsuit is brought forth because we believe that the Dominion voting machines were rigged in such a way that we can't determine voter fraud. So if you look at like the language in the lawsuits, specifically the biggest one, it says in there that they don't have evidence of voter fraud. And you can dig a few of these up. There's another one where people were talking about basically there were no Republican viewers witnessing the vote counting. And I looked up that lawsuit, looked up the paperwork, and read through it. And in the courtroom, it was detailing basically the lawyers going back and forth with the judge, and the lawyers on Trump's side admitted that there were actually Republican viewers in the room. So if just look at the lawsuits, man. If you really think this is legit, look at the lawsuits, read some of the lawsuits, and read what his own attorney said in the lawsuits. But he's out. My understanding, something kind of interesting is like they've got this thing called the nuclear football that's basically carried around with him at any time. Like if he flies somewhere, he's got somebody from some branch of the military that carries like a suitcase with all the nuclear codes and everything. And during each inauguration where the presidency is turned over, there's just kind of back alley turnover of this nuclear football. And he's talking about, well, he's not going to go. So they're having to come
assuming the nuclear football isn't some other layer of deception.
Well, you don't think you don't think the U.S. has nuclear capability?
Well, they have the capability to blow up stuff in a very big way, but the specific theatrics around the nuclear football, that it's called a nuclear football. I mean, that's.
I think he's saying that nukes, the theory, the conspiracy theory that nukes actually don't exist is the point, right?
I'm not making that point outright.
Conventional warfare.
No, I'm not saying that point exactly. I'm saying the theatrics around the nuclear football is that theatrics.
Yeah, I mean,
it's highly suspicious that some guy carrying around a suitcase can just blow up the whole world. That's kind of not how the world works, I think, from what I've understood. I could be mistaken, but from what I've learned,
it's the beginning. It's the beginning part, right? It's not. I was reading about the actual whatever information they'll tell us about it, and what they were saying is there's no red buttons that he can push. It's basically initiation of, kind of the starting procedure to launch a nuke. It's not basically, gonna launch a nuke in North Korea right now. Push this button, bing. It's not that simple. It's just basically the keys to the kingdom, essentially.
Right, and Trump has the keys to the kingdom. Do you think they give it all to him? I'm not being combative. I mean, I'm just.
Oh no, you're fine, dude. No, I mean, in terms, I mean, he's in terms of the U.S. government, military. He is the highest officer. He's the leader in chief. That's what his title is. He's the lead of the military of the United States. He's the highest office of military. You know, like you got these 4-star generals. He's something completely different. He's the complete and utter leader of the military. I mean, even President Bush, he started a war without going through the Senate or Congress like most people typically would, like most presidents would. I'm not really sure how he did that, but he managed to do it.
Yeah, politics, man. It's just. It's interesting, but then nowadays, after you look at it for a little bit, it just takes you down so many rabbit holes. It's just disturbing after a while, I think. Because
back on the Dominion voting machines, you don't think that if they can't determine what happened, you don't think that's fraud?
Say that again.
Back on the Dominion machines, they, like you said, they can't determine what happened. They can't determine. They can't do a physical recount. You don't think that's fraud? Just that.
My understanding is that there is a paper trail, and that's kind of why they lost the lawsuit. Because if there wasn't a way to kind of redetermine it, then they may have had a case. But I might be wrong about this. I've double checked, but my understanding is that the Dominion machines are fed paper essentially, or print out a paper after you use them to vote, and then those papers are kept later to basically invoice everything or do a recount. If they do a recount, they check basically the Dominion machines against the papers.
But how would you determine, does the voter get to see that paper come out? So let's say I go to the electronic voting machine, I want to vote for the blue team. Does the paper come out and show me that I actually did vote for the blue team, or does that paper receipt get printed somewhere behind and the actual voter never gets to see it? So how would you know, how would the voter themselves know who they voted for? Because it could have changed it in the background.
And not only that, when they voted, the vote counters made the people stand back so they couldn't see what they were doing. They made them leave the room. They covered up the doors, the windows with paper, so they're not letting them observe the vote count. So that's not legit, right?
Well, there's supposed to be a limited number of people. I think like 100 people on each side.
You can't determine what they're doing from 6 feet away. You have to get closer to see what they're actually doing. They stopped the observation, the legal voter observation. They stopped that.
My understanding is a little bit vague on this, but like I said, in the Trump lawsuit itself, it read that there were actually people from both parties. Now, if you're talking about like, man, even if you're standing 6 feet away, looking at pieces of paper, that would be hard to read for anybody, man. You would need a pair of binoculars. So, and that's kind of what the recounts are for. Let's just say there were people in there and they were 6 feet away. Most people wouldn't be able to read that. They're just kind of witnessing that they're getting the votes from the machines. They're coming back. They're tallying them. Everything is looking legit. They're not actually able to look at the paper itself and see what it is and tally it themselves.
How can they observe it if they can't observe it?
They're observing the process, essentially, not the actual voting.
Yeah, but didn't you see the video in Georgia where late at night the lady pulled a box of ballots from under the table and started putting them through the machine? There was nobody there to witness it except her. There was no Republicans. There was no one to see what they were doing. You think that's legit?
No, that seems shady. And that's another thing where you get kind of, truth mixed in with bullshit. Like I would expect in a country of 300 million people, I would expect some fuckery like that to be going on, right? I would expect that to happen in a few places in America. Some people are trying to pull some shit, but that's not the question. The question is, was it widespread? And everybody.
Yeah, but that's a good example where you have it on tape, like you said, fuckery, right? So that has to be investigated thoroughly by both parties, and they both have to make it a deliberate decision that if it's okay or not. And that's not what happened. They did a vote count. They got the same amount they did before because they did it the same way when nobody was observing.
I mean, she essentially, I guess she ran votes when she should have had people observing them, right? I mean, that's like kind of a procedural fuck up.
You don't think that's fraud? Why would you count that? You would have to do a very thorough investigation, more than just a regular recount, to see what the hell actually happened. If you can't determine them, if the machines can't determine what happened, well, now you're really fucked. Now you really have to do a complete hand recount. And they're supposed to say these ballots for like 6 months or something, or 2 years or something after the fact.
My understanding is most states, if there's a recount, they basically switch everybody. Nobody is the same. Everybody's switched, and so an entire different group of people.
Right, but you're trusting that they did the process legit, and I'm saying they did not. I'm saying it was stolen. I'm saying the vote was stolen that way.
I mean, that's totally possible, but there's no way me or you would know that, Godric. There's no way. There's no way for us to know. Right? If that did happen, we're not privy to that information. Just like, I'm not much of a conspiracy theorist. Like I know like a lot of people on here think there's, kind of these world leaders who are kind of doing these certain things. And I would bet you my ass that the top 1.001% of people like Jeff Bezos or these uber rich people do have game plans and are trying to, push the public one way in one way or another. But there's no way in hell we're going to get to know what that is. There's no way. There's just no way. And it's the same thing in this sense. If that did happen, it would be covered up in such a way that I think that there's just no way we would know. It's just not something we could know unless you had basically, a decent team of investigative journalists on the scene at that night that everybody trusted, or something like that, or some footage. And hell, even today, I mean, I'm sure you've seen deepfakes. Deepfakes are pretty fucking convincing.
Have you seen the deepfakes where they took the Star Wars movies? Like that's the one where it's it's Solo, the Han Solo movie with the younger actor, and then they deepfaked Harrison Ford into him, and that one is spooky because it really looks like a young Harrison Ford, perfectly matched to the younger actor in that new movie.
Yeah, they're all pretty spooky. A few years ago, like whenever they were first doing these, they was kind of like typically like famous actresses, and they would like put them on like girls basically taking their tops off, like kind of softcore porn. And I sent my brother a few of these videos, kind of pretending like this was a girl we went to high school with, or it was a few videos, kind of pretending, do you remember these girls from high school? And just to see if he would say something about if he thought they were fake or not. And he didn't say a word. And after the fact, I was like, yeah, I sent you those to see if you could tell if they were fake. And those aren't real videos. They're fake. Those are actually, semi-famous actresses' faces.
You can do deepfake videos of stuff on your computer?
You deepfake videos of what?
You said you sent it to him and it was deepfake, but are you doing the deepfake or are you getting it from somewhere else?
I didn't do the deepfake. I just got it from somewhere.
Okay, you said you're not a conspiracy theorist much, but are you with Flat Earth?
I'm not a Flat Earther, man.
You're a Glober.
I'm a Glober. But I'm a pretty chill Glober. Unless people are dicks to me. I used to be conspiracy-minded. I used to believe in 9/11. I used to believe we didn't land on the moon. Those were the main two ones. And what changed was I went back to school when I was 25 and became a mechanical engineer and kind of learned all the science behind this stuff and kind of proved it to myself, because throughout the education, like, you do experiments bi-weekly, essentially. You're doing experiments kind of proving these essentials, and it just kind of demystified it for me, and I was able to understand it and see that, like, these things, at least everything they showed me, was real, essentially. But with
I know that I mean, for now it's pretty quiet, so people won't sort of hit you too hard over the head with the globe stuff. I'm sure they'll come in later on.
Yeah,
it definitely explains your point of view now that you said that, because I was wondering where you're coming from with that. So,
yeah,
do you
probably
believe the
thought Rick
mainstream?
was picking up on a certain tone or certain line of thinking, which I'm trying not to judge, and but
I definitely don't believe most of the mainstream. The only time I believe something, like, kind of in the mainstream, that is if both, like, political parties believe it happened, or if basically all journalistic sources believe it happened, and there's, like, some evidence to corroborate it. Like, if that's the case, I'll typically believe it. But I mean, I'm sure there are conspiracies. I mean, 9/11 itself was a conspiracy, and then I could believe that the government actually knew that 9/11 was going to happen, and they let it happen to kind of be a catalyst for a war. I could go with that. And I do think there are conspiracies out there, but I just don't think that we're possible. It's very rare that we find out about them and know about them and actually know that they're real.
Okay, so let me get this straight. Okay, so 9/11, yes. Moon landing, no. Flat Earth, no. Is that right?
What, say that again?
Meaning that the conspiracy, you believe in the conspiracy. 9/11, yes. Moon landing, no. Flat Earth, no.
I used to believe that 9/11 was a conspiracy, and now, like I said, the only thing I can believe is the government let it happen. The moon landing, now I believe it happened. Flat Earth, I don't believe is a real thing. And the reason I believe the moon landing's real is just basically a lot of the details I've learned about it. There's a lot of things, like, us kind of basically Russia watching us. We were in a space race with Russia, and Russia had basically satellites looking at us, fixing to call bullshit if we weren't actually going to do it. And just another thing, this might seem really simplistic, but, like, we know we have cars, and I know I can get my car and I can drive down the road. We have boats. I know I can get on a boat and I can go on the ocean or on the lake. We know we have rockets. So the only thing that would be stopping a rocket from going to the moon would be a dome. And in my eyes, I've never seen evidence for the dome. So it's just kind of like a very logical thing. We've got these rockets. They can go up in the sky, go to the moon.
Okay, so let me get it straight. So you don't believe in any conspiracies, basically, that you can tell us. You believe everything's pretty legit, that they show you on TV. Moon landing, 9/11, the election, the recent election, and flat Earth globe Earth, basically. You're a glober.
Yeah, like I said, I think there's conspiracies. I just don't think that we could know about them. I think they're too hidden. There's no way that we could know if and what the conspiracy is unless we kind of get some documentation, like we have with what's the thing? If it was in the U.S. and they were doing, like, brain, it was, like, real fucked up. They're giving people, like, acid and trying to turn them into killers. You guys know what I'm talking about?
Like the Jacob's Ladder movie, that kind of thing. Back in the day.
It was in the 60s. It was in the 60s and 70s, and it was a project where they were working with universities, and they're trying to see if they could basically, like, program people to be, like, mindless killers and such. It's on the tip of my tongue, damn it.
Well, if you do believe in a conspiracy, you should probably know more about it, so you can talk about it. But yeah, I know. I heard about it. I don't know much about it, but I heard about that.
Well,
they made a movie after it called Jacob's Ladder. Good movie.
All the documents were destroyed, so we don't know much about it other than basically that it existed.
Well, if it did exist, you have a whistleblower, and that's how a movie like Jacob's Ladder comes out, because the whistleblower starts talking about what really happened.
Yeah, there's whistleblowers, and that's basically all we know about it. And like I said, and the reason I believe that is because it was corroborated by basically all sides. All sides agree on it. And again, like I said, I believe in conspiracies. I just don't believe that we can have knowledge of them unless we have like the actual documentation. I don't think you can pick it apart from the news media and say, here's a sign, there's a sign, because all that shit's it's subjective. It's kind of like art. Like you can have two people see the same thing and they come to a different meaning.
Okay, but I will say one thing. You keep saying this, both sides agree on it. Let me tell you something. Both sides supposedly agreeing on it through mainstream media doesn't mean anything at all. That doesn't mean it's true or false, because both sides agree on it at all. I don't know how you can come up with that.
Oh, you don't think that gives credence to it?
Not at all. Because both sides could be lying about it, or both sides could be wrong, like we're doing Global Flat Earth here, right? The debate. So both sides could be wrong, or both sides could be in on it and lying about it.
Yeah, they could, but I have to make a judgment call. And instead of just saying, well, I don't know, I weigh the evidence, right? And all the evidence suggests, like in the case of the fraud, that there were 50 lawsuits. I mean, the Republican versus Democrat thing is a real thing in the U.S., right? They might not push the ball, and they might not be too different in terms of how they handle corporate money and all this other shit. But it's a real race. It's a real struggle for power, because if you're a senator and you have the majority in the House or the Senate, that gives you a lot more power. So there is, like, just for instance, let's say like that all these Republicans went along with the election fraud thing. They could have possibly had Trump be president again, and they would be in power. But they're not doing that. To me, that's pretty decent evidence that it didn't happen, right? You have this chance for a power grab, and they didn't do it.
That's because they're rhinos, Republican in name only. Rhino Republican.
McConnell? Rand Paul?
No, not Rand Paul, but McConnell. Yes, McConnell, no on Rand Paul.
Both of them weren't with Trump.
I don't know if you heard all the senators.
Are you sure about that?
Trump
Rand Paul stood against Trump? You're sure about that?
That's what I heard Lindsey Graham saying.
Okay. I wouldn't take that. I would double check that one, because I don't trust Lindsey Graham. I mean, that would shock the shit out of me, honestly.
It was yesterday when they were talking in the Senate. I think it was in regard.
I know there were at least 6 senators, Republican senators, that stood with Ted Cruz to try and not count the illegal Arizona vote. Are you sure Rand Paul wasn't one of them?
Not count all the electoral votes.
I'd have to look. I'd have to look. I just remember hearing Lindsey Graham's speech and saying that him and Rand Paul agree on there not being any election fraud. Or he might have been talking about agreeing on we're not going to do this council that runs for 10 days to look into election fraud. I might be getting the two confused. But he said Rand Paul
Or he could be lying.
Well, Rand Paul was there.
I wouldn't put it past Lindsey Graham to lie.
No, but I mean, Rand Paul was there in the House with him.
And well, yeah, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying I'm going to figure that out myself later, because I'd be shocked. I honestly would be shocked if Rand Paul, didn't back Trump.
I lean Democratic, and his father was one of my favorite Republicans ever.
I campaigned for him.
Yeah, I thought he was great. I think it's more about the person than the party.
Oh yeah, definitely. I only agreed with 75% of his policies, but I campaigned for Ron Paul in 2012 nonetheless.
Yeah, he's one of those guys who I think was just a little too out of the mainstream that they're not going to let him. They won't let him run. They wouldn't talk about him in the press. Kind of like Bernie. Bernie had a lot of support, but they weren't going to let him be president.
Nah, don't compare him to Bernie. Bernie, I don't know what the hell to say about Bernie, but I don't think he's one of the outsiders. I think he's more likely a halfway in, halfway out insider. Ron Paul, on the other hand, I think is much more of an outsider.
Okay, you're talking about, you just said right now, let me catch you. You said Ron Paul and Bernie Sanders, right? They won't let him run, right? What do you mean they won't let him run? What does that mean?
Well, what he means is that during the primary election.
Stop. I want to ask unorthodox. This is important. He's trying to tell me that basically he doesn't believe in conspiracy. So I'm trying to get the answer from him, please. You just said Bernie and Ron Paul, they will not let him run. What do you mean by that?
There's a Democratic Party and there's a Republican Party, and they get to pick. Basically who they prop up, and we have direct evidence that the Democratic Party chose not to prop up Bernie Sanders and chose to give it to Hillary Clinton. Essentially, that's well documented. Now, the Ron Paul thing, I don't believe that's documented, but I think it's well evidenced by the fact that they wouldn't even speak about him. They wouldn't let him in some of the debates. The news wouldn't talk about him. A lot of people loved him that you would talk about like in person, but the news wouldn't give him any coverage. But
isn't that the classic example of a conspiracy?
Well, I mean, I guess it's a little bit of a conspiracy. Like I said, I believe conspiracies exist. I just think it's extremely unlikely that we know about them.
You mean a conspiracy to not let him win, right?
Yeah.
To not let him run, and if he runs, not let him win. Yes, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, and you're exactly correct. It was a conspiracy. In fact, just like this other guy was saying, the debates, I'll give you a perfect example. During one of the presidential primary debates in 2012, Ron Paul was only given 93 seconds. I think it was less than 100 seconds, but it was about 90 seconds to speak throughout the course of one of the entire debates.
There you go, Godric. That's kind of what I'm talking about. Like when you got something that's kind of that clear cut, to me, I think you could say they're suppressing him. They're not going to let him run for presidency. But I mean,
okay, there's some hope for you. I have hope for you, my friend. Just stick around, okay?
No, thank you. But yeah, like I said, I definitely believe in conspiracies. I absolutely do. I just think it's extremely unlikely that we can know about them.
Well, I think you just mentioned one. I think we talked about Sanders and Ron Paul, right?
Yeah, those are.
It's not like a huge thing, but it's kind of obvious to me also.
Well, that's got some pretty clear-cut stuff too, where like he's talking about with, they'd let him in the debate, but they'd only give him 90 seconds, or the news just wouldn't address him at all. Whenever there's stuff like that, I don't know. Like I said, I do think there are conspiracies. I just think it's really hard for us as people who just live in America, who aren't investigative journalists, who live hundreds if not thousands of miles away from the places that these things happen. There's just really no way for us to know.
We can agree it's not fair. It's oppression. It's controlled. The media doesn't cover it. They cover what they want to.
Yeah.
They won't run. If he does run, they won't let him win.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think they'd let him run in the first place, because if they let him run, there's a chance that he could win. Like, I think you could skew an election, but you can only do it with like a certain percentage, right? If let's just say 75% of people voted for a candidate, that would be nearly impossible to cover up. But if you got something where it's like 51, 49%, that's kind of easy to cover up. But when there's such a large margin, that would be a lot harder to cover up.
If you look at the media, the news channels in California and New York, they're very Democratic, left wing. They're very against Republicans. They're against. Always were against Trump, and the left controls, as far as I know, controls the media to a large degree.
Oh yeah, they definitely do. And this is what I tell my Republican friends and my Republican brother. Like in terms of Twitter and Facebook and all these YouTube, like this censorship, that's a product of basically Republican laws giving the companies the right to do whatever they want. So there's definitely places that the government kind of could and would step in that could make things better, because right now you got Google, you got Twitter, you got Facebook, you got YouTube, you got Instagram, and all of them are now starting to suppress. And they even like what they do, they shut down Trump's account for like 12 to 24 hours yesterday, I think.
Right, because they want to censor what they don't like, right?
Yeah, Facebook yesterday took down a video from Facebook that was a video of Trump making a speech calling for peace.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt, but if you're talking about the Washington D.C. Thing, I was right there, and it was just chaos. Pure chaos.
Yeah, it looked pretty nutty. My brother and a few people were trying to tell me it was Antifa, but my understanding is kind of Antifa's a bunch of like faceless pussies. Like they cover their faces.
Antifa was just a lot of angry patriots and everything, but definitely not Antifa. The Proud Boys were there and everything else. So
yeah, I saw the Proud Boys too.
Why would they need? Did you hear 10 people were shot? Why would they shoot 10 people? How does that even happen?
10 people.
I thought one lady got shot.
They shot 10 people and 4 people died. You didn't hear that?
No, that's false. 5 people died. 3 people from medics. 1 person was from that girl that died, that got shot by the Capitol Police, and another was Capitol Police that died. So
yeah, I never heard of 10.
So, but yeah, there was tear gas and flashbangs going off, and a lot of people were getting mazed. So, I'm an independent journalist that lives in Washington, D.C., so I saw a lot of stuff going down. But yeah, it was really intense.
Well, here's a question, right? Did the whole world not know that they're going to march to the Capitol? Did they not know that?
I mean, in the posters and everything, it said there was going to be like a rally at 1 o'clock, but it was there was a stop the steal thing that was going to happen there, but I didn't even know.
My point is that the whole world knew they're going to march to the Capitol. You don't think they would have blocked it off if they wanted to?
That's why I'm kind of in shock. Like I thought.
You don't think they let it happen so they can shoot some people and blame it on Trump? My point.
With this since November 14th, wherever, been dealing with these rallies, that they should have been more prepared. And now, I was just back at the Capitol about, well, it's 2 o'clock in the morning here, but 4:30 p.m. my time, Eastern Standard Time. They were just now putting up the big fence and concrete, so it was just, yeah, they weren't prepared. So, yeah, it's just chaos and crazy. I'm still shocked that even happened, but I got a lot of video of it and everything.
Yeah, there was a lot of talk that, Republicans don't do stuff like this. And that was kind of a thing that I've heard for the longest time. So I think maybe, that's what they kind of believed. But my understanding was that they got police from all the surrounding cities and from the city police to the state police. They had a lot of extra.
Yeah, they got like state police, National Guard finally showed up around 5 o'clock.
Yeah.
Yesterday, they got balance like Baltimore police and everything, but my friend works in. Actually, my dad works in the police and everything, and he's undercover, so he was filming a lot of stuff. But he was even surprised. He said that the Capitol Polices are just pussies, really, because they don't know how to do it. They're not like DC police. They only work on the Capitol, so it's a whole different police department. So they were definitely overwhelmed. But yeah, it was just chaos, really. I felt like the purge was coming and everything, so I don't know what's going to happen on January 20th. There's a lot of talk about that. What's going to happen if Joe Biden gets in there? I don't know.
Well, after this, I'm sure they'll have a lot of force there, a lot of show of force.
Yeah, that's what. We had a curfew yesterday too. It started at 6 p.m. and ended until 6 o'clock in the morning. They said if anyone's out, you're getting arrested. So, but yeah, it was quite intense. I think I'll never forget it. It definitely made history. So, yeah, it was just.
Were you there? Sounds like you were there.
Yeah, I'm an independent journalist. If you search up Raws, RAWS Media on Twitter, that's me. So you can see a lot of videos and stuff.
We need more people like you because the news organizations have just turned into shit.
Raws Media on Twitter. Is that what you said? That's your channel?
Find my phone so I can play.
And is that all? Is that the only place we can find you?
Was that? Repeat that. Sorry.
Raws Media on Twitter. Is that the only place we can find you?
Yeah. RAWS Media.
And what do we call you, pigeons?
Yeah. No.
Okay. I'm gonna check you out right on.
I just typed in live stream tech to Raws Media.
Viewing it all yesterday?
I know. I'm sorry. I know you believe in conspiracies, pigeons.
Huh?
I know you believe in conspiracies.
I mean, I believe the Earth is flat and everything, but
you don't call that a huge conspiracy?
Was that with the protests and everything, or
about hiding it?
Hiding what?
You just said flat Earth, right? You don't think that's a huge conspiracy?
No, I believe the Earth is flat. I don't believe, I find it really suspicious that people are calling it round and everything.
Yeah, but you don't see that as a huge conspiracy?
No, for me, I don't see it as a huge conspiracy. I believe the Earth is flat.
Believing is the enemy of knowing.
Okay, so he's not understand you don't understand what I'm saying, my friend. Okay.
No, a little confused, but
I'm a flat Earth. Okay, I believe it's flat. Okay.
No, I'm a flat earther.
I believe it's a conspiracy because they're hiding it.
Oh, you know,
You should say it's flat. Believing is for the ballers.
No,
but he doesn't get what I'm saying. I'm trying to say that it's a conspiracy because they're hiding it in mainstream education and the media.
Sorry.
Meaning that it's being hidden from the public, from the highest level. That's a conspiracy.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Sorry about that. It's 3 o'clock in the morning. I've been dealing with all this DC shit going down, so I'm just exhausted and still doing all this. Still shaken up because I was inside of the building and a lot of stuff was going down. It was just hearing the gunshots and everything. So
Do you think it was the military? Do you think those people that killed those people were specifically trained with the intention to do that, or were they just defending the Capitol?
I think they were defending the Capitol because there was a lot of talk going on where people were bringing guns and everything. The DC mayor said there were signs going up that saying like you're not allowed to bring guns over 1,000 feet or whatever. But January 5th was fine. There was small rallies going on, but January 6th in the morning was fine. But after the Trump speech ended, everyone would start marching to the Capitol, and that's what really went down. So
okay, here's what I don't get. I want you to explain this to me. Why would you need to shoot somebody dead for breaking into the Capitol? How does that
I mean,
need to be responded to it by shooting them dead? You couldn't arrest them or beat them over the head with a bat or something, or a rubber bullet or something. You need to kill them because they're break a window.
Yeah, there's a lot of questions going on. Why did the Capitol Police shoot Herb? But there was a overwhelming crowd, definitely over 10,000 maybe or more. It's hard to tell, but very large.
But you don't shoot into a crowd either. You see my point? For what?
One, I'm confused. Like, why did they do that? But
there was 10 people shot, right? Am I right?
No, 5 people. No.
Okay, I'm sorry. 5 people shot.
Okay, so.
And how many died?
From the Capitol Police, 3 died from medical, another from injuries, and then he died. So, unknown how he died, but.
So, how many died?
I'm just trying to find the info.
You say 4?
Deceased Capitol Police officer died. So
a police officer that was defending the Capitol died.
Capitol Police confirmed on Thursday night that officer died as a result of injuries sustained duty. 5 people. Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't really say, but it's just a result of injuries sustained on duty. So, but they were going after the cops too. They were very vicious and violent. I mean, it was very, very intense. Flashbangs were going off, tear gas, all that stuff.
Yeah, but who's shooting the tear gas? You see my point?
Yeah, they're shooting tear gas. I mean, that's
who's shooting guns. It wasn't the Trump protesters.
No. I understand that. Well, I think that was the first break-in. To my understanding, again, I was at a different side. I was in front of the Capitol. I think this was back of the Capitol, but yeah, I don't know why the Capitol Police did that.
Well, we're relying on you to bring us information because you're a reporter. So you gotta work in that a little bit. Maybe do some interviews or something. I don't know.
Yeah, it's. I'm still trying to find out. Where is it?
I mean, Godric, you don't think most countries, if 10,000 people were trying to storm the Capitol building and do what looked like a coup, you don't think shots would get fired?
I mean, sorry to
who is that? I just want to know who I'm talking to. Who is that that said that? That's that?
Unorthodox?
Oh, Unorthodox. Hey, what's up, man? You're back. Well, see, here's my point, right? We're getting to, I want to say, evolving into a humane country, whereas we're looking at racism, we're looking at do the cops need to kill everybody when they arrest them? We're looking at these things where we're checking ourselves, right? As opposed to what they did 50 years ago, for example. And the stuff they're doing in Africa, basically just killing people, is the stuff that we did 100 years ago. That's my point. So yes, I think that we're checking ourselves, we're trying to be more humane. We don't need to shoot somebody dead that aren't a threat. You don't ever shoot into a crowd. Whenever you shoot someone, unless they're armed themselves, they're going to shoot you, which was not the case. When you say what coup, what do you mean coup? What coup? You want to explain that? Maybe that's your conspiracy. You believe it. Maybe you should tell us about that.
I mean, a coup is where people take a large group of people come and take over the government, right? So you got 10,000 people breaking into the.
First of all, that's a public building. They don't own that building, okay? And breaking in there does not mean they take the government over. It's just a building.
But Republicans and Democrats, they were holding a meeting there, and that's when they started to break in, and everyone had to be evacuated.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. They're actually people. They're senators and
no, that does not warrant shooting into a crowd. Shooting, according to Pigeons, 3 people.
Well, one person got shot, 3 from medical, and 1 from injury, so that's 5.
Yeah, that's just something that in 99.9% of cases, Godric, I would agree with you, and probably more than that. But when you've got an angry mob taking over the capital of the country, some shots being fired is par for the course for me. In any country, like not just the U.S., any country. I wish it wouldn't have happened. I wish that person wouldn't have gotten shot. But I think that's par for the course.
Okay, but they didn't have a gun themselves. I mean, their particular the particular person that was killed, let's say the lady, she was not armed. Okay, you could have hit her with rubber bullets. You could have hit her. You could have arrested her, tackled her. You see my point?
But again, there were a bunch of people. So even if they tried to arrest her, the mob would just taken over. Like the police were overwhelmed. That's how they got in. If they had more police there, they would have done a better job. But that's a lot of questions going on. Like, where was the National Guard when they needed it? They knew it was gonna happen.
You say how they wanted them to get in. They had no blockade, no barrier to the building. Yeah, they knew they were coming for days. Trump encouraged them to do that. And then you're surprised they got in. I'm saying the whole thing was basically planned out
by Trump
to make Trump and the Republicans look bad, so they won't be able to get another 4 years. So they won't be able to reject Biden for, to me, the obvious fraud that happened.
Yeah, I agree with that. I have a similar suspicion myself that it was staged like that to make Trump look bad.
I mean, it could have been staged. There were some, like, it could have been people in the crowd that
they call them agent provocateurs.
All the people I saw had no masks. Like they were.
That would. If they had a mask on, that would make them not an agent provocateur. You got to blend in with the crowd. I've put on masks so I can blend in with the crowd when I go to hand out flyers downtown over the summer. I only did it 3 times when I felt like I really needed to. Most of the time I'd even go into a crowd without one. But I wasn't trying to be an agent provocateur. I was just trying to blend in with the crowd that's on a different side of the political spectrum than I am.
Sorry, go ahead, Pigeon.
There was a lot of people wearing mask and not mask. I would say like 25% wearing mask and then the rest not wearing mask. There was a lot of people not supporting the mask thing. So let me play you this before I forget, but this was the voicemail I got from the DC police. So
Mayor Bowser issues a citywide curfew for D.C. for Wednesday, January 6th, starting at 6 p.m. until Thursday, January 7th at 6 a.m. Essential workers, including healthcare personnel and media, are exempt.
So that was the voicemail we got January 6th. Yeah.
Yeah, but I just went out to like all DC numbers, I guess.
What was that?
that just went out to like all DC phone numbers or something?
Well, my number is from New York, but I live right in DC, about 8 blocks from the White House. But yeah, anyone that's are in DC gets that voicemail.
Maybe it was just everybody who's close enough to certain cell towers in certain areas.
Yeah, so right in like DC area, right in DC.
Tell me what that voicemail means. I didn't hear all of it, please.
Want me to replay it or?
Yeah, go ahead.
This is an emergency alert. Mayor Bowser issues a citywide curfew for DC for Wednesday, January 6th, starting at 6 p.m. until Thursday, January 7th at 6 a.m. Essential workers, including healthcare personnel and media, are exempt.
All hail Ingsoc.
So if you didn't hear it, this is an emergency alert from Mayor Bowser, citywide curfew for DC for Wednesday, January 6th, starting at 6 p.m. until Thursday, January 7th, 6 a.m. An essentials worker, including healthcare and personnel, blank media are exempt. So.
Okay, so basically that's the same kind of thing they did in LA. I'm in Los Angeles in California for the COVID because they're trying to get us off the street, home and not out late for the COVID to keep that under control.
There isn't any COVID where I live because I don't have a TV.
That's a good idea, man.
Yeah,
They sent the curfew though to our cell phones. If you have an Apple, you would have got the curfew sent to your cell phone like a warning text.
Yeah, emergency alerts.
Yeah, that.
I can tell you this about COVID, because my fiance works with the public. Her mother works with the public. Her mother recently got it. She reported symptoms similar to what everybody reports. The two other people we know reported symptoms similar to what the media reports. Basically, like lack of taste, kind of short of breath were like the two main things: lack of smell. And we've also heard of multiple cases of people not reporting that they were in contact with somebody who had COVID because they didn't want to get locked down. They didn't want to get shut down for 2 weeks.
Okay, unorthodox. Here's another conspiracy. COVID. What do you think about COVID?
I mean, I think it's kind of shit how they're handling it. I think it's real. Like I said, my fiance's mother had it, and like,
Okay.
we've known.
Wait. Do you know personally, son, father, daughter, cousin, mother-in-law that has died of COVID? You can confirm they died of COVID.
Say that again?
Do you know personally somebody like mother, father, daughter, cousin, mother-in-law that has died of COVID that you can confirm that died of COVID and not a car accident or something like that?
No, I mean, there would be no way for me to confirm that, even if I was unless I was like a medical doctor or basically worked in a lab somewhere.
So nobody you know personally has died of COVID.
But this is another area where, like I told you before, if everybody agrees on it, right? Every country in the world essentially agrees that COVID is a legit thing, and it's killing people. But it's only killing like the elderly, right? It's like 96.7%. I think it's 96.7% of people. It might be higher than that are from 1 to 55 or 60. Don't die from it. It's just basically people over 60. It's killing a lot of people over 60.
Yeah, well, at the same time, young people are dying from the lockdown because a lot more people are committing suicide, and a lot of people that are
Okay, but wait. You have a point, but I'm asking my question. Look, you don't know anybody that's died of COVID. You consider that a pandemic?
I don't know anybody who's died of brain cancer.
Do they lock people down because of brain cancer?
Well, it's not contagious, but I don't know anybody who's died of multiple types of cancer.
How do you know COVID's contagious? They could just be making that up.
I mean, so you think it's a disease that people just develop randomly? I've never heard that before. I don't really know even how to respond to that.
Well, I have a suspicion that these symptoms are real, but the cause might be from something else. You know, if you look at a map and see all of the countries who have recently implemented 5G, and if you look at a map of all the countries that have the worst COVID-19 outbreaks and death rates, those maps are kind of parallel to each other if you ever get a chance to put them side to side.
I thought North Korea had like widespread 5G, but they don't have any cases.
How would North Korea have highly technological anything?
I'm sorry, not North Korea, South Korea.
I don't know, man. I mean, for one thing, I know in South Korea they don't put fluoride in their toothpaste like we do here.
Yeah.
And not to mention their fast food is edible, unlike here. That's probably why. Just those two reasons alone would probably give them an extra 10 years on average above us Americans.
Yeah, I mean, possibly. I mean, the 5G thing I don't buy because, like I said, I went to spec school when I was 25 as a mechanical engineer. We did a lot of experiments, a lot of setups. And 5G is a spectrum of the electromagnetic spectrum, right? Sunlight has like 100 times more energy than 5G does. Sunlight has so much energy that if you sit outside for 8 hours, you'll get cooked, right? But that's not giving people these crazy symptoms. But a 5G tower that has like 1% of the electromagnetic radiation of the sunlight is going to give people these symptoms. It just doesn't. It doesn't really compute. See what I'm saying?
I see what you're saying, but I'm not too familiar with the science to know if you're exactly correct or not. I mean, you know, a small amount of something very poisonous can be a lot worse for you than a large amount of something that's slightly poisonous.
There's another conspiracy right there, the sun. Okay. Let me say what I think. People say the sun causes cancer. I think the sun cures cancer. And I'm out in the sun a lot for health. And I think that the public's been misinformed about that. And it's funny that you're comparing 5G to the sunlight. One is bad and one is good.
Well, I'm not saying 5G.
That's not a very useful thing. It turns the cholesterol in your skin into vitamin D, the sunlight.
I mean, in moderation, right? Everything's good in moderation. You can die from too much water consumption. And Godric, you got to look at some of these infrared. I don't know if you've ever seen infrared video of people who have had a lot of sunlight in their life. You can see basically the deterioration in their face. I've got my fiance's dad has worked putting up what's it called, siding his entire life, and he just had to have a couple cancerous lesions cut off. Everything in moderation, right? You're absolutely right. Some sunlight is healthy, but too much, just like too much water, will get you in trouble. Just like with anything, too much will get you in trouble. How if you fuck too much, you might get herpes. You know. But yeah, I mean, I'm telling you, look up the science. We got a range of the electron.
Oh no, I agree. I've been sunburned before. I agree with that. Hey, I just thought I'd let you guys know that the current death rate in the state of Oregon from COVID-19 of last year was 500 people over the course of the year. And back in 2017, the death rate of suicides, active suicides, not attempts, was 1,500. So if you compare the suicide rates to the death rates in the state of Oregon, 1/3 the number of people have died of COVID-19 in Oregon than have committed suicide. And keep in mind, there's 4.3 million people. So I don't know if that's a relevant number of people or not, but in my opinion, that is not a relevant number of people. And you can think I'm cold-hearted. Anybody
Well, he was breaking up for me. I don't know if anybody else heard him.
Yeah, you're breaking up, guy.
Just saying, you know,
Ryan, you're breaking up, my friend. Check your connect, please.
It has 4.3 million people in it, and so far 500 people have died of COVID-19, but more than 1,500 people have died from suicide.
Yeah,
Ryan, I got most of what you said, but you are breaking in and out. Maybe reboot your computer or something.
I'll try jumping in and out of the chat.
Yeah, so I have a situation where I have a friend whose uncle passed away, and he didn't have COVID, so they tell me, but on his death certificate, the doctor put COVID, and the son got upset because no one ever told him that he had COVID, and the family thinks he put COVID just so they get $19,000 from the government, because apparently if the hospital receives a COVID patient, they get $19,000 for every COVID patient, but if the patient doesn't have COVID, they don't get nothing. So there you go. So people apparently are being marked with COVID death, even though they don't have it, so the hospital can get money from the government. Why wouldn't they do that? Makes sense to me.
Yeah, I'm sure there's some of that going on. I'm absolutely sure there is.
So that means they're inflating the numbers, right?
Well, possibly of deaths, but like I said, we've known quite a few people not to go get tested because they didn't want to get determined to have COVID because they didn't want to get locked down for 2 weeks. So in terms of the death rates, yes, but in terms of like the overall percentage of population of people that have it, I think it's probably underreported. But yeah, sure, that's going to happen. I mean, but the issue is that widespread? Is it how widespread is that?
Well, it would be just about every hospital across the United States, because they all get $19,000 or more for every COVID patient they receive. So why wouldn't the supervisor want to do that? That's just obvious to me.
Yeah, I mean, well, you'd have to have a chain of command of people that were in on that, right? You'd have to have the lab in on it.
You have to have people that want money. That's what you'd have to have. People that want money, and maybe they're not completely honest.
Yeah, I mean, most people, man, if you're going to come to them like, hey, dude, I got this illegal thing you want to do, you want to make some money, I think most people would turn it down. Like, if I came to you and I was like, hey, man, I got a kilo of coke that you can transfer across the country, transfer across the county for me, make $1,000, would you do it?
Yeah, but that's not coke though. This is something that's very easily done. Hey, this person died, this is put COVID, and we'll split the money. Why is that even hard to do?
Because you'd have to have the test to back it up. You'd have to have the lab. The lab would have to be in on it too. Basically, everybody in the lab.
Yeah, another difference is it's more lucrative than that.
There's somebody in charge of the lab. There's somebody in charge of the paperwork. You don't need to have people in on it.
But you didn't have the false tests positive. You'd have to have the paper.
My friend's family told me they changed it. They said at the last document they put COVID death, but it wasn't. That's what they told me. He would never say he had no signs of COVID. He had never said, why would they do that?
You know, like what he originally supposedly died from?
I think he died of a heart attack. He had some heart complications, but the point is, the family, the son, who's my friend, was upset because he said his dad never had symptoms. He got tested. He was negative, and they said at the end they said COVID. And he believed they did it because of what I said. They get $19,000 or more. That's just my my example right there for you that I know about. So I have an example. I don't know anyone who died of COVID, but I have an example where someone who died a normal death, they said it was COVID. There you go. There's a conspiracy right there.
Yeah, I mean, see, there's multiple ways to explain that to me. Like, they could have tested him after he died, right? If the hospital knows that they get $19,000 if somebody dies and then test positive for COVID, whereas they normally wouldn't be testing people who died for COVID. Now they're testing everybody who dies for COVID, so they can put it on the report. Not everybody shows symptoms, right? So he could have possibly had it, but he didn't show any symptoms. Like, jumping to the conspiracy, to me, I think it's still.
But hang on. If you don't have any symptoms, then you're not dying like COVID.
Yeah, right. But you still have COVID and you died.
But don't you understand that that's perceived by the population of being killed by the pandemic? You don't understand that?
Yeah.
And this is the same thing you were telling me with the fraud votes. Like, you don't believe that somebody counting votes in the middle of the night with nobody watching. You don't think that's fraud? You don't think that should be ejected from the electoral vote count?
I think it's a break of procedure. I don't know if it would be fraud or not. I don't know the law, but like I said, my understanding was all those states had a recount, so those votes were recounted. And another thing, like, the lady's there, and she know there's people around, right, with cell phones. That's a little suspicious to me. That seems a little set up to me, that somebody was just happened to be there filming her get out this nefarious suitcase and feed it into these machines just at the right time.
Hold on. See, so there's a little conspiracy in you. I have hope for you, okay? But the actual footage was a standalone security camera that's always going,
okay.
which they didn't consider, obviously, if they're hiding suitcases of ballots under the table and plan on counting them in the wee hours of the morning when everybody goes home, which to me is fraud.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter if it's Trump or Biden. What matters is you're counting votes when nobody's there, which is fraud. And it was on security camera, and they decided that what you said, it wasn't widespread fraud. What? How does that work?
I mean, we would have multiple examples of videos like that instead of just one.
Okay, so there was eyewitness accounts, multiple eyewitness accounts submitted to different courts about these irregularities, where these Dominion machines were jamming, they were giving an error rate, they were flipping votes. This is like what you call fuckery. I call, yes, it was fuckery and it was fraud. And I don't see how you cannot see that.
I mean, I'm going by the court cases. I've looked at most of the documentation from the court cases, and most of them, and the ones I've looked at, admitted that they couldn't determine if votes were flipped or not. That was the one from Texas that, like, a bunch of other states jumped on. They admitted in court, in the documentation. You can go find it for yourself. They admitted in the legal documents.
But wait, you just said it, though. You just said it again. Listen to what you said. You said they can't determine whether votes were flipped or not. Yeah, to me, that's obvious fraud. You got to be able to determine that they were not flipped. If you cannot do that, it doesn't work.
I mean, you could do that with anything, though. I mean, they would have to determine. That's like, to me, that's the same. I could say the same. Saying that another way would be, there is no evidence of fraud, right? You could say there's no evidence of fraud, or you could say we couldn't determine that there was evidence of fraud. It's kind of the same thing, right? Right. I'm trying to think of an example.
No, because I'm trying to give you the court case that you read, which is your example, saying we can't determine whether the votes were flipped. Excuse me? You should be able to determine that the votes 100% were not flipped, even one vote. And you should do a thorough investigation, hand count with both parties watching to determine that that's legit. And since that didn't happen, that's why 6 senators or more probably got up there and defended Trump yesterday, saying that we need to reject this electoral votes because there was irregularities and it's against the Constitution. You can't. Another thing, one of the states, they decided to accept votes after the deadline. How does that work? How do you just decide to accept votes after the deadline? And it turns out the mayor or whoever did that didn't have the authority to do that. The courts decide that. And those votes were counted. Somehow they were counted when they should have not been counted. Forget whether it's Trump or Biden. They broke the law, aka fraud.
Well, I mean, the court determined that it wasn't fraud. So, I mean, I'm not a lawyer. I can't. I would take the judge's word for it, right? I'm not a legal expert. I don't have.
Just trust the plan, right? Trust them.
Well, I don't have the knowledge.
Yeah, he's really trusting, bro. You're like super trusting, bro. You trust the judge? How about trusting the law? How about trusting the Constitution?
Well, like I said, I don't have enough knowledge to determine whether or not that was fraudulent. But I do know that a lot of these states had Republican mayors and a lot of Republican, like usually how these, all the time when these elections are run, you have both sides running the systems. It's not just one side running the system. It's both sides in cooperation run the systems, right? So you'd have to have the Democratic and the Republican Party colluding to overthrow Trump. Not only that, but Trump said the same shit in 2016. He said there was voter fraud in 2016. How do you get elected in 2016 if there's voter fraud? It just doesn't compute.
He won by such a big landslide it didn't matter.
No, hang on. No, he's right. No. Orthodox is right. There probably was voter fraud in 16, right? But here we're trying to point it out, and you're saying it's okay, which is shocking to me.
I think it was okay.
No, he's saying I trust the judge. That's what he's saying.
I didn't look
so it must be okay. It's okay because I trust the judge, right?
I didn't look into 16. I'm sure that there's voter fraud in every damn election, but this, I think, it was so obvious, and I think I say for myself and a lot of Americans, wow, I didn't know how bad it was until this election. I didn't know how bad it was. I knew that there was like an Orthodox says some fuckery, fine, always, right? But this is really blatant. Wow, that's what I'm saying.
I've been asking for, if anybody knows any names of people who were convicted of voter fraud, if anybody has any documentation of the fraudulent votes. They didn't present any of that in court, Godric. They didn't present any evidence that there was voter fraud. They didn't present any.
You are a super trusting individual. I don't know. You're trusting the court. Look. I'll put it another way. My wife's a Democrat. I'm a Republican. So we have arguments, right? So what we decided between us is, no matter how you're going to put it, that the Republicans are going to try to, make their points. Democrats are going to try to make their points. If they have to, they're lie, cheat, and steal. Basically, that's because they want to win. Okay, so that part is true, right? Yeah, but how do you get, so both sides it happens, right? But how do you count votes in the middle of the night and then have them count?
The recount.
Okay. So you're trusting the recount is what you're saying. You think the recount was legit, and that's what you're going by?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and like I said, I believe
they didn't do a recount in Georgia, did they?
They did a recount in every state that was basically a state that got flipped. I could be wrong, but
I don't know that they did a recount in Georgia. But here's another thing: they had so ballots. Here's something. This is just if you read any paperwork, you probably should have come across this one. There are stacks of ballots the last couple of nights of the election that were turned in. And they weren't folded, though they came in through the mail. There was no crease marks in the ballots. It looked like it came out of a printed, computer-generated piece of paper. There was no creases on the paperwork And these are the eyewitness accounts. They were telling you what's wrong with this ballot. How could it come in the mail if it's not even folded? How does that work? And this is an example where they did say these votes were all for Biden. You didn't read about that?
Yeah, I've heard about that.
Okay. You don't see that that's obvious fraud? Fucking fraud.
So what I did was I stacked a bunch of pieces of paper that had been folded on top of my table, and I sent it to my brother, and I asked him which one's folded. Have these been folded, or have those been folded?
Yeah, I don't believe you.
And he couldn't determine which one.
No. This is first of all, I appreciate you, Unorthodox. Okay, and I think for somehow you just think different. I think you think different, and that's okay. But wow, like if a piece of paper has no creases in it, how could it have gone through the mail?
Any piece of paper with no creases in it. All I saw was a stack of pieces of paper from a distance. That's all I saw.
No, but the eyewitness accounts are people who are counting the votes, who are putting them into these machines, and they were just saying there's no creases in this. How could this be coming through the mail?
Oh, I would.
There were mail-in ballots that had no creases in it, and in this case, the eyewitness accountant said they were all for Biden. Now, could have been lying, Of course, you never know. Like you say, we never know. But I want to know what you thought about that. You're saying you had your brother look at some paperwork and he couldn't tell. Is that what you said?
I basically had a stack of paper that's old mail, basically, and I set it on the table versus just a regular stack of paper that's been sitting like in my office, and from a distance to see if he could pick out which one was which. He couldn't tell.
Okay. Well, this is a case where the eyewitness account was counting the ballots by hand, and there are some that were properly creased because they were in the envelope, and other ones that were completely non-creased paper that were obviously not through the mail, though they were mail ballots. So there you go.
I mean, there's no video of this. I mean, if I was the person,
I could show you the video, but like you just dismiss everything. Like, oh well, they just said and they did a recount. And it's almost like you're just very trusting to me. That's what I see.
Well, Godric, you're talking to someone that believes. Godric, you're talking to someone that believes in a spinning globe. So
look,
this is a guy that believes in fantasy. So
okay, right, unorthodox. Look,
does he?
This is. Hang on.
Yes.
Let me ask him. Look. I just have a question for you. Okay, you said you did the science about. You went to school, did the science about space or whatever. How do you propel through a vacuum if there's nothing to push off of? Just give me the science on that. So
that's physics. That's 6th grade physics. That's the first physics that was ever created by man. That's Newton. That's F equals ma.
Yeah,
hang on. Let's say it's first.
He didn't
grade.
ask
Let's
you
say
that.
it's first grade physics, okay? Because it just say it's first grade physics, and we're all stupid. So enlighten us. If I throw a rock, okay, that has propulsion. I'm throwing it. If I shoot a firecracker, a rocket out of a firework, it'll shoot up because it has propulsion. If you're it's pushing off the atmosphere. It's pushing off my hand. If you're in space, how does it go anywhere?
I don't know. It's F equals ma, right? The equation, that's the oldest physics equation on Earth, right? That's Newton. That is
it's the only equation. It doesn't have to be doesn't matter how old it is. It's the only question I'm asking. Doesn't matter what grade you learned it. Doesn't matter how old it is. Explain to me how you can propel through a vacuum with no atmosphere. Okay, go.
Okay, well, I'm just trying to start out with the history and let you know that there's nothing that's been more proven than this in terms of physics. This has been proven more than.
I want you to listen. I want you to listen to what you're saying. I'm serious. Like you're doing it again. Okay? I respect you because you're here. You're taking the time. We're both taking the time. You're doing it again. You're telling me, oh, this is for sure. Everyone proved it. This is how old it is. This is the proof. This is your answer.
My next sentence was the explanation. So there's context to it. I think the context is important. I don't know why you don't think the context is important, but I think the context is important. F equals ma, right? That's the equation. Force equals mass times acceleration. If you change the mass, you get an acceleration. It's just as simple as that. And I don't know what would make you think that it's pushing off of anything. Right? If
I have a question about the moon with you. So when an eclipse happens,
wait a second. He didn't answer anything.
We don't want to beat him over the head. Okay, we just want to get a straight answer. Okay.
He just spouted out a formula, and they said, "Well, there you go."
I think he said if you reduce the mass, you get acceleration. Is that what you said?
Yeah, the equation that the equation that we've known for 350 years that causes motion.
Here we go again. Here we go with the 300 years. Okay.
He's exposing myself.
So we've known that for a long time. F equals ma. So if you change anything on any one of the variables, something else has to change, right? So if you change, it's F equals ma. That's force equals mass times acceleration. If you change the mass, you get an acceleration.
Okay, so what you're saying is, if you have a rock in space and you change the mass, it'll start accelerating. Or a rocket, for example. In this case, a rocket with people on it. You shoot through a vacuum, it'll get acceleration when you change the mass. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you demonstrate that in any way?
Can you demonstrate in any way that it's pushing off the atmosphere?
I didn't say push off, but yeah, if you want to do that, you could. I didn't say push off nothing. I'm just saying, can you demonstrate what you're saying in maybe a science experiment or maybe on paper, draw a picture or something?
I mean, I could fire a gun inside. I could fire a gun.
If I have a watermelon and I change the mass of it, it doesn't mean it's going to go anywhere. That's my rebuttal to you.
You do it through a nozzle, through an engineered system. I mean, sure. I mean, it's going to move somewhat. There's no way you're going to be able to remove mass from a watermelon without it moving. Like, how would you do that? And I mean, just think about it. Like, you think if I'm in space and I fire a gun, you think there's going to be no kickback? You could do this. You could. I don't know if you've seen these videos, but what they do is they take like a long tube and they fill it with a vacuum, and then they launch ping pong balls through the vacuum. And how they do that is by basically propulsion, so they're changing the mass through the vacuum to propulse the ping pong ball. And there's quite a few videos of this on YouTube, and it's not. I mean, this is something that's trivial.
You say it is, but then you don't come with the evidence. You spout out a formula. That's that.
Well, he put a couple examples. I don't get the examples myself. I don't know what he's talking about. But let me just say this, and I want you to remember this, and I just want you to remember that I'm not a science guy. I'm not a physics guy. If I did, I don't know, maybe I would believe in a spinning Earth. But if I have a plane or a rocket or any kind of thing in the atmosphere, the only way it's going to fly is because it's pushing off this atmosphere. It's being guided by the atmosphere. Okay, that's why it's going, let's say, one direction. It's pushing off the back of the rocket. Is making an exhaust, and that's pushing it forward, and it's guiding through an atmosphere. It's pushing against the atmosphere, going straight, being able to guide. It can flip the wing. It can go left and right. You have none of that in space. That's what I'm saying. If you were able to do a kickback, or if you're able to create some kind of, let's say, explosion, it would just spin wildly. There's nothing to stop it from. There's nothing to make it go straight. Like there's nothing that can go, for example, from the Earth to the Moon, because it wouldn't go. If you can get some kind of kickback, you said, it would just spin wildly.
Well, let me ask you this. So if I build a box and I fill this box with a syringe that's full of water, right? And I can create a little mechanism that's going to compress the water, and it's going to shoot it out the back, and all in the vacuum. and it moves, would that change your mind?
I would like to see you do that experiment. I'd like to see that experiment. What you're saying to me doesn't make sense. It's not the same example, but I would like to see you do that. Maybe somebody can understand it.
How is that different? You got the mass changing. You got mass being ejected from a system. Right? If you can just imagine, man, I wish I had an answer.
Well, so that's sort of an answer. Okay. So if the mass is ejected, then that's going to cause propulsion. You can say that. You can start with that. Okay.
Yeah. Let me give you a really simple example, and tell me if you have any problems with this. Okay.
Go ahead.
I want you to imagine you're on a skateboard. You're sitting on a skateboard. Okay. And during your first trial, you're going to have a very large volleyball, and you're going to throw the volleyball. Okay. We'll make it 10 times as big as the second option that you're going to do the second time, which is a 50-pound kettlebell. Okay. Second time, when you throw the 50-pound kettlebell off of the skateboard, are you going to go further than you did when you threw the volleyball that was 10 times larger?
The kettle's gonna push you more than the volleyball.
Exactly. So that should prove to you right there that it's not the atmosphere. You're pushing off of the mass, and that's the exact thing that's happening in the rocket. You got more.
See, that just means to what you're saying is, so if I had enough kettlebells, I can push myself to the moon. That's all you said to me.
Yeah, little. I mean, anything with mass. I mean, does that not make sense? Right? You have something that this is just like a direct experiment. How you can determine if you're pushing off the atmosphere or if you're pushing off the mass. You sit on a skateboard and you throw something that's 10 times larger and 100 times lighter. And then you take something, you sit on a skateboard and you push something that's 10 times smaller and 1,000 times
so
heavier.
You're pushing off against the medicine ball, because we all heard this example, throwing out when you're on a wheelchair and you're holding a medicine ball and you throw it away, then your wheelchair will move, right?
Yeah,
that's what you're saying.
Yeah, but if you throw a volleyball, you won't move.
Right. So, but in the atmosphere, the rocket is pushing against the air particles, right?
No. That's not how physics describes it.
Yes, the rocket is being guided by our atmosphere. Otherwise, it would spin wildly.
Where does it push off against? Where does it push off against a rocket in the atmosphere?
Just the same way as when you throw a kettlebell away from you, when it moves you in the opposite direction. It's the same thing. You've got the rocket pushing out fuel, it moves in the opposite direction. It's like almost a perfect analogy.
It pushes against the air.
No, it doesn't push against the air, because if it pushed against the air in the volleyball example, that's 1,000 times lighter and 10 times larger, you would move more. Would you not?
Hey, an airplane has wings that push against the air to keep the airplane in the air. So don't you think that a rocket would do a similar thing? I mean, wouldn't wings not work in space? And for the same reason, wouldn't a rocket not work in space if you could get there?
Wings don't work in space. But a rocket is something totally different. We're talking about ejecting mass. Wings are something completely different.
Yeah, but they're both pushing up against the atmosphere.
No, neither. The rocket example is not pushing against the atmosphere. The wing example is. I mean, this has nothing to do with flat Earth or globe Earth. This is just kind of, like I said, the oldest known physics equation in the history of man. And like I said, in the example that I provided you, to me, that makes it crystal clear that it's not the atmosphere you're pushing off, because if it was, the volleyball, which is 10 times larger, you would move 10 times as far, right? You're moving 10 times the amount of air than you're moving with the kettlebell. So if you're claim is that it's the air that's you're pushing off of. You can prove that. You can use a volleyball to try and move yourself, and it doesn't work. And
well, hey, I have a question about your thoughts on the moon. So the moon is supposedly, according to the heliocentric model, 2,150 miles in diameter, correct? You would agree with that?
I thought it was about a fourth of the size of the Earth, about 1,000 miles in radius.
Yeah, 1,000 mile radius, but 2,000 miles in diameter.
Yeah, I believe that's correct.
So yeah, the thing that I find so confusing about this is that when we have a solar eclipse, the path of totality, the actual effective shadow, is 70 miles in diameter. Do you see what's strange about this?
I mean, I can see how that can seem strange.
You know, light travels in straight lines, and I was taught ever since I was a little tiny child several times, all the way up until now, that the moon might be closer to us than the sun, but the sun is, or the sun is 400 times larger than the moon, but also happens to be 400 times farther away than the moon. So if you have a light source and something casting a shadow, and the light source and the shadow and the object casting the shadow are exactly the same size, then you should have a shadow with the same diameter as the object casting the shadow. So is the moon 70 miles in diameter, do you think, or is it something else?
No, I mean that's not what's happening in what you just described. The sun is a lot larger. It's not the same size.
Yes, I agree. But they say it's 400 times larger, the diameter of the sun, than the moon, and they say that the sun is 400 times the distance from us. Thus, the moon and the sun appear the same angular size in the sky.
They appear the same size, but they aren't. That's the difference here. You can do this on a sunny day too. I recommend any of you do it. Whenever the sun is directly overhead, or wherever you can determine it's directly across from, take like a can of beans or something. And the best way to do it is when it's directly overhead. Take a can of beans, draw a circle on the ground, and then move the can of beans up and away. You have to be like, on the same axis. You move it up and away. You'll see that the penumbra and umbra get different sizes. You have this ring in the middle that's smaller and darker, and then on the outside you have something that's lighter. And you don't usually see that on Earth because we have so many different lights and the lights aren't that big, but you can do it with like a big light box and an object, or you can do it outside on a sunny day. There's quite a few videos on YouTube of this happening. I can see how it seems weird, right? It's only 70 miles across. That's how big I forget the name. I think it's penumbra. But yeah, I can see
the path of totality.
Yeah, the path of totality. I witnessed that not that long ago. It was pretty cool. But yeah, you try it, man. Go outside and try it tomorrow. Wait till
I don't know what you're talking about with this bean can. I have no idea what you're describing.
Oh, okay.
I'm trying to follow you.
I can. Well, basically, what you're going to show is that when you can make a shadow that has a small inner path of totality, that the outside is faded and the inner part is the darkest. You can do that yourself outside any day.
Yeah, but the can of beans is not. It's not. What I'm saying is the can of beans is not the moon. The whole idea is it's basic math that they're presenting to us, being that the moon is 2,150 miles in diameter, and the sun would be the same angular size in the sky as the moon. And if light does in fact travel in straight lines, which I'm pretty damn sure it does, unless it's through fiber optics or something crazy like that, the shadow needs to be much larger at the very minimum. And I just don't see any way around that. I really don't see any way around that.
You're seeing like a diagram of it? That really helps. Because yes, the sun's rays come in almost perfectly parallel. They're not perfectly parallel, but so just think about the sun being 4,000 times larger than the moon, right? At the very tips of the sun, the outer ring of the sun, all the way from 4,000, the 4,000th ring or whatever that's larger, keep going in and in and in, and that light is actually not traveling parallel. Let me post a pic, but then I gotta get off here.
Are you saying that the angular size of the sun is larger than the moon?
No, no. They're about the same angular size, but what matters is the physical size. Because if you have, like, let's just imagine how I have
No, that's wrong. The physical size does not matter. When we're talking about casting light and shadows, the physical size does not matter. It's only the angular size that matters. I mean, the sun could be 4 billion times larger than the moon. If it's far enough away, it'll be the same angular size. That's the only thing that matters.
No, what makes you think that? I could show you a simple drawing that would kind of help you to understand it. Like, just if I had like a large, like, let's just say 6 foot, if I had a 6 foot in diameter light, like a spotlight, and I go 100 feet away and I have a ball that's at that point the same actual, it's not the same physical size, it's the same angular size.
Same angular size.
Yeah, it's not the same physical size. It would be the same angular size. Let's just say it at 100 feet, right? There's going to be a shadow that's created that you still have light coming around the outer edge of that object, right? Because the object that's emitting light is 6 feet. The object that you're holding is like a foot wide or something. So that affects it.
I think what you're referring to is maybe light dispersing in a funny way, which I wouldn't really necessarily argue against, but I really don't see that as a good explanation for what I'm describing. I mean, still, we're talking about an object that is allegedly, probably not actually, I don't think it is, but allegedly a spherical object that is 2,150 miles in diameter and, a 250,000 miles away from the object that's casting a shadow on. Like, I can understand how what you're describing would make it a little fuzzy around the edges, but reducing the path of totality down to 70 miles from 2,150 miles, I'm sorry, that makes no damn sense. Not a single lick of sense. It just makes no damn sense.
Like, you don't go to math class and talk about feelings. You don't go to physics class and talk about feelings.
Well, it's just basic logic. I mean, it's like, they've said it 1,000 times in so many different places, in school and TV and books. I've heard it 1,000 times. The sun is the angular size is exactly the same as the moon because it's 400 times larger as a diameter, and it's 400 times further away. I mean, it's
why does the sun's rays do not come parallel when it fits your needs? I've posted a diagram. Why doesn't it happen as I've posted it? Look at it.
Yeah.
Because you're posting the same ridiculous meme saying, well, in case of the the solar eclipse, we have to take into account that the sun doesn't have parallel rays. Do you agree?
Yeah.
That's double speak. That's double speak.
This is something that happened to me all throughout my education. Whenever I went back to school as an engineer when I was 25, I was like, they told me this back then. They told me this back then. It's like whenever you're growing up and you're learning it in middle school and high school, they simplify it down to the most basic level. And then when you get into college, well, it's what I experienced. And I'm telling you from experience. I went back to school at 25 to learn all this stuff. I didn't pay that much attention when I was in school, but I can tell you right now, I have a 7th grader, and they dumb it down for them. They tell you the simpler version. And if you look at Roger's diagram versus mine, you can see that Roger's diagram, isn't taking into account that the sun's bigger. Even though it's farther away and it would look the same size in the sky, you still don't get around
It's the same diagram you showed me. It's the same, but yours doesn't show the light rays coming parallel. Because it suits your needs, right?
No, because
it does.
That's the truth. That's our model. Is that the sun? Like I said, you're picking up on the more simplified version. The sun rays are most.
So the sun rays aren't parallel now.
No, they're not.
That's what you're saying.
How could they be? The sun's 4,000 times bigger.
That's what the model claims. Do I need to show you what the model claims? That sun rays are parallel? Do I really need to do this?
Like I said, that's a simplification. You can dig in.
Then you have to show otherwise. Come on.
Show otherwise. Well, I mean that would be evidenced by the penumbra.
No, that's begging the question. That's you saying, well, it has to be this. Right?
If you're going to come over to my house and we're going to do some serious science, I can't really show you that.
Yeah, that's assuming the sun is 93 million miles away at this point.
Well, it's not an assumption. It's based on quite a few things.
No, it's an assumption. How do you know, unorthodox? Because we're going into the weeds again, but how do you know?
Well, no. It's based on a calculation from a triangle from Mars.
Yeah, that's assuming the Earth has curvature. So how do you know the Earth has curvature? Wow.
I went through this before. I don't really care to argue about the Earth's curvature on here because I know I'm not going to change anybody's mind. But I don't really mind talking about their topic like the penumbra or umbra or F equals MA and stuff like that. Because whenever I talk about the Earth's shape, everybody gets all pissy and it turns into some huge fucking thing, right? I don't
because you have to show. Go.
No, they don't get pissy.
Hang on.
They just want to debate how you know it.
Hang on. Let me just say thank you. Thank you, Unorthodox. I appreciate that. You gave a decent answer, which is if you reduce the mass, you can get movement. Okay, that's fine. Okay. I like to talk more about that, but good. And when I get pissy, you're just in the Flat Earth server, so that's what. It's all good. We welcome you.
You guys have been cool tonight.
Christ. No, we're not pissy. We just want to debate how you know that for a truth.
I know our positions. Like
I mean, if you can't demonstrate it as an absolute, then it's just an assertion. And you refuse to accept that. That's not us being pissy.
Well, I mean, I think everything's an assertion. You can back it up with evidence, right? And I've got a list. If you were interested, of 27 things that you would experience if the Earth was a globe.
Most of them are assertions.
Remember what?
I've heard the list. Most of them are just assertions yourself. You say this is the way it would be if it's a globe, but you can't demonstrate why.
Let me just give you really two quick examples and I go off here. Right? Distances on Earth. Right? If you travel any distance on a plane, you can calculate what it's going to be on a flat plane versus on the globe. Anytime you fly, I employ you to track it with your phone or whatever device you want to track it with and see the mileage that you have traveled. And then you compare.
100 miles is 100 miles, whether it's a curved path or a straight path, right? You drive over topography any damn way.
Same distance.
Yeah, but okay.
100 miles is 100 miles no matter the shape of it. I can tie 100 miles in a knot and make it a bow and it'll still be 100 miles.
But it's a kilometer no matter the direction you're going, brother.
That's correct. But what you can't do is you can't create a map that connects. You can do that with one.
We can't create any accurate map with either model.
Show us the correct map on Orthodox. You know how many projections there are? You know how many projections there are? Which one is the correct one?
Well, they're all some form of distortion.
Indeed.
Right.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
All maps are distorted. And that's because the land's not the map and the map's not the land. There's many paradoxes that are why you can't show accurate distances in mapping. And none of them have to do with shape.
I could create a map of my floor plan and it would be perfectly accurate.
Of your floor plan?
Yeah.
So you mean a blueprint of your house?
Yeah.
That's not comparable to the Earth or a continent or to nautical miles. It's not comparable. You can actually measure your front room, dude. I can tell you exactly how many square feet I got in my house. That doesn't make Earth a globe. That's some dumb shit.
You can calculate what the surface,
calculate. You can't measure.
You can measure it.
No,
you can measure
you can't measure it. You can equate it. There's a difference. One's a direct measurement. The other one's based on an equation.
Hypothetical equation.
I would say if you travel the distance on a plane, that's measuring it.
The other thing is you can't really use
distances don't prove shape
because it's all Freemasonic mathematics that supports a globe model.
Well, what he's doing is taking a hypothetical globe model and applying the distances on that to as if they're a proof of shape, when it's just a measurement of distance, not shape.
Indeed. It's an argument policy where one will go around in a circle, never really getting anywhere until they attain the knowledge that we do not live on a globe. We are not hurtling through spinning, chasing the sun.
I don't see how you could argue against mathematics like that.
I just did. What do you mean? You didn't listen? Your mathematics don't prove shape. They prove distance. Be specific, man. You try to generalize that shit and assert it to be a proof or a evidence.
So classic how he said you can't argue with mathematics. That is golden, bro. That is so golden. Oh my god.
Dude, people argue. We argue with statistics every day.
Statistics are different because they come from humans. The source is
statistics are mathematics, man. Get out of here with that dumb shit.
Freemasonry, brother. You know what I mean? Pythagoras, Freemason.
Every concept you covered comes from humans.
Yeah, that's true. But I'm talking about like the data, right? Like I could poll how many people think Battle Mod's an asshole, and I'm just be fucking around. Poll one person.
Yeah, not all statistics include people and the actions of people, guy.
Yeah. So if I polled like one person,
let's take the probability of evolution being true, for example. That's just a statistic based on a concept.
How do you calculate that probability?
And it's statistically improbable.
We still don't evolve from monkeys. Haven't seen any chimps turn into a human in the last 20 years plus. But,
and here's another statistic. Here's another statistic. Without a direct measurement of shape, I say it's statistically improbable that you'll ever prove curve.
I've seen a lot of chimps lately, or I've seen a lot of humans turn into chimps lately.
Supposed to.
The degradation of the ages, brother.
That's not what evolution would say. It's a straw man of evolution.
No, we know that. It would be a long, gradual over time that no person could observe.
But you can observe the effects, like for instance.
But here's the thing. Yeah, we should observe subtle changes in our lifetime, and we don't.
There's a family of six-fingered and six-toed people in Europe.
Yeah, well, those are called birth defects.
Well, they change their physical form through DNA, right?
Yeah, show me a human that turns into a dog.
Facts. Doesn't exist.
You're admitting to what you're basically admitting to is 1 + 1 = 2.
Adaptation.
But tell me.
I didn't. No.
So,
Listen.
you don't agree in microevolution?
No, I don't agree in evolution because you can't prove it wasn't already a attribute or a quality to adapt to your environment that was already present in the cell. You can't prove anything changed. You can't prove it wasn't an inherent quality.
Yeah, there you go. That's a pretty good example.
Well, but they were already fat. They were already fat, so that's already it's already an inherent quality in the cell, and there's no new quality. Evolution implies new qualities, new attributes.
6 fingers, 6 toes.
Yeah, they're fat bulldogs, but they're
not
still
a new
bulldogs.
attribute. It's toes and fingers, dude. We've already got toes and fingers.
They're not going to turn into a human after so long. What if you bred the high IQ bulldogs?
Arguing with evolutionists is annoying. They got to be fucking just totally ignorant to the truth to even argue it.
Even if we take away evolution, that still doesn't take away the fact of the record that we have, right? We still have all these
record,
the fossil record.
How do you know they didn't make it all up?
Listen, yeah, listen, you take a bunch of fossils, you look at them, and you say one became the other. But who actually did the tests, like the bone marrow test, the DNA test, to prove that one did turn into the other? Nobody.
Jesuit institutions.
So you can take your pictures of bones that could have been put together from 5 different species, for all I know, and shove it where the sun don't shine.
I love
Do some tests on that shit. Matter of fact, it's illegal for you to even want to test this shit. They won't allow nobody to test it. So it's a fossil record of nothing. It hasn't been verified.
Somebody who does tests in a lab.
Well, they don't.
They don't allow single independent testing unless you come through a government platform.
Give me one citation where show me the DNA test for Lucy.
You DNA test for dinosaur.
That's not what I asked for.
It's not for Lucy. There's not usually DNA. It's almost never present. We're talking about fossils, dude.
No. I know what a fossil is. You think we can't get it from bone? Is that what you think? You gotta have marrow? No.
Fossil. You know what a fossil is?
And that's just another excuse for why you haven't tried to actually link one to the other.
So they argue with fossils as well. They mostly deny petrification as well. I mean, come on, brother.
Petrification? Yeah, they're basically...
You went from a globe you can't prove to evolution that you can't prove. You're just going to keep on taking adaptation, which is an already inherent quality in a cell, and call it something that creates new qualities in cells. You haven't mentioned one new quality. For things to evolve, they would have to have new qualities, new attributes. Not more of the same attribute or more of the same quality, but new qualities and new attributes.
Like what? Give me an example of something that you would believe that was evolution.
Something that's non-existent. The problem of what isn't mine. It's not my assertion. I gave you the standard.
I got one. You know these miniature Doberman pictures? They get smaller and smaller as they breed them. The small ones, they get smaller and smaller and smaller to the point they can fit in your hand.
Yeah.
What that?
That's not a new attribute size, is it?
It's definitely
smaller is smaller than bigger.
But it's not
still a canine. It's just a small canine, and it's only small in relative to big.
Yeah, but that's a new attribute because it's smaller and smaller. Because
it's not a new attribute. Size is an already inherent attribute in all things.
You're kind of defining it in a way, in such a way that it's impossible to prove.
It's not. It's not. It's very clear.
It's not about my definition. It's clear as hell. Show me a new attribute, not the same old kind after its kind. You breed smaller together, smaller gets smaller. You breed bigger together, bigger gets bigger. But these are qualities that have already been existent forever.
Yes.
Show me a motherfucker that was born today with telepathy. You just blow your head up with his mind. Show me a guy that can levitate. Where's the dogs that walk on water? Where's the land animals that evolved to where they can live either in aquatic environments or land terrestrial environments? Where's that? Where's the new species?
New qualities
listen. It'd take a new attribute and a new quality to build a new species. Where are they? If it happened once, listen, this is a universe of infinite possibility, right? So if it happened once, then statistically we could say it's going to happen again. Because there's nothing new under the sun. If it happened once, it'll happen again. It'll keep on happening over and over and over again. That's the very premise of evolution. So even though we can't view it, why are there not new species being discovered all the time? And then when there are, it's a fish. We find a fish, we call it a new species, but it's not a new species. It's just a fish. We find a new dog we ain't never seen. Oh, it's a new species. No, it's just another fucking canine.
I want to read you this article from a.
Didn't dogs come from wolves?
Yeah, supposedly.
If they did, that would be a change in evolution.
Yeah, I think the breeding of cats and dogs is a pretty clear example that shows that you can get some wild results.
Hey, I have a question for you, Unorthodox. Do you think you could ever find a 24-hour time-lapse video of the winter, the solstice in the southern hemisphere showing 24 hours of sunlight without the sun setting in the southern hemisphere? Do you think you could find that anywhere?
Yeah, before. I mean, supposedly that's what it was.
What?
I've seen that before.
But are you thinking about the northern hemisphere or the southern hemisphere? Because I've seen plenty of videos in the northern hemisphere of 24-hour sunlight during the solstice. But I have, to this day, no matter where I look and no matter how I look, no matter how long I look, I cannot find a single video of the southern hemisphere having 24 hours of sunlight, neither in Antarctica or any of the islands nearby or anything.
You want
one that's not doctored, right? One that's not doctored.
I've seen two personally. My understanding also is the southernmost tip of South America experiences 24 hours of daylight.
You should post links to those two.
Antarctica in the southern hemisphere, bro, and right down the deep down south, you don't get fuck all sun.
Yeah, and even in the summertime for the southern hemisphere, if you want to call it that, the hemiplane, even when it is summer there, the sun still sets nonetheless.
And it's very, very short as well, amount of time that they have for sun down there.
Yeah, maybe I could pull up the southernmost tip of South America and look at the time and date real quick. But I want to read you a quote from a man who's dedicated his life to being a Christian. He's a creationist. He's part of an organization that promotes Christianity and creationism. I'm going to read you this.
Why do we care about religion?
I want to read you this man's quote.
Well, let's hear what he's got to say, brother. I mean, first of all, before we shut him down.
Listen, don't tell me what to do. I'll kick you out of here so quick your head will turn. But no offense. Listen, no offense. Nobody made the positive claim of creation. Did they?
No. I'm just prefacing the gentleman whose quote I'm fixing to read.
Well, there's an implication in your preface.
Fine. But let me.
All right, duly noted. But let's let him say it.
Let me read the quote real quick.
Stay in your lane, know your role.
Evolution is not a theory in crisis. It is not a theory in crisis. It is not teetering on the verge of collapse. It has not failed as a scientific explanation. There is evidence for evolution, gobs and gobs of it. It is not just a speculation or a faith choice, assumption or a religion. It is a productive framework for lots of biological research, and it has amazing explanatory power. There's no conspiracy to hide the truth about the failures of evolution. There has really been no failure of evolution as a scientific theory. It works, and it works well.
Yeah, I can quote.
That's one man's opinion. He's a Christian, and so what? What does it prove?
I can quote 3,000 quote-unquote scientists that think differently. So what's your point here?
I just have to disagree with that person who said that. That's all. I disagree.
I just want to know who kept heckling me and telling me what to do.
I consider what you said as an incomplete thought. He was saying it can be used for something, but he didn't specify what. So it sounded like politician talk to me.
First article or the first paragraph. I posted it in chat. You can look at it. Like I said, this is a creationist, dedicated his life to being a Christian, has a creationist organization, promotes Christianity throughout the world and the belief in God, and he's a PhD in biology.
Yeah, well, I think Christians are stupid a lot of the time.
Hey, we can guess who that is.
Got a ton of shit for this too. There's like a
Tobin?
No, it's Todd Wood. Todd Wood's the gentleman I'm talking about. He got tons.
It's just an opinion.
Well, yeah,
I think you should go and look for videos of 24 hours sunlight in Antarctica and be honest with yourself. If we live in this modern era where we can go to Antarctica easily and we have lots of digital cameras, there should be on the internet hundreds of different videos of 24-hour sunlight in the southern hemisphere, just like there are in the quote-unquote northern hemisphere. I can find plenty of videos in Alaska and other places close to the North Pole. Plenty of videos, but to this day, no matter where I look, I cannot find any videos of 24 hours of sunlight in the southern hemisphere. And I suggest to you, my friend, that you just be honest with yourself. Not that I'm saying you're not. I think you are being honest with yourself. But I think you should just go and search for that yourself. And, if you can find it, post a link and let me know. I'm on here all the time.
No matter what you do, you'll never find a video of 24-hour sunlight in the southern hemisphere. The south you go, the more colder it is. The more north you go, the more warmer it is. That's just how it is in New Zealand. We're as close as you can get to Antarctica, the southern hemisphere. Down there, it is fucking cold, bro. It is so cold, and they have fuck all sun.
Yeah, let me look real quick and see if I can find this city.
I'm not for that. You said you told him to be honest with himself, so he believes that there is no widespread voter fraud, and he believes that it's okay to count votes in the wee hours of the morning by yourself, and he believes the judge said that there's no fraud, so it must be true.
It's not just that; it's the culmination of 50 plus cases. It's 50 plus cases, plus his attorney general, plus his vice president, plus the House Senate leader, plus the majority of Republicans, plus the majority of Republican mayors and government body agents that are Republicans that all say
all controlled opposition.
Well, how do you get elected in the first place?
So.
Don't forget, even when you're a minority of one, the truth is still the truth.
Just a sidestep, unorthodox. This is a litmus test. WTC-7 was taken down by fire, correct?
My understanding was it was hit by the falling tower.
There you go, guys.
Have you never seen the devastation or pictures of the aftermath from those falling buildings? Like the whole block around it was like crushed.
Do you think it's suspicious that the bomb-sniffing dogs were called out 2 weeks ahead of time before 9/11?
Dude, it wasn't hit by the falling tower. And that's not the official narrative either. It fell after everything else.
Down.
After. Everything else was already falling, it fell. And they tried to...
after.
No offense, but they tried to say it was from the shock where everything hit the ground. That's bullshit, because them buildings set on shock absorbers. They were structurally sound.
Building 7 set on shock absorbers.
Excuse me?
My understanding is that that's extremely, extremely rare in civil engineering and costs millions of extra dollars. That wouldn't have been something that wouldn't have been something.
Every one of them core support set. You can't build a high rise, and the air of them were built without putting shock absorbers on the cores.
You must put.
I don't know what the hell you're talking about. I got the civil engineer's handbook right here, bro. You don't know what you're talking about.
Building 7, brother, that shit just collapsed into nothingness. You know how much gold was in there, bro? How much fucking gold there was there?
You can look at the diagrams for the towers, dude.
Maybe they took the gold out. How do you know the gold was in there?
They took the gold out just before it, man.
Dude.
Wiped it out.
Sounds like the James Bond movie Goldfinger, except they're not trying to blow up the gold.
They want to take it for themselves and basically keep printing America's money while endeavoring to...
He said, I don't think they'd spend the money on them. You know what building codes are, bro?
They have to spend money on it to build a building that big, bro. Otherwise, that shit's gonna fucking collapse,
it's
bro.
It's building code, man. You gotta, if you go to a certain amount of stories, you have to have them. The building has to be able to sway and absorb stress so it doesn't fall on a fucking earthquake.
Facts, brother. Thank you.
Different from an earthquake shock absorbers versus sway shock absorbers. Those are two totally different things.
Yeah, you know what you're talking about. Go away.
Listen, sway is in the riveting of the structure. The shock absorption is in the... What the fuck are you talking about, dude?
I think he might be talking about the difference between wind during a storm hitting the building as opposed to the ground shaking.
Well, first off, I didn't say the sway of the building would be even in the shock absorbers. Listen, whenever it sways, if it moves, it's going to create shock. And it's designed so that sway, movement, and vibration goes all the way down through it to the shock absorbers. So what are you talking about?
I'm a mechanical engineer and I work for a civil engineering firm.
Okay, then hold on. Let's test that. So what are the principles of engineering then?
Let me finish my sentence. Each city has different buildings.
What are the principles of engineering?
There's many things.
I mean, clearly, if you're a mechanical engineer, you pass the principles of engineering test, and you could give me a generalized basics of the 4 principles of engineering.
There's not 4 basic principles of engineering. There's mechanical.
You're not an engineer. You're not an engineer. I passed that test.
Okay,
let me ask you a question. I just have a simple question.
No. Don't. Listen, you're not an engineer, dude.
Let me tell you the classes I took, okay? And then
I don't listen. If you took the fucking classes and you passed it, you'd be able to generalize the 4 basics of engineering, the principles.
Well, here, Battle Mob, why don't you just tell us the first one?
I'm interested to know. I don't know these things. Could someone please inform me?
Google that shit. He could Google it.
No, don't Google it. DuckDuckGo it. Google's bullshit. Haven't you guys figured that out yet?
I got you guys right here. I'd love to know. Tell me.
You get a motherfucker on the ropes, and some dumbass always gives him a door to walk out of.
Yeah, simply stop, guys. Listen.
I swear, I'm going to get on my computer so I can... fucking do something the next month.
Well, hey, I have a question for Unorthodox. Hey, so do you think it's kind of strange or suspicious or believable or unbelievable that amongst the wreckage of the two main towers coming down on 9/11, that they found a passport of one of the hijackers still intact and legible in the debris of the two towers?
It didn't even affect it.
Yeah, that seems a little suspicious to me.
I'm glad at least we agree on that.
But let me just say something in regards to engineering. There's civil, mechanical, chemical, and petroleum. Those are the four main branches. Okay? In mechanical engineering, the foundations are thermodynamics, fluid dynamics, statics, and feedback loops or dynamic systems.
Those aren't the principles.
Oh, that's what I studied, and that's what I got my degree in.
Then you would have passed the principles of engineering test, and you already showed you didn't.
It's not the principles of engineering test because they're different for each type of engineering. They're different for chemical engineers.
Oh, they are.
Absolutely.
They are. I didn't say they weren't.
Well, you didn't specify which one.
But the basics, the four basic principles of engineering are the same for all engineers.
And you also said the test wrong. The test is called the PET, the Professional Engineering Test.
No, it's the principles of engineering test.
Can you tell us what they are?
That's another one. That's another one. No, I'm not going to because I'm not giving other people the knowledge they need to lie. So stop asking me.
So are you an architect?
No, I'm not an architect.
No, I was asking the other guy.
No, I'm a mechanical engineer. I work for a civil firm currently.
So you have to take the principles of engineering test, pass that, and the professional engineers test to get your PE, to be a PE. But if you don't pass the principles, you can't take the other test.
Yeah, but
if you're an engineer, what do you design?
I mean, what university did you go to for engineering?
I don't know if I want to tell you that.
I'm just curious to know what his job description is. What is your job description?
Interrupting me.
Fluid dynamics.
I went to MSU.
Murray State University? Michigan State University?
Michigan State. I'm a Spartan. That's why
I'm going to be doxing myself, so I don't really know if I want to do that. But I could show you maybe a snippet from it's getting... Guys.
You said fluid engineering? What, fluid analysis?
Fluid analysis. That's like I said, thermo, fluid dynamics, statics, and dynamic systems are the bread and butter of mechanical engineers. All mechanical engineers. Mechanical engineering is like the broadest of the engineers.
I'm just wondering how it is you apply your knowledge to the, like, I just don't know what fluid analysis is.
Yeah.
Are you talking about plumbing?
We're reworking the city's basically pressurized pipeline right now.
That's hydrology, isn't it?
Fluid dynamics. Hydrology, I think, would be in regard to geology, like the Earth. But Orion, I can talk to you some other time about what the exact project is we're working on right now. I got to crash, man. I appreciate y'all not getting, up in arms tonight. I'd like to have a chill conversation. I know, and that's why I come here at Battle Mod or anybody else. I come here to let you guys know that I'm capable of having a reasonable conversation. I would even consider you guys friends. I'd go out and have a beer with you, hang out with you. Just the fact that we have a disbelief on something doesn't mean that we can't be humans and get along or be friends. But I'm a Mountain Bounce, and I'll talk to you guys sometime later.
Thank you.
Take it easy, mate.
Later, guys.
Likewise.
The guy's somewhat cool, but he was very believed in, because people told him, he believed in no voter fraud, he believed in judges, he believed in science because nobody can.
Oh yeah, it's his faith, man.
It's his faith. He was kind of both sides can't would have to, if both sides agree, then that must be true. He said that so many times.
Yeah. And that's that I noticed that cognitive dissonance kicking in quite a bit, especially the parts where he's feeling quite attacked and stuff. And I mean, it's tough, man, because this is something that he's being led to believe for fuck knows how long, and then here's all these other people that have knowledge on the subject, but in greater depth, that confront everything that he knows, and he's got not an arm or a leg to stand on. And it's a tough one. It's a tough one to break through that, to come through to the other side and be like, well, maybe I don't know fucking shit, and everything that I've been taught is a fucking lie, and we've got to revise everything.
So he believes mainstream media.
Yeah, exactly. MSM.
This guy isn't new, right? He's here for quite some time now. He was he's a staunch glower, so
he's clinging to it, man. He's clinging to it.
It almost gives a feeling of being an agent, right? Coming in here and trying to take people off the fence, or coming in and spouting doubts.
I don't think he's a shill. I don't think he's a shill because he really believed the shit he was saying. Because the judge said it's true, it must be true. Because both sides didn't disagree, it must be true.
That's the common denominator that makes it true in their minds, even though they never see the factuality to the truth. It's just all lies.
Yeah, he just
and they buy it up like soup.
He just changed his name back to Unorthodox. He used to, for a while, he would call himself the Real 50 Facts. He had 50 facts that prove the Earth is not flat.
Oh, we see that he's unsettled on his 50 facts now, seeing as they keep continually getting thrown out the window.
Yeah, so my counter to that was, okay, sure. How you just proved the Earth is not flat. How is it a globe? He goes, because it's not flat. And I'm like, okay. Now how is it? Yeah, how is it a globe, right? How you just presented 50 facts that prove the Earth is not flat. Now, how did you prove the Earth is a globe? And we went around and around like that, like he got stuck in the loop for at least 15 minutes, and then he'd go on these 4 or 5 minute tirades, and I'm like, dude, you're not getting it, okay? Real quick, right?
It's a simple question too, bro. Yeah.
Okay, I have an object right here in my hand. Okay, I presented you 50 facts that it's not flat. What object do I have in my hand? What geometry? What is the shape? I go, it's like playing 20 questions, but you just keep asking the same question. Is it flat? No? Okay. Next question. Is it flat? No, it's still not flat. Okay. Next question. Is it flat? No, it's not flat. Okay, you've got 17 questions left. But he took it to 50. Who does that? I mean, everyone's played 20
He really
questions.
believes in it, man.
Yeah, everyone's played the game 20 questions, right?
Yeah, but
yeah, it's real simple. You can just keep asking questions until you figure out something that the person's thinking of. But he just, it's incredible. I like the guy though too. He does seem pretty chill sometimes.
He's pretty open, and I like that. It's pretty cool to see. He seems a bit transparent, but he's really clinging to that fence, bro. And I can see that with many friends I have, because we have discussions on this, and it's all that fantasy shit that they see of the sci-fi network that keeps them stuck to it, and most of those people, they don't really look any further than the Jesuit sciences, Jesuit mathematics that they've been provided to do everything, and it's all fucking fallacy. And all their teachers believe it, so it must be true. So it's a tough one for them to ever consider differently and see otherwise. And when they're confronted with that, no. So he's just, I guess the programming with him is very, very strong. But you guys do a great job with knocking down all his walls, because he tries to continue asking next questions that just get shattered. And I'm just sitting here laughing my ass off, bro. I can't help it.
So you guys follow the news that happened at the Capitol?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, no, they're saying one of the Capitol police have died of wounds.
Okay. Yeah. terrible, right? If it's true, then it's terrible. But I'm seeing a guy with horns on his heads, and I mean, it's.
Well, I'm going to say this: it may not be true. Maybe nobody died, and they put it in the news. That's a definite possibility. And they
That
did
guy
it
was
so
a small-time actor,
it would make
right?
Trump look bad.
Tell me, how is it possible that people can just walk into a government building?
Yeah, it appears like they didn't. Like they broke glass windows and stuff, and you
Right.
kind of force their way in.
How is that possible? It's a government
So you're
building.
saying it was set up. You're saying they didn't actually break in, but they said they broke in. Is that what you're saying?
Well, there was a mob of people. It seemed like they weren't, they should have been more prepared, right? Because a lot of these people had posted about the protests, but yet, I mean, it looks like the Capitol Police were ready, but kind of let it happen for a while. It's really confusing, like what was going on there.
See how weak those fucks looked? None of them looked military trained. How the fuck did those weak fucks storm the Capitol? What a fucking psyop.
It was really disturbing about this that the woman that died, 39-year-old mother of four, 12-year Army veteran, or one of the people that died. I mean, gorgeous looking gal. I mean, what a crying shame. What a loss.
How do we know that's true, though? How do we know? Who knows her?
Well, yeah, I guess Tucker Carlson broke into tears last night, describing a veteran being killed on Capitol Hill.
They said she was in the Air Force, but again, he's right. It could have been made up. I mean, I think it probably did happen. I don't think it was made up, but he's right. It could have been made up.
Yeah. Tucker Carlson's in on it too. Then he's crying like a baby. I mean, that's what they said. That the founding fathers said this, right? The tree of liberty has to be watered from time to time. It's just the way it's going to go. Tyrants are going to try and take over, and there'll be casualties on both sides.
Just remember that it's a good thing if you can get all the bad guys to run one direction, all the good guys to run another direction, because if you can have it so one party's good and one party's bad, then at least you have a choice as opposed to no choice.
I think one of the biggest tells of this was that the Capitol Police really know what they're doing. They're like almost like a special forces unit that, all year long, these protests were just allowed to continue in other states. Protesters clashing here, protesters clashing there, city police completely unable to control the situation, buildings getting burned, people getting shot and ran over. And yet the Capitol Police put down the situation, in an hour? It was just like boom. It just kind of shows you that when you're dealing with a paramilitary organization with a single goal of protecting, politicians from terrorist attacks, they don't fuck around. They are not playing games in DC. I was wondering why, because DC police shoot people too, but you never see protests there. What I don't like about this is like all the vandalism to the woman's Twitter page, like people posting "I'm glad you're dead" and things like that. Like play stupid games, get stupid prize. These things are horrible. It's like she made it. If it's true, She made a very bad decision. That's it. And it wasn't like she was armed. She wasn't shooting anybody. She was like the first one through a broken
She didn't make
window.
a bad decision. She was defending freedom.
Yeah, I'm saying at the worst case, the justification for why the government used lethal force.
I was talking about that earlier. How do you shoot guns into a crowd? How do you shoot somebody because they're breaking a window? Is that the rule?
Or another question is, why did they shoot her and not anybody else?
That's what I'm thinking as well, too, dude.
The first
that's
one
why
through.
That's why I think it was fake, because how do you just shoot one person dead and then nobody else?
It could have been a cop with an itchy trigger finger.
This is a possibility I considered as well, but still, even then, like, I don't know, man. I don't know. These dudes are super trained in that fucking place, bro. They don't fuck around like that other guy was saying, you know? They
You don't need
do
to
their
be
thing.
trained to kill somebody. You need to be untrained to kill somebody.
True.
Yeah, for normal police, but the Capitol Police are all about the worst case scenario, like Olympus Has Fallen type shit. If you ever saw that movie, they're like right on the bridge, or right on the edge that a mass terrorist attack is going to try to overthrow the U.S. government. They'll do it right by killing a lot of politicians or something.
You think? Yeah, it just seems so.
Were they going to kill him by stabbing him with the Trump flag, with the American flag? Is that what they're going to do?
That American flag with the gold trim, indicating Rome runs everything.
Yeah, that was interesting too. I picked up on that. Why were they using? Why were they bringing about the gold trim flag?
But Crit, so
yeah,
I wasn't there. I'm not in the US, so I've seen the images, and there was a mob outside. So somehow a few of them got inside, right? Why weren't there more people inside? And then you have those few going inside, and then almost the same amount of people with a camera in their hand and a TV camera, right? It's just so weird. I saw the guy.
Maybe
I saw the guy with the police officer, and then they chased him up the stairs while being filmed all the way. I mean,
yeah,
it feels like a movie. It feels like a movie.
Yeah, the guy who was the police officer trying to defend that stairwell had a camera on him the whole time. Why the cameraman just not drop the camera and help the government defend, like whatever this police officer was doing? He just stood back and watched this one police officer try to get, surrounded by like 8 people.
Maybe they only let the people in that had the agent provocateur hall pass.
Yeah, I guess so. If you're dressed up like a buffalo and...
Good evening, gentlemen. Sounds like an interesting topic matter. But I'm in Gem Panda's server at the moment. I've got 3 burning questions here. One is to do with science. Just want to what is the point of science?
Cause and effect through experimentation.
Right, cause and effect through experimentation. Is science supposed to prove and confirm the reality we live, or not?
Well, it can.
Causality. Its basis, natural science basis, is causality.
Causality. Okay. So what about the scientific method? The scientific method is what we use to confirm our reality, yes or no?
Yeah, I would agree, because through cause and effect is the only way to build a concrete reality.
Yeah, either reject or accept the null. And that would
reality should be built out of that which is demonstrable.
Demonstrable, yeah, right. Now, they're saying that science is not out to prove anything.
It's a just so story. It's not really useful.
Well, that's
That's theoretical science, quantitative science.
Okay, thank you. Great.
So,
Theoretical science.
and by that, they're saying there's no 100% absolution in science because even that which we demonstrate only rings true under our current conditions.
Right.
So all things could change, like the temperature at which water boils at. If atmospheric pressure changes, that changes. So that's not it's not a concrete truth.
Right. So,
But cause and effect is.
Science is cause and effect. The observation of cause and effect using the scientific method, which can go to explaining the world we live in. Yes? No?
I would, yeah. Because if we know the cause, we can predict the effect and where it'll escalate to.
Okay. Then the idea of gravity. Now, I'm saying to them that if, because they haven't proven that the globe is a spherical ball or whatever, but they're debating the gravity thing. I said, what happens when I have a sheet of paper? Because I'm saying to them that gravity doesn't exist anyway. And if it were, it should be a constant rate acting upon all objects at the same rate. Yeah. So I said, what happens when I have a sheet of paper, I let it go and it glides down to the floor? I take that same piece of paper, I crunch it up and let it go. It drops quicker. What's happening there? That's not gravity, is it? That's not gravity, is it? Is it?
No.
Right. That's what I said to them.
It's not. Pointy due to air resistance. But here's a better one. Bro. The Big Bang relies on Newtonian physics, particle physics, where all particles attract to each other. That's how we formed a sphere.
Supposedly, yeah.
Relativity overwrote that. So particles don't attract each other.
Can you say that again?
Mass has
say that
to
again
work.
from the beginning.
So relativity, listen, in the Big Bang, the sphere evolved because particles attract each other. Newtonian physics, right?
Right.
But Newtonian physics were overwritten by relativity. So you now have to apply how did the sphere come together with the warping of space time, because it's now said that the sphere and the mass of it warps space time and gravity's the effect. So when there was nothing, everything was small particles. How were they warping space time to the point to where they all attracted together and formed perfect spheres all throughout the universe?
Thank you very much. That's the question I will be asking shortly. And then my other example I gave them is this. If the Earth is indeed spinning at 1,036 at the equator, and then the speed decreases as you move to the northern hemisphere and the southern hemisphere, the forces required to keep the oceans on to the surface of the Earth would be magnificent, humongous. Because we all know how much a 5-liter gallon of water weighs. Yeah, we know how much that weighs.
Yeah.
Right. So if the force was that powerful, we wouldn't be able to walk, would we? We wouldn't be able to move. We wouldn't. Because it's holding.
Right.
The force required to hold the Earth's oceans would easily crush us, I would say.
Yeah, and it wouldn't be able to be even either. It had to be uneven to wrap around the sphere.
Right.
Uneven distribution of the gravitational force.
Right.
To wrap around a sphere that has different velocities and different vectors.
There we are. Yes, exactly. Because of the sphere. Exactly that. Right. But the thing is, it would still render us immobile, such as the force to keep the oceans onto the Earth.
Well, you would think so.
Right. Okay, good. Then the other thing I was going to ask you.
You sure wouldn't, listen, you wouldn't think flies and butterflies would be able to fly either.
Yes, I did put that to them. I posed that to them. Right. And there was something else I was going to say now. Gravity, forgotten now. Shit.
Well, if the globe spins so much that the equator is oblate, why isn't all the land attracted to if there's tectonic plates and continents drift, why didn't they all drift to the equator? Why isn't the land distributed around the most oblate port where the forces are so great they're
they're warping the shape of a perfect sphere. You'd think those same forces would move all the land to the equator, all the land. Just be a ring around a sphere, right? I mean, wouldn't that make sense?
Yes, it would make sense. Yeah.
Well, the Globers have the weight of the equator only like 0.005 more than at the North Pole. So somehow they got that.
Well, it's still greater. So over the millions of years of evolution of the planet and human beings.
So another question that I was asking.
It would slowly creep. Listen, we use clutches. We use that principle in a centrifugal clutch. It's called a centrifugal. Yeah. So we use centrifugal force to slowly open clutches.
Yeah.
But with guides that move out towards the center of rotation.
Right.
And lock into place. They automatically go from a lower gear to a higher gear when you increase revolutions.
Yeah.
But the minute there's revolutions, they start to move. The equator would be the highest point in the revolution, right?
Right.
I mean, you know what a centrifugal clutch is. I know you do, June.
Yep. I've fitted them myself, so yeah. Now, what about this one? I maybe forget again now. Listening to the class, I'm all in a spin. Did we not learn that gravity was a constant, right? And things fell at the same rate due to the Galileo experiment. Did we not learn that at school? Or am I lying there? The Leaning Tower of Pisa.
They taught me in school if you drop a bowling ball and a baseball, it would hit the same time.
Yeah. That's the story I remember. Like, Galileo went to the top of the Leaning Tower of Pisa and dropped shit.
Yeah, dropped two eggs, I think it was, and they landed at the same height. Yeah, I said to them that doesn't prove gravity exists because one, things fall at different rates. Because it had that tower been like at a 2,000 feet up or 3,000 feet up, you would notice that they wouldn't drop at the same rate. Things fall at different rates, especially even in a vacuum. A heavier object will fall faster than a lighter one, don't you think?
Yeah, or more dense objects.
I haven't the experiment.
Can I ask you?
Yeah,
can I ask a question? So Galileo dropped 2 eggs from the Tower of Pisa,
right?
Correct. And they both hit it at the same time.
Same time. Yeah.
How did they measure it? How?
I don't know.
Just by watching, how can you
observation? Yeah, observation. It was obvious.
How can you conclude it hit at the exact? I mean, now we have touch pads, right, where you can measure in a fraction of a millisecond when something hits it. But how did he measure that both the eggs hit it at the same time?
Yeah, I don't know.
Almost seems like a made-up story. If you ask me, where's the original documentation of this?
Well, why would they fall at different rates if they're the same? My question.
Different aerodynamic, right? They're all eggs exactly the same.
That's right.
Some eggs are a little bit, more round than other ones. Like some eggs are, who knows, And
my point is that things fall at different rates anyway. What we learned was
you're saying
doesn't matter the size.
Fell at different rates is what you're saying.
Yeah, you're assuming they do, right? Because an egg is an egg, but that's not correct.
Yeah,
an egg can differ from the other egg. So that's how I
actually do. Maybe a fertilized egg would fall faster, an unfertilized egg would fall slower.
There you are. That's a possibility in itself.
You guys, Belmont's trying to jump in.
Sorry, go ahead.
Well, eggs vary in size and weight. I collect them every morning.
They do, don't they? You see?
They do. So
they're trying to tell us that everything falls at the same rate. It doesn't matter what. That's what I learned at school. No matter what the object was, If you drop them from a high point, they would land at the same time. Did you learn that?
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
But this
I
is
learned that in school. I learned that in school.
Yep,
To drop a
same here, bro.
bowling ball
I've
in a
heard
quarter,
idiot.
it would be the same.
Yeah, I've heard idiots say a bowling ball and a feather.
Yeah, silly. That's impossible.
It is.
Yeah, it would never happen. The heavier object is going to fall first.
Absolutely farcical, brother.
Yeah. And then they put it in a vacuum chamber, didn't they? Right? They placed it in a vacuum chamber. And then, this is Brian Cox. The first problem was that the bowling ball and the feathers were not at the very, very top of that vacuum chamber. So you have more distance anyway. Not that it would matter because it's not enough to measure if you're talking about a vacuum. And then there was a bunch of feathers and not one feather. That was the other thing. So it didn't prove anything. Just didn't prove anything at all.
What if they put wings on the bowling ball?
Yeah. It would spin around and fly around the vacuum chamber. Yeah. It's crazy. Right, I'm going to go back into there. And thanks for those answers, guys. Thank you. I'll be back.
Yeah, good luck in the cesspool.
Yeah. I've had to come out and get a towel, clean up. I'm going back in.
Send me an invite, man. I ain't been there in a while.
Okay.
About time I go in there and start kicking their ass again. They won't come here no more, so if I want to stomp a mud hole, I gotta go there.
Who was that was here asking questions? Who was that?
That was just here?
Yeah, the other guy. With the accent.
It's Jen CBR.
Okay.
Where was he talking about going?
Gem Pandas. Debate Flat Earth and more. Gem Panda server.
He's going to debate the Flat Earth. Big Weber. I was going to ask you guys, if you don't mind, if gravity was a force, couldn't you, say the force of magnetism, couldn't you block it with a board?
Well, that's funny. Magnetism and gravity equate at the same rate, but can you block magnetism with a board?
You can. You can block it with your hand, for example. Why can't you block
Well, you
gravity?
can stop two magnets from sticking together with your hand, but you're not actually stopping the force of magnetism.
Yeah, you can put something in between. It would stop it.
Doesn't stop the attraction.
It doesn't stop the theoretical force of it.
It blocks them from attaching to each other. And it depends on what kind of magnets you use. If you use the wrong kind of magnets, you probably severely damage your hand.
I don't know about that. I just thought about that. If you had a 10-ton block above you, and it's supposedly pushing downward, supposedly, and you just walk under it. Let's say if you have a tunnel, walk under it, and you're not affected by it. How does that work out common sense?
I think the implication there is that somebody's trying to replace gravity with magnetism, but really we falsify the given cause of gravity. We're not attempting to replace it, most of us, because the only thing we can do is speculate on that.
How do you explain it?
I just covered that. I don't. It's not my positive claim that I know what attracts things, or why things fall, or even if there is an attraction. Because, first off, I'm an imperialist. I'm trying to get away from things we can't demonstrate. So I'm not going to replace those things with things I can't demonstrate. I mean, are you with me? So I'm pretty vigilant on that topic. If you want guesses, you can go to the guesses Discord. As far as I'm concerned. Now, there's other guys that'll sit here for hours and tell you they know what it is, but they're doing nothing more than it's already been done to us. They're just giving a story
and hoping people accept it. When you can demonstrate, listen, we'll know when you proved whatever force, if there is a force or an attraction, because you'll have anti-attraction, and I'll be able to walk on water with your technology. I'll be able to fly. Until then, everybody, in my opinion, is just creating fairy tales. I'm trying to get away from fairy tales and just live in reality. I'm perfectly fine with ambiguity. I don't think we're meant to. You can't know everything all at once. Are we going to get in this philosophical question of what reality is? Because I answered that with that which you can demonstrate. You can build a concrete reality, all that. That's the way it is at this current time in our current condition. That too is subject to change as the conditions in the environment change. And as far as that goes, that only applies to here in the atmosphere. We can't literally do things here in the atmosphere and figure that applies to everything we see in the sky, because we have no logical reason to believe that.
The Earth is flat, and humans can fly.
We can. Just what form we choose to do it. I use the ultralight. Some people use the jet.
I think it would be great to build a lighter than air aircraft.
Damn it, Jen. Send me that link. Did he leave yet? Here.
Oh, for Gamma Panda?
Yeah. He didn't send me a link yet.
I'll get you.
Well, if you're gonna post in live stream, put an infinite one.
Oh, I'll DM it to you.
That works.
All right, you guys, I'm gonna take off. Good night.
Good night. Take care,
Thank
bro.
you.
Good night.
Sweet dreams.
Good night. Thank you, Crit.
Yep, no problem.
Hey, so where do you find the link to the Gamma Panda thing you're talking about?
Well, yeah, they have it. I'm on the server, but so that I have it. I'll DM you too. Was that Pat? Was that talking? Who wanted the link? Was it Orion or Pat? I couldn't tell which one of your two mics were lined up.
Orion.
Oh, okay, there we go. You guys are right next to each other. Just cut the corner of my eye. There you go. You get it?
Hello. Good morning.
What's up?
Hey, Roger. How are you, brother?
Yes, fine, thank you.
Good, man.
Finally, no rain today.
No, it's raining heavily where I'm coming from now.
Yeah, I'm lucky.
Hmm?
So I'm lucky today. No rain. I'm on the roof, so.
You don't like rain, right?
No.
Hmm?
No, we got that a lot in the Netherlands, so. And I'm usually outdoors, so. Doesn't help.
Let's see. So it should be sunny for you now, right?
Yeah, a bit. It's a bit sunny.
Cool. No, it's really foggy, yeah. It's raining.
Your guys in the summer now, right?
No, it's a winter season now.
Summer down in the southern hemisphere. Hot. Yeah. Balls.
Yeah. I come from northern Africa, from Africa, so.
Oh, Africa. Oh.
Cool, man.
It's North Africa. North.
Morocco, something like that.
Yeah.
Cool. Salam. Salam, right? Salam alaikum.
Yeah, alaikum salam. Have you ever been to my country?
No. Yeah, it's beautiful, I heard, but I've never been there.
Yeah, it is. It really is. People are very nice, but government.
Yeah.
Always a problem.
I know, right?
Is Netherlands a kingdom, right?
Sorry, yeah, Netherlands has a kingdom, yeah.
Yeah,
We have
right.
a king.
Like my country. We have a king as well, yeah.
I think they often meet, the Moroccan king and the Dutch king.
Yeah. It's a tradition,
Mm-hmm.
So tradition they always share.
But I don't like kings.
Dutch people in New Zealand.
Sorry?
We have many Dutch and African people here in New Zealand. They very nice people. Very, very nice people.
Yeah, usually pretty cucked. Dutch people are pretty cucked. I like to listen to authority.
Yeah. Not all. I've met some pretty fucking reckless young fellas. Good dudes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. To go on mute now. To drill something.
Yeah.
Hello.
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 What's up?
No, Marge, what are you doing?
Working.
Mic on mute. Hello, everyone. Jesus loves you all. Just so
Thank
know.
you. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. I was painting t-shirts before. I made this really good one. Actually, I don't know if I can send it on here. If I go on my Facebook, then I can download it. Who did I send? Oh, and then I put 666 on my corona mask. The shop. My mask is got 666 on it. And then everyone was staring at me. At least 8 out of 10 people stared at me. They looked very, very concerned. So, I just wanted them all to know it was from the devil. Yeah. I didn't have many friends. Who wants to be my friend? I'm a bit sad. Not really. I read my Bible a lot. Joe's t-shirt.
Friendly.
I can say that. Hello, are you friendly?
I'm pretty friendly. I'll do
Wait, you friendly. Oh wait, hi witchcraft. Was that witchcraft again?
Yeah, I'll pass the ketchup.
Oh, you're passing ketchup? What are you cooking? Can you cook me a steak? I want to eat steak.
No, I'm a vegan. I don't cook steak.
Oh, that's good. Very good. I forgot. I actually watched that that YouTube link that Nathan Thompson shared, and it was very cool. The animals dying and stuff for like an hour and a half. Yeah, I don't think I'll ever.
There's animals that, they're intelligent as well. They can communicate. So, I mean, it's kind of like something that we should probably not be killing each other, right? Like, as well as animals in general. But all that aside, just to keep it on like flat Earth,
Oh yeah. Oh wait, so I can't talk about wait, we can talk about. Can I send my t-shirt?
T-shirt. Yeah,
Wait.
I'll take a T-shirt.
Should I put it in this chat, or do you want me to personally send it to you? Did you pray that prayer I sent you?
Yeah, I read it.
Okay. Did you say amen?
Amen.
Okay. Well, if you meant it, then he heard you. Okay. Okay, I'll send it to you. Can I send it to you? Oh, I found it. Ta-da! Wait, I'll send you a message. Ta-da! It was like, yeah, I did that. I finished that one yesterday. I'm so proud. No! And then I walked around with that in the shops too. And I had a few people stare.
That's pretty funny. I'm not gonna lie. the eye inside of it is just really funny. Cherry on the top.
Yeah, I know. I was like, oh, I could totally make this a triangle.
Yeah, it works.
Yeah, so then, and then on the front of that one, it's got heaven or hell. And then on the back, it's got Jesus or Satan. Ta-da! And then I walk around with my 666 face mask on too. Everyone's like looking. Like, oh, this one's a knot. Hey, what'd you say? What are you doing? Do you want to add me on Facebook?
I'll add you on Facebook.
Okay.
I think I have mine linked to my Discord.
Would you have a Discord? I got a Discord too. I haven't used it in a while.
Yeah, I had.
That's my Facebook. Should I invite you to my Discord? I haven't used it in a while. 5 people. Ta-da! Oh, I think I got you. I'm gonna stalk your Facebook.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
I don't use Facebook a lot. Though. It's really a lot of Discord.
Oh, I like that photo. Yeah, I know, I'm stalking it. Because I'm on my laptop. You stalk things a lot quicker on your laptop. There you are. Got a little joint in your mouth. I quit marijuana. And cigarettes. Cigarettes are a bit harder, but I still quit that one.
Oh yeah, actually, you just remind me. I do have a vice. I should probably attend to that.
Yeah.
Do you smoke weed?
No, not anymore. I don't smoke cigarettes or marijuana. But you know, Jesus helped me overcome that. I read my Bible a lot. I was like, dear Jesus, please kill me. I kept praying that every day, but he wouldn't kill me. I had to overcome my flesh. And I got through it. He helped me. Very nice of him.
Well, it's definitely really nice not having to do something like that. If I felt like I didn't have to, I probably wouldn't.
What, smoke cannabis or smoke cigarettes?
Oh, cigarettes. Cannabis. There's sometimes I feel like I have to. And I think it's probably for the best.
Oh, I was smoking cigarettes since I was like 13. So, I'm 23 now. So I only quit like about maybe 7 months ago.
Okay. Oh,
And the longest I quit before that was a whole month. And I was 18.
now it's reversed.
Yeah, now it's reversed. Now I've overcome the worst vice ever. I'm happy. Yeah. Jesus, there's a lot of power in Jesus. So if you really meant that prayer, you read it, but you didn't pray it. Maybe have a leap of faith and go pray it, because you've got nothing to lose when you think about it logically. But if you're wrong, then you might have a lot to lose. So maybe give it a little bit of faith and make it hard. Like, if you're real, I'm going to pray it, and I hope that you'll come inside me and help me overcome everything. And the fear of death. Because Jesus overcame death. Because he rose again the third day.
Yeah. If you're not afraid to die, I'm pretty sure there's something wrong.
It's not true. I remember I used to cry. I used to mourn my own death. I used to think about dying. I used to mourn. But I swear, that used to be the only thing that would make me cry. I'm so selfish.
I've never done that.
You never done that? You never sat there and thought about your own funeral and your dying and stuff?
No.
No? I don't know. Maybe it was just something I used to do. I don't do that anymore. I don't care anymore. Because Jesus says that if you seek to save your life, you'll lose it. If you lose your life for my sake, you'll find it. So God's a spirit. He's not He's not an idol. He's not an object. God's everywhere. He's omnipresent. Because he's a spirit. Yeah. So he's sort of like watching you on the outside, and then when you do something wrong, like you feel a bit bad about it. It's not just your conscience. Like there's always a little voice on the outside saying, "Oh, this is better. Like this is better." You know, it's on the outside. It's on the inside. And then when you accept Jesus in your heart, then it's on the inside. So it's much easier. It's much easier to change. Does that make sense? Well, I think it makes sense. I think you might read it. What am I doing now? I'm going to paint another t-shirt for me. And the earth is flat. Oh, flat earth. 'Cause I'm living in the fishbowl. Living in the fishbowl. Living in the fishbowl today. Oh, I'm living in the fishbowl. Living in the fishbowl. Living in the fishbowl today. I breathe God for oxygen. Mm-hmm. Oh, man. What time is it over there? You're all sleeping. I do myself. Oh. Oh.
I'm just smoking some weed.
Alloy. Who's smoking marijuana?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, there you are again. Did you hear my little ramble?
Yeah.
Oh, that's good. I like rambling when someone's listening. It's quite nice. Did you know we breathe water for oxygen? Let's go get the water. Water under the firmament, water the firmament. And this was before he created the sea. So what do we learn here, people? We learn that it was water. We breathe water for oxygen. And that the oceans are a different type of water. And what we breathe in is actually water. And this is how everything is connected. Ooh, I got a good one. Okay. Oh, maybe should I call my mom? And then I'll call my mom, and then she can tell me she loves me. Oh, I love my mom.
Are you afraid of me now? Are you afraid of me now? Do you think feel it? Do you Stay with me now.
Good morning. Miki, are you there? I guess not. I have a general question about the nature of motion or propelling a rocket through a vacuum. If anyone understands that subject, could you help me? No one's had their coffee yet. All right.
Is it just me or is it quiet?
I think it's just you and I then.
How are you, Ildiko?
Fine. How are you?
Oh, I'm great. I have a boyfriend.
No kidding.
I do.
You were on a date, I remember.
I know. January.
It worked out.
It did.
Well, that's a miracle. Wow. Congratulations.
Thank you. I don't know how we're gonna get together though, because he's all the way up in the U.S. and here I am in the Philippines, and none of us can travel because of this stupid.
Oh yes. Oh my
thing.
God. You'll have to escape like they did Cuba on rafts.
We're both in the same situation though. We're both taking care of our parents. He's taking care of his mom, and I'm taking care of my mom and my dad. So we're just gonna try to make it work. But my heart is just so at peace because we have the same beliefs.
Yes. He's a Christian.
He's a Christian. He's a biblical earther, not just a flat earther, but also a biblical earther.
Oh my God, that's incredible. Where did you find us? It's like a needle in a haystack.
He messaged me, but I think last end of December, I let it out here on chat that I was single again. And then I got messages from some of the guys here.
Oh, so this server then can be a dating service.
Yeah, well, it wasn't like a dating service, but I just let out, I just put myself out there.
Oh my God, you're very brave. Well, congratulations. I wish you all the best with that.
Thank you. Well, we just began in January 3, so I told him slow and steady wins the race. I don't want it to be fast and hot and then gone. So we're just gonna take it very, very slowly. Plus, it helps that the distance in some way is a good thing, so that we have time to flesh out the relationship, talk about all the little things, the big things, and all those things.
Yes, indeed. The best foundation for a relationship, I find, is a good friendship.
Mm-hmm.
Without that, really, it hardly has longevity. You have to be friends.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
Yeah.
What happened with the guy you're dating, the pilot?
I don't date, darling. No, I'm 68.
Oh.
And, it's not so much that I couldn't if I wanted to, but there's a blessing that comes with aging, and that's a freedom from having to couple, in a sense, a sort of self-reliance and an appreciation of life for its own sake without you having to impose any conditions on it for your happiness. And so no, but he was I think he was, yes, there was a little bit of flirting and all that, but basically I was interested in the whole phenomenon of what it's like to fly at 1,000 feet above where we fly in commercial airlines. But I told you, we had a little discussion about, is the earth flat? And I really do think that is sort of like a repellent. People already know that there's something wrong with you, if you're even engaged in such ideas.
It's a litmus test for
it's a litmus test, precisely. It's a litmus test.
A litmus test.
And I don't mind doing that, because if someone isn't capable of free thinking, what he couldn't even make a good friend.
Well, how do I begin? If when all of us used to be Globers, actually, we used to believe in the globe. I say believe as in huge belief, because now that you see the reality, you realize it's fantasy. It's not reality.
Yes.
Yeah. So we have to be kind of forgiving if somebody.
No doubt. It's not that I don't forgive those who don't comprehend these things. It's about an attitude towards what you don't know.
True.
It's sort of like a barrier to accepting anything that's outside of what you understand already. So it's sort of a conceit of knowledge that I don't like,
That's true.
And I couldn't tolerate a partner.
Being a flat earther is like just the beginning,
Oh, well, yes.
So much.
I've always been outside of the the socially accepted norms. I've always been. So it's a natural place for me to be. I've always believed in phenomenon that is beyond scientific evidence, things having to do with spirit and consciousness, the extent to which consciousness can exist. And so I've always been outside that parameter. And ancient cultures all over the world believed the earth was flat. So the idea to me seemed quite logical from a younger age. And I never really argued with it scientifically. Here, everyone is coming up with the scientific reasons for its impossibility. And that's interesting to me because I never explored it as deeply as I should have. For instance, last night I had the computer near me. I usually put it to sleep, but it woke me up in the middle of the night, and it's always tuned into this server. And they were discussing the nature of rocket propulsion through a vacuum. And there was a Glober on, and he argued the usual argument for it, which was that he gave the example of being on a skateboard and holding a large boulder and then throwing that boulder in front of you and then being propelled back from it. And that is how they say a rocket works in a vacuum. And so nobody really was, I think, giving him the argument back clearly. And so I closed my computer, and I've been pondering this all night. And I was hoping that maybe someone would be there too, because I saw this, the engineer, what's his name? Bill, begins with an M. I just don't remember right now, but he used to have a program in which he showed the physics behind why a rocket can't be propelled in a vacuum. And I've forgotten the details of it. I realized I've forgotten the details of it. So I was wondering if there was anyone there who understood the concept. Do you?
And I'm still listening. I just
and do you know? Do you know the question that I'm pondering?
Go ahead.
Well, as I said, their argument is that you don't need anything to propel off of because fuel in the rocket acts like, and this is the analogy, like someone standing on a skateboard with a large boulder in their arms, and pushing that boulder away propels them back. So they're arguing that the fuel in the rocket has that effect, and it doesn't need a medium to propel off of. Do you see what I mean?
I think it's funny that the argument got that far.
Well, he was, and this is the argument that they have for that, for our objection to the idea that a rocket can be propelled in a vacuum when it doesn't have anything to push off of. It's classic.
I know it's a clown show. You know what sealed the deal for me when I was studying?
Yeah, I have to go look and see. Because there is an argument against that. I just don't remember the specifics of it.
Well, I'm not going to answer that argument directly, but I'm just going to go basically to the materials that you use in order to blast yourself into space. If you go look at the temperature gradient, how many degrees Fahrenheit that is, and then you look at all the materials that we have here on Earth, the truth is we don't have any material here on Earth that can withstand that much heat for that much long. It doesn't, regardless of how much fuel you have to blast it off, we just don't have anything on Earth that would survive that much temperature. See, so there alone, I don't know how the argument got so that far.
Because it's what we.
Right.
Because it comes up a lot, here. It comes up a lot because we claim that you cannot propel a rocket in a vacuum. Because they say you can.
No, you can't. And even if you think about it, when you get up, the oxygen gets thinner. How can you have combustion without oxygen? This has just gone crazy. But even before you can get to that argument about combustion and fuel and all that, look first if you have any material on Earth that could withstand temperatures for that far and that long. We don't have it. We just don't. So I'm laughing that the argument got that far.
I like, my mind is I don't sit still till I really understand a concept completely. That's how I am.
Okay. You could research the temperatures for the different atmosphere and how.
Oh no! I'm not arguing with your concept at all.
Mm-hmm.
No, that's not what I said. I agree with you, but still, I'd like to know why you cannot be propelled forward in a rocket in space. I would like to know that because there is an argument against it. And
what happens to fire without oxygen? It gets smothered.
You know what their argument is? Their argument is that the chamber in which the rocket fuel exists is contained and has its own.
Jesus, then it's only something inside that container. It doesn't go out. So what is it thrusting off of?
Well, that's what this argument of theirs is, that the the explosion in the rocket actually pushes the rocket forward. You don't need a medium against which to push.
Yeah, but the thing is, if you look at the temperature gradients, you don't even have a container that can survive that high for that long.
Well, no doubt, but I know. I know that there's no way. I know that. I know it's quite silly when you think of it, but still, I just I'll have a look at that video, and I'll come back and tell you why it's impossible.
Yeah, and then they show you pictures of what they went to the moon with. That tin can, that tin can. That it looks
Seen
like
that in person, you know. I went to the museum and saw that in person.
That thing went up.
Yeah. I thought, oh my God, it looked like a spider of some sort. You know what I mean? It was so fragile looking. It didn't look like it could sustain the incredible journey.
Yeah, and let's not talk about the Van Allen radiation belts, right?
Yes, it's one myth after the other.
These guys have shot themselves in the foot so many times already, and people just won't wake up. I don't know why they won't wake up. You know, what do we need? What more do we need for them to wake up? Then this isn't something that we can do for them. They have to do it for themselves if they want to.
I don't know. I think that sometimes people are born with a disposition for curiosity and questioning, and others are not. I don't know. Seems like people just live their entire life without being curious about the fantastic things that is, you know, concerning life and being here. We're only here for a short time, and yet you're content with, you know, your next meal is your only real concern. It just boggles the mind.
Yes, it is mind-boggling. But what can we say? We live in an age where everyone around us is, after they've been given the truth, they said, "So what? Life goes on," you know. And that to me is scary. Once the truth no longer matters to you, it's all bets off. It's like we're living in a emotional and psychic cannibalistic society. Where people don't care what the truth is anymore.
Yes, nihilism. It's called nihilism. Yes, and it's promoted in so many areas of life that's it's no wonder, you know, that everyone's infected with it.
Wow, what a roller coaster of emotions as a flat earther thing. And then when you look at the bigger picture, that's quite sad. When you look at it.
Yes, but I don't
Dr.
know.
Physics, I am from
I think that generally, you know, I think we're just trying out a mode of thinking, a mode of being, which is, you know, the materialistic philosophy in general, and the natural consequences of that, which might be, you know, total annihilation of the species, or we get through it and get over it and never have to return to it again. Sometimes you have to just take an idea to its ultimate conclusion and see how bad an idea it really is.
What time is it for you, Ildiko?
It's early. I go to work in a little while. I teach yoga, you know.
Oh, that's nice. Good for you. Then you must be very limber. Wow, you would be very limber at your age. Congrats. Congratulations.
I'm very fit, that's for sure. There's no doubt about that.
Oh,
I've been an athlete all my life. I had a surfing school in Hawaii. I used to run. I ride bike. I swim. I dive. So yes, I believe in constantly, using your body physically, and never becoming sedentary.
Rolling stone gathers no moss.
It's very important. And when you're younger, you have a sort of a natural gift of health, vitality, but you have to be responsible when you're younger to preserve that and not to give it away, to be diligent about your diet and what you do on a daily basis to maintain your body.
Thank you. That's good advice. When I look back on my life, I was healthy when I was a kid. I was active, and my health started going down when it started with the vaccines. To be honest, when we were required to have vaccines for school, I started getting allergies. Yeah. And then as I grew older, my mom asked me to take this vaccine for my ovarian health. And instead, I said, "Why should I? I'm healthy already." Said, "Oh, it's to protect from cancer." And then after a year from taking that vaccine, I got operated on for endometriosis. So it's like it's been my experience, personal experience, that the more Western medicine I took, the sicker I got.
Well, that's absolutely true.
Yeah, so I'm
but believe me, the capacity of your body to heal is it's God-given. And you have to believe in it. All you have to do is remove that which was causing the problem in the first place, be that medicine or wrong eating or not respecting your body's need for motion and movement and breath. But those things are free. You just have to make a decision that that's what you're going to do from now on, is to absolutely respect your body's needs. And it will heal.
I did heal over time, but it took a lot of fasting on my part. I had to fast, be particular with the foods that I ate. And then now my diet is mostly vegetables, chicken, fish. I have steak maybe on Sundays. That's it.
Yeah, I'm a vegan, but I don't, people can survive on many different kinds of foods. And as long as the foods are pure and unadulterated, and you don't eat too much of it, because the body really doesn't work well when you overfeed it.
Yes, that's true.
Yeah, but yes, I have friends who are healthy on all kinds of different diets, but they don't eat a lot, and the food they do eat generally is not processed.
I have a personal experience about that processed food. See, I'm allergic to chicken from supermarkets, but the chicken that is grown in a farm that is corn-fed, natural corn-fed or worm-fed, it doesn't make me sick. So it's only the chickens that I eat from grocery stores that make me sick. They give me allergies, allergic rhinitis, sometimes scales. Yeah,
you're very smart. You're very smart.
Thank you. You too. It's nice to get advice from someone who has so much experience with life and so much joy. And I'm happy for you that you've attained that balance, because I understand that certain gifts and rewards come at a certain age.
They do. They do. There's almost an ageism that's also present in our culture as well. I was inflicted with it myself when I was younger. Fear of growing old, and having a disdain for those who are old too, because you think of them as irrelevant. And
oh, I don't have that. So as long as they're not grouchy, I'm fine.
No, but it makes one fear aging themselves, and so you approach aging with this idea that it's all about just losing your faculties, losing all your strengths, and mental and physical, and not having a positive experience about being so enriched with experience is what aging is all about. You're just enriched with so much experience, and that experience helps you, guides you in living well.
How many students do you teach?
Well, there's before COVID and after COVID. Before COVID, for instance, the largest class I had was 650 people in one class. And they used to average about 150 to 200. Now, 30.
Wow. 30. You have a huge energy and a wonderful spirit if you can handle that many people.
And they were all quiet like little mice. Yes. You have to be rather stern sometimes to command that many people to do the same thing at the same time.
Oh, I know what you mean. You see, my job is as an apartment manager. So I am managing about around 50 people in a building, and all of them have different personalities. Yes. And I have to be in between. So I know exactly what you mean. Everybody has a different personality.
Yes. And so you've got to be absolutely firm in what you want done. So yes, but it's so enjoyable. I teach out on a crystalline beach, a beach that's composed of 99% quartz crystal. It's white, and it glitters like stars. It's beautiful.
This is in Hawaii?
No, this is I'm in Florida.